This is not a review of Rings of Power Season 2. If that's what you're here for, I suggest you clear off and check back again in a couple of weeks. Rather, this is the completion of a promise long overdue to first continue and then to conclude a series of videos on Rings of Power Season 1 that I began some 2 years ago. Finally, at long last, you can stop nagging me. Now, this was to be one long video, rolling in the 2 already on my channel in the name of completeness, but I judged that far too long for your tender buttocks to comfortably handle, and so it has become 2 quite long videos, with this, the first, encompassing episodes 4, 5, and 6 of Season 1, and the next rounding us off with episodes 7 and 8. Both videos will contain at least one mini-essay on this or that subject that I deem pertinent, and by mini-essay I mean a section longer than most people's videos. Timestamps are provided in the description for ease of navigation, this being the real world and not the one the Rings of Power writers live in. I assume you are unable to teleport from place to place as expedience demands. This has been quite a chunky project, and I am indebted both to Altries and to Tyler Wolff for their help on the editing side of things. Information on both is in the description, and to my viewers and patrons for their forbearance since the dark days of the Acolyte. Without further ado, I give you Tolkien Betrayed Part 3, and as all professors will doubtless confirm is proper to any long essay, we begin with a tangent. Now, the Second Age was filled with many grand conflicts and epic battles, none of which seem to have made it into the show. A few dozen idiots riding horses with unlimited fuel into a bunch of low-rent vampire orcs rather pales by comparison. Consequently, you may find yourself craving action and carnage. You may moreover develop a passionate want to inflict maximum destruction upon the creators of this silly show, and the ridiculous bald man who made it all possible. Well, I'm sad to report that that would be illegal. But what you can do is satisfy your violent urges vicariously through video games, and that's where this video's sponsor comes in. Why spend $1 billion, Jeff, leeching off other people's good work, Jeff, when you can play War Thunder for free? War Thunder is the most comprehensive vehicle combat game ever made. While Jeff is spending stupid amounts of money trying to prove he has a bigger rocket than Elon Musk, you can take command of more than 2,500 tanks, planes, helicopters, and ships, covering 10 major nations from across the modern age of combat, all hyper-realistically modeled to ensure that the havoc you wreak brings a most realistic satisfaction. Using the power of your PC, your Xbox, or your PlayStation, War Thunder goes beyond the tedious simplicity of hitboxes and repeated animations. This isn't some Ubisoft game we're talking about. Every vehicle is modeled down to its individual components, all of which react to the various, equally realistic types of shells and missiles you fire against them. Have you penetrated your enemy? Do you want to see which of its organs you've hit? Well, there's an X-ray view for that. Nothing beats the knowledge that you're an accurate penetrator. You can join a worldwide community of over 70 million players across 3 game modes worth of epic PvP battles today. That's over 100,000 times the size of the Concord player base. That cost about $400 million, and this costs you nothing. New players and those returning after 6 months or more away will receive a big old bonus pack containing premium vehicles, the exclusive decorator Eagle of Valor, 100,000 silver lions, and 7 days premium account access by signing up at the link in my description. Free stuff and explosions? What more could you ask for? It's for a limited time only, so sign up today. I want now to set aside a bit of time for the questions of canon, the importance of canonicity, and the liberties with same that it's permissible to take when adapting for a new medium. I've banged on, and will continue to bang on, about the breaks Rings of Power makes with canon. The show's entirely banal reason for this is well known. Despite spending $1 billion, Amazon did not purchase the rights to the Silmarillion. Rings of Power is not, therefore, an adaptation of the Silmarillion, but rather an interpolation from, in the main, the appendices to The Lord of the Rings, to which Amazon does have the rights. This being established, you might wonder whether there's any point stressing the show's discontinuity. I mean, sure, it's a way to fill the time, but isn't every complaint of that sort anybody ever makes just restating the premise? We already know they cannot adapt material they don't have the rights to, so why keep bringing it up? My reasons for doing so have been consistent since I first began reviewing this show 2 years ago. There's a simple and unimportant one. I very much like the stories Tolkien told and the world that he built, and attacking Rings of Power is a convenient excuse to talk about something I quite enjoy. But there's also a more important reason, which goes to the heart of what Tolkien made and of why he made it. It has a singular purpose. Tolkien was not telling independent stories, he was telling a singular mythic story, and its various entries spanning thousands of years of fictive history, encompassing everything from the Silmarillion to the Children of Hurin, the Fall of Gondolin to the Hobbit to Return of the King. None of these are truly divisible. This applies, not only in my mind but in Tolkien's as well, to tellings of his story across different mediums. Rings of Power represents a much more profound attack on the thing it affects to love than even Disney's Star Wars does. In that context, I've had plentiful cause to complain that the haphazard elimination of the extended universe and then the careless revival of its individual corpses does immense damage to the world building and the world setting of that universe. In bringing back select people and places from Legends, Disney Star Wars snapped the chains of causality and contingency that made sense of those people and places to begin with. So, on a basic writing level, this approach has been destructive both of sense and of quality. But the Star Wars expanded universe was always a piecemeal and essentially democratic affair. It was a setting in which any writer could create stories, and those stories were usually separable from each other and from the mainline entries of the Skywalker saga. Lucasfilm operated a tiered system of canonicity that strove to separate questions of continuity and artistic freedom. Authors of books, comics, and video games had the liberty to create many stories, but these were independent of top-tier canon. They could be brought into top-tier canon if they proved popular and productive, but were otherwise allowed to exist in a separate continuity. Consequently, while Disney Lucasfilm has harmed its own world-building by cherry-picking bits of decanonized stories to populate its TV shows, it has not harmed the original purpose of the Urtext. Disney's sequel trilogy is an entirely different matter since that story is supposed to be a direct extension of that original story, but that's a subject for another video. The story of Middle-earth, though, is an entirely different matter. The closest one gets to a system of tiered canon is the distinction between Tolkien's final telling of his story and the earlier iterations of his story found in the history of Middle-earth, for example. And I stress this is the closest one gets to a system of tiered canon. Really, it's just a list of revisions that Tolkien made throughout his life. It is not in fact a system of tiered canon any more than your first draft of a script occupies a canon tier beneath your final version. Tolkien's work is remarkable for the depth and breadth of its detail, of course, but to my mind its true greatness lies in its contiguity. The Silmarillion is not ancillary to The Lord of the Rings, it is written and intended to be inseparable from it. The Hobbit is not the beginning of a story that ends with Return of the King. Return of the King is the end of a story that begins with the creation of the world in the Ainul Indale at the beginning of the Silmarillion. You cannot go about making wholesale changes and adapting prequel material without fundamentally altering, in point, purpose, and moral, the sequel. If the Silmarillion changes, The Lord of the Rings changes as well. And this is not just my opinion on The Lord of the Rings. Tolkien laid it out quite explicitly. That then satisfies the first point of this mini-essay. Rings of Power was, from the moment it was conceived, a profound misunderstanding of the thing it was pretending to adapt. More than in any comparable work, fidelity to canon is a requirement of any Tolkienian adaptation. If you miss the point of the part, you miss the point of the whole. Rings of Power cannot be, as it stars itself as being, a Lord of the Rings story, because Rings of Power precludes the Lord of the Rings. That is, though, just the first point of this mini-essay. The second point is against those who say that because some degree of alteration is necessary in adapting a story for a new medium, any degree of alteration is justified. This argument, or I should rather say this assumption, is commonly made because it is predicated on something true. Adapting from book to film requires stylistic changes, because certain narrative devices that work on paper do not work on screen and vice versa. Moreover, adapting from book to film usually involves abridgment, something that becomes truer the longer the source material is. The unabridged audiobooks for the Lord of the Rings trilogy run for about 54 hours. The combined runtime time of Peter Jackson's extended trilogy is a little over 11 hours. And the reasons for this are insurmountable. They are inevitable. Writing a book costs you nothing in the act, and in the worst case scenario, you only realize your losses if the book fails to sell. Those losses cannot exceed the money you could otherwise have earned by finding salaried employment. If instead of earning £50,000 a year, you spend 5 years earning nothing while writing a book, then, assuming that book doesn't sell a single copy, you have missed out on £250,000 worth of earnings. And that's operating on the additional assumption that you did not take paid employment at all while writing your book. Most authors do, certainly when they're starting out. Making a film adaptation of that book is so obviously different that it's nigh impossible to count the ways. There is a significant realized cost from the first second of the endeavor. You have to buy the rights, hire teams covering narrative, production, graphics, marketing, music, acting, extras, catering, accommodation, editing, photography, CGI, location scouting, travel, legal, health and safety, localization, and so on, and so on. And as I'll never tire of pointing out, Amazon spent $1 billion on Rings of Power, not counting the cost of the free marketing it gave itself putting adverts on all of its packages. Can you imagine how much Amazon would have charged a third-party company to place adverts for its product on every Amazon Prime delivery? I doubt that's been factored into the $1 billion total cost. The combined budget of the Jackson films amounts, after accounting for inflation, to a little more than $500 million. Tolkien could write a story as long as he had the creative and intellectual budget for, but no film studio could ever fund a word-for-word big-screen adaptation. The cost would simply be too great. Accepting this brute fact, and that an adaptation of Tolkien's work is necessarily an act of abridgment, we have to demand restraints of Tolkien purists, as well as on those reworking his stories. If you, as a purist, refuse to admit any change in adaptation, as some did when the Peter Jackson films first came out, then you logically preclude the very prospect of adaptation to begin with. To be clear, I think you are absolutely at liberty to hold this position, but we would then be forced to debate the merits of film as a medium and not the merits of a specific filmic adaptation, and though I am happy for this video to run very long indeed, it is not the place for an argument about film qua film and its inadequacies such as they may be next to literature. If, on the other hand, you accept the premise that adapting Tolkien for film necessitates abridging Tolkien for film, then we move on to the question of faithfulness. What can be cut? What can be reordered? And what additions can be made without sacrificing the essentials of his story? And those essentials are, as I think I've shown, uniquely expansive where Tolkien is the subject, encompassing not just events and their sequence, but the thematic through line that begins before and concludes long after the film or the series in question. It should be noted that Tolkien himself never precluded the idea of a film adaptation of his works. Some were indeed proposed during his lifetime, and this gives us a unique advantage because not only is he on record expressing an interest in potential adaptations, we actually have his detailed script notes on one of them in particular. Tolkien was approached in 1956 or 1957 about a film penned by the, unfortunately for him, amateur scriptwriter Morton Grady Zimmerman, and it should probably tell you something of how it went when I say that after this experience, Zimmerman gave up the hobby. Now, it's unclear exactly what form the movie would have taken, with Tolkien himself initially under the impression it was to be entirely animated, though other sources deem it likely the Zimmerman film would have been a mix of animation and live action. In a letter to Robert Unwin sent in June 1957, Tolkien wrote, and I quote, "As far as I am concerned, personally, I should welcome the idea of an animated motion picture, with all the risk of vulgarization, and that quite apart from the glint of money, though on the brink of retirement that is not an unpleasant possibility. I think I should find vulgarization less painful than the sillification achieved by the BBC." Note for the viewer, that last is a reference to the massively condensed radio adaptation released in 1955. In a subsequent letter sent in April of 1958, and having had a chance to read through Zimmerman's draft storyline, Tolkien found the resultant vulgarization intolerable. He told Unwin, and again I quote, He, Zimmerman, does not read books. It seems to me evident that he has skimmed through The Lord of the Rings at a great pace and then constructed his screenplay from partly confused memories, with the minimum of references back to the original. Thus, he gets most of the names wrong in form, not occasionally by casual error, but fixedly, always Boromir for Boromir, or he misapplies them, Radagast becomes an eagle. The introduction of characters and the indications of what they are to say have little or no reference to the book. Bombadil comes in with a gentle laugh. I feel very unhappy about the extreme silliness and incompetence of Zimmerman and his complete lack of respect for the original. It seems willfully wrong without discernible technical reasons at nearly every point. But I need, and shall soon need very much indeed, money, and I am conscious of your rights and interests, so that I shall endeavor to restrain myself and avoid all avoidable offense. I will send you my remarks, particular and general, as soon as I can. And this, inevitably, brings us to those remarks, particular and general, which prompted me to write this mini-essay to begin with. They are tremendously useful, not only for telling us what Tolkien himself considered important in adaptation, but that he told us what he considered important in adaptation. That he told us, and that people will still try to defend Rings of Power's lore substitutions anyway, helpfully confirms that age-old trope whereby people argue in the absence of fact at least as often as they argue over fact. It's quite possible, though in my view wrong-headed, to say that Rings of Power achieves worthwhile things with its substitutions, but it's impossible to say that Tolkien himself would have conceded that point. There is, of course, another argument to be had over the applicability of death of the author as a concept, and this mini-essay is not concerned with that subject. That subject is, I think, satisfactorily covered by the many hours in this video, proving that Rings of Power fails on its own terms anyway. Rather, my point here is specifically to show that Rings of Power fails as an adaptation by the standards set out by the very man whose work it purports to adapt, by showing just some of the ways its flaws mirror those of an adaptation he himself criticized. Prefacing his remarks in a 1958 letter to the agent and publisher Forrest J. Ackerman, Tolkien writes, "I have at last finished my commentary on the storyline. Its length and detail will, I hope, give evidence of my interest in the matter. Some, at least, of the things that I have said or suggested may be acceptable, even useful, or at least interesting. The commentary goes along page by page according to the copy of Mr. Zimmerman's work, which was left with me, and which I now return. I earnestly hope that someone will take the trouble to read it. If Zimmerman and or others do so, they may be irritated or aggrieved by the tone of many of my criticisms. If so, I am sorry, though not surprised. But I would ask them to make an effort of imagination sufficient to understand the irritation, and on occasion the resentment, of an author who finds increasingly as he proceeds his work treated, as it would seem, carelessly in general, in places recklessly, and with no evident signs of appreciation of what it is all about. The canons of narrative in any medium cannot be wholly different, and the failure of poor films is often precisely in exaggeration and in the intrusion of unwarranted matter owing to not perceiving where the core of the original lies." Now, I do not propose to reproduce his remarks in full. That would be excessive and not especially comprehensible, given I don't have the script on which he's commenting. Rather, I'm going to select a cross-section of his comments to illustrate a couple of points. First, that those who cry nitpicker at me would find Tolkien himself intolerable, and I hope for a singular reason, that these people neither understand nor engage with actual artistic production. Second, to show in what small details Tolkien locates the core of the original. And third, to show that things Tolkien considered intolerable in the Zimmerman script are present in Rings of Power, thereby redirecting these criticisms from Tolkien himself at Rings of Power. The first of my selection, and I quote, "Gandalf, please, should not splutter. Though he may seem testy at times, he has a sense of humor and adopts a somewhat avuncular attitude to hobbits. He is a person of high and noble authority and great dignity." I'll be making this comparison at greater length later, but if Tolkien found a mere splutter on Gandalf's part to be character-breaking, I very much doubt he'd appreciate Rings of Power's characterization of Galadriel, or indeed Gandalf. The second point I include having already complained about it, because I'll have much more cause to complain about it later, when Mighty Morphed Power Elf manages to ride a horse from Mordor to Eregion with a badly wounded man bleeding out in just 6 days. From Tolkien's script notes, here I may say that I fail to see why the time scheme should be deliberately contracted. It is already rather packed in the original, the main action occurring between September the 22nd and March 25th of the following year. The many impossibilities and absurdities which further hurrying produces might, I suppose, be unobserved by an uncritical viewer, but I do not see why they should be unnecessarily introduced. Time must naturally be left vaguer in a picture than in a book, but I cannot see why definite time statements, contrary to the book and to probability, should be made. Seasons are carefully regarded in the original. They are pictorial and should be, and easily could be, made the main means by which the artists indicate time passage. The main action begins in autumn and passes through winter to a brilliant spring. This is basic to the purport and tone of the tale. The contraction of time and space in two destroys that. Zimmerman's arrangements would, for instance, land us in a snowstorm while summer was still in. The Lord of the Rings may be a fairy story, but it takes place in the northern hemisphere of this earth. Miles are miles, days are days, and weather is weather. Contraction of this kind is not the same thing as the necessary reduction or selection of the scenes and events that are to be visually represented. By the same token, Rivendell was not a shimmering forest. This is an unhappy anticipation of Lorien, which it in no way resembled. It could not be seen from Weathertop, it was 200 miles away and hidden in a ravine. I can see no pictorial or story-making game in needlessly contracting the geography. This next I choose because it's a fine example of what insufferably casual people consider a nitpick being really, in fact, quite consequential, as would be apparent if these sorts of people prized turning their brains on more than turning them off for their own entertainment. Its final lines also seem especially pertinent to any discussion of Rings of Power. Lambus, Waybread, is called a food concentrate in the Zimmerman script. As I have shown, I dislike strongly any pulling of my tail toward the style and feature of contes de fées or French fairy stories. I dislike equally any pull towards scientification, of which this expression is an example. Both modes are alien to my story. We are not exploring the moon or any more improbable region. No analysis in any laboratory would discover chemical properties of lambus that make it superior to other cakes of wheat meal. I only comment on the expression here as an indication of attitude. It is no doubt casual, and nothing of this kind or style will, I hope, escape into the actual dialogue. In the book, Lambus has two functions. It is a machine or device for making credible the long marches with little provision, in a world in which, as I have said, miles are miles. But that is relatively unimportant. It also has a much larger significance, of what one might hesitatingly call a religious kind. This becomes later apparent, especially in the chapter Mount Doom, page 2135 and subsequently. I cannot find that Zimmerman has made any particular use of Lambus even as a device, and the whole of Mount Doom has disappeared in the distorted confusion that Zimmerman has made of the ending. As far as I can see, Lambus might as well disappear altogether. I do earnestly hope that in the assignment of actual speeches to the characters, they will be represented as I have presented them in style and sentiment. I should resent perversion of the characters, and do resent it so far as it appears in this sketch, even more than the spoiling of the plot and scenery. And finally, of Zimmerman's treatment of Return of the King, Pan 3 is totally unacceptable to me, in whole and in detail. If it is meant as notes only for a section of something like the pictorial length of 1 and 2, then in the filling out it must be brought into relation with the book, and its gross alterations of that corrected. If it is meant to represent only a kind of short finale, then all I can say is, The Lord of the Rings cannot be garbled like that. Now, it should be noted that this is only a selection of Tolkien's remarks, and that selection has been made with applicability in mind. Applicability to story, less so to medium. Tolkien was not a director or a screenwriter, and though several of his notes are astute on points of imagery and staging, that has at least as much to do with Zimmerman being incompetent as Tolkien being basically competent on that subject. If you create a kind of scorecard out of the complete set, the Jackson films hold up significantly better either than Rings Rings of Power or the proposed Zimmerman script, but there are still discrepancies. Tolkien, for instance, rejects the idea of the ring wraiths screaming, preferring them to be entirely silent, with the fear they instill represented almost exclusively by their effect on those who see them. But pretty well every adaptation into either radio or film has given the wraiths an audible quality, including the Peter Jackson films, which otherwise clearly took inspiration from Tolkien's notes here, especially for the wraith's emergence on Weathertop, and I put that down principally to the differences in medium. A scream would not have been right for the book, where description alone can convey the wraith's effects, but complete silence would have been wrong for radio and film, which rely on a direct relationship with your senses. The Jackson films also make significant changes to the manner by which information is delivered. For instance, in the books, both the Ents attack on Isengard and Aragorn recruiting the army of the dead are not shown in the moment, in real time, but rather they are narrated back to us after the fact, and there we have an easy demonstration of what is acceptable, even preferable, in a book, being neither acceptable nor desirable in a film. If Peter Jackson had cut away from Aragorn entering the mountains to a scene later in which Legolas says something like, "Oh, by the way, yeah, we recruited an army of ghosts," that film would come across as something of a joke. But the key difference is that in the main, the changes concern only the manner by which information is delivered, and not the information being delivered, either in content or moral or purpose. Where the Jackson films succeed as adaptations, while Zimmerman would have failed and Rings of Power has failed, it's because Jackson strove to find the most dramatically satisfying way of telling Tolkien's story on the screen, while Zimmerman and Rings of Power, by a mix of accident and design, seek to tell a different story about different characters that just happen to share names with Tolkien's creations. Purists can and will complain about Jackson's films, and occasionally they are right to do so, but the strongest charge that can be laid at Jackson's door is a failure of delivery, while the strongest charge made against Rings of Power is a total failure of intent, of understanding, of point, and of purpose. Tolkien himself said he was prepared to accept vulgarization as a risk in any adaptation. What he refused to accept was sillification. If Peter Jackson occasionally vulgarized, Rings of Power consistently sillifies, and therein lies the essential difference. And now I think that is firmly established, back we go to Silly Earth. Rings of Power Episode 4 is titled The Great Wave, and we're not left waiting longer than a scene to find out what this refers to, as the episode begins with a Tarmiriel dream sequence.
But at the blessing of the children, we gather to welcome those who will live that future.
This, uncommonly for Rings of Power, is not untethered or merely convenient exposition, but loosely thematic exposition. The heavy emphasis on future ties directly to the dream's resolution, the great wave that comes to sweep that future away. Though it does seem some of the architecture is a little bit too keen to die. Those towers there collapse before anything hits them. Who built those? Italians? I bet it was Italians. This then prophesies the fall of Numenor, though it's not at all clear to me why Tarmiriel should be dreaming a true future, except that the show thinks now is the time to set it up. Tolkien's mythos is not short of prophecy, but it doesn't usually come to people in their sleep. Galadriel's mirror, for example, is a magic mechanical tool fated for its rare ability to grant foresight, and even that shows possible rather than certain futures. It serves a pivotal narrative purpose in Fellowship in manifesting not only for the audience but for Frodo as well, both stakes and uncertainty. It shows things that were, things that are, things that may be, but you cannot know which, nor can you know whether by reacting to the visions you ensure they will come to pass, as Sam discovers in the book. Thenceforth you have in the back of your mind, say, the scouring of the Shire, and you might read the rest and conclude it was a possible future that was averted by Sauron's defeat, only to come to the end of Return of the King to discover that it was in fact a consequence of Sauron's defeat. The mirror then sets up something in the first act that won't recur to subvert your expectations until the final act of the final book, but all the while you can wonder whether our hero's actions, Boromir's betrayal, Frodo leaving the Fellowship, Gollum's trick on the stairs to Cirith Ungol, make the scouring and the triumph of the Eye more or less likely to occur. This use of prophecy is by no means unique to Tolkien. In fact, it's as old as fiction itself. The dynamic is very similar to that in play when Oedipus summons the prophet Tiresias, a prophecy fulfilled by the attempt to avoid it. Rings of Power seems momentarily to be going for something something similar. Here though, the vision, as we'll learn later, comes from a Númenórean Palantir, and there are 3 problems with Tarmiriel's prophetic dream and the means she uses to attain it. The first, as I think we've already established, is that, in the lore at any rate, the fall of Númenor involves pieces that simply aren't in play during Rings of Power's first season, which has steadfastly avoided the questions of the Valar and Ilúvatar. The second, which is more mundane, is that the Palantiri do not serve the same function as Galadriel's mirror. They could be used to communicate across vast distances, and they could be used to view events in the past, but they were not crystal balls used to read the future. Where they seem to serve as such, the visions seen by both Saruman and Denethor leading both astray, it was in fact Sauron choosing what glimpses of reality to present to his audience. Denethor does not see the future through his seeing stone. He sees what Sauron thinks will convince him of his doom, making Sauron one of the original authors of fake news. Ironically, Sauron plays this trick on himself in Return of the King. He knows a halfling has the ring, he sees a halfling in Saruman's Palantir, he tricks himself into thinking that this halfling, and so potentially Saruman, has the ring, which poses a tremendous threat to him. He isn't seeing the future, he is speculating about the future based on partial present tense information, which is all the Palantir could show him. Yet Sauron at this stage in Rings of Power doesn't have a Palantir of his own, and he has no power to influence the visions gained by Tarmiriel, which in any case do show the future, not the past, or a cropped version of the present. In short, this vision cannot really come from the place she gets it, yet it does, because Rings of Power writers seemingly didn't do their research. I know, what a shocking suggestion. The third problem, which is narrative, is that the prophecy doesn't recur often enough, or play powerfully enough on the mind of its recipient. It's not absent from the rest of the show. It comes up again toward the end of this episode before being completely subverted at the end of the episode. But we are, I think, supposed to watch events and believe in the tragic mode that the choices being made will determine the fall of Númenor. But for that to serve as the dramatic anchor, it needs to be seen to motivate Tarmiriel up to the point of consuming her. She should be terrified of it. Everything she does should be shown explicitly as an attempt to avert it. She should be powerfully averse to the person, Mighty Morphid Power Elf, that she believes will bring about this doom. Only on occasion does this actually occur, and only really in this episode. For the most part, Tarmiriel does not act as though she believes Mighty Morphid Power Elf will bring about the ultimate destruction of her home. Not only is she already left her under house arrest, whereas you'd think she'd want her deported at the earliest opportunity, but in a couple of scenes' time, she grants Mighty Morphid Power Elf an audience and treats her proposal to raise an army against Sauron respectfully. She sides against it temporarily because she lacks the popular support to assent to it, also temporarily. For the Númenóreans really temporarily don't like all those pesky job-stealing elves who they haven't allowed anywhere near their city for years, but fuck it. In short, there's a fundamental confusion at play. Tarmiriel has 2 contrary motives. She is a good person, she is of the faithful, she is her father's daughter and so predisposed to like the elves more than her people are. And yet, unlike her people who fear for their jobs for no reason, she believes this elf in particular could destroy her whole kingdom. And these 2 things cannot really coexist in one character. For the show's purposes, it would have been much more beneficial for our Pharazôn to have had the vision in the Palantir, and for this to be the driving motive for his whipping up, yes, this is now a sentence that has to be written, anti-elven immigration sentiment among the people of Númenor. While the show does have him play the populist tune, his motives seem no deeper than the grubby desire for political power, whereas in some alternative show, where he had the apocalyptic vision, we could effectively leverage the tragic irony of his fear, making him corruptible by Sauron, leading to the fall he wanted to avoid. I stress that this alteration is an attempt to reconfigure the show's ingredients. My version could be bent to favor the canon up to a point in a way the show won't even attempt to. By making Tarmiriel non-pivotal and placing our Pharazôn at the center of the Númenor arc, she could then be shackled by him into a forced marriage while he goes from benevolent man to hateful tyrant, as does in fact occur in the Silmarillion. And by making our Pharazôn the one powerfully motivated to hate and fear the elves, we would leave him open to Sauron's corruption, bringing about the very doom he is trying to avoid, while putting the elves of of the show in the position of the Valar of the book for Sauron's rhetorical purposes. Necessary, since the Valar aren't really in this show at all. But this would still be a lesser story than the one Rings of Power has junked, which is the version that Tolkien wrote. This would apply to pretty much every suggested alteration in this video, so I don't mean to repeat it too often, but it will have to be stressed from time to time. We have junked one of the most densely lore-packed and carefully created worlds ever made for fiction, and these writers barely even attempt to create anything in its place. Speaking of the anti-elven populist message, we jump away from Tarmiriel's bedroom to find Steve R. Bannon stirring things up in the streets, while Isildur's pointlessly invented sister watches.
And while the elf whispers poison in our queen's ear, who's speaking for us?
I think I've laid this all out before, so I won't belabor the point, but canonically, the Númenóreans began as elf friends, were liberators in the war between the elves and Sauron, but gradually became arrogant in their power and resentful of the Valar's gift of immortality to the elves. Over the course of many centuries, they transitioned from friendly liberators to oppressive rulers abroad, while at home, the fear of death that bred their jealousy hardened attitudes toward the elves, all things Sauron would play on in fatally corrupting the king's men against the Valar. Having junked all of that, Rings of Power has decided that the Númenóreans hate the elves because they're the good job. The whiff of allegory here is so strong that Tolkien can still smell it, and he hasn't had a nose for about 50 years. Steve R. Bannon's screed has been overheard by Artharisen's pointlessly invented son. I think his name is meant to be Kemen? Seaman, but I heard Kevin and that's what stuck, so we're going to call him Kevin for all of the 2 scenes in which he's relevant to the show.
Chancellor!
Keep your voice stuck.
I didn't realise you're in the middle of something important.
That would be because he's not. He's wandering around in public and everybody knows who he is. This line, which makes no sense whatsoever in context, is supposed to establish that Artharazon is a sneaky beardy. This is generally how character writing works in Rings of Power, to the extent they bother with it at all. Don't show, tell. And once you've got done with telling, you show it over and over and over again in a way that doesn't develop what we've already been told. The rest of their exchange just doubles down on the point, as Artharazon talks vaguely about the difference between cleverness, a trait of men with small ambition, and of wisdom, which he finds preferable, because Artharazon is now established as a man with big ambition and much cunning, though we'll have to wait for season 2 for this to really go anywhere. Kevin, who was very conveniently on the scene to overhear Steve R. Bannon bitching about the immigrants, in order that he could walk a conveniently short distance to let his father know about it, because his father was toddling about conveniently nearby, in order to arrive on the scene at the moment of maximum convenience, tells his father that there may be trouble. Then we get the dumb South Park parody.
Taking your trades! Workers who don't sleep, don't tire, don't age!
The only way to stop people from the future is to stop the future from happening. Hey, that's right! If there is no future, then there'll be no people from the future to come back and take our jobs!
I say, the queen's either blind or an elf lover! Elf lover! Elf lover! Elf lover!
Gee, it's almost as if they completely forgot they'd already deposed the king for the heinous crime of liking non-existent elven immigrants, or they just hadn't noticed that his daughter might be disqualified on the same grounds when they decided to make her queen.
You are stupid.
Artharazon then steps in to take command of the crowd, making appeals to their history in the war against Morgoth, a war we know, but the show has forgotten that they fought alongside the elves. This is another consequence of the show's junk history. It completely fails to grasp contingency. In the Silmarillion, the Númenóreans don't fear the elves they fought beside, they come to resent them for their immortality, as has already been mentioned. It's a tale of the lust for power and greatness leading a once proud people to their doom, not a tale of querulous weaklings afraid of immigrants who never migrated there in the first place. The show does nothing, really, to tell us why the Old Alliance broke down. At some point in its history, the Númenóreans staged a complete withdrawal from Middle-earth for reasons unknown, and have been hiding out on their small island ever since, a far cry from the powerful race of liberators turned conquerors in the Silmarillion, whose tyranny was exemplified by the changing character of their rule in Middle-earth. There isn't really any reason for the change, since the appendices give the show the basic information covering all of this. Toward the end of the season, we get our first mention of an old Númenórean settlement called Pelagia, canonically the place to which the faithful fled after Ar-Pharazôn's rise to power. So the show takes it as given that the Númenóreans did once inhabit Middle-earth, but it has them retreat from it and never begins to explain why they should have done any such thing, with knock-on problems for the rest of its world, given how much of it is entirely empty and ungoverned, which fact simply doesn't gel with the idea that this is a period in which several races, elves, dwarves, and the men of Númenor, were at, or very near, the height of their power. Rings of Power will presumably show in Season 2 Ar-Pharazôn's ascent to power and his tyrannical rule, but it's pretty much ensured that this will not be felt in most of the world it depicts, because the Númenóreans no longer inhabit the continent. This means that the show is going to have a much harder job showing us what Ar-Pharazôn's tyranny really entails, and why it's really such a bad thing, given he's not in a position to oppress people outside his island kingdom, something Tolkien used to great effect in depicting Númenor's turn to darkness as they began tearing up the land and abusing the native peoples. I will say in the show's credit that the actor Tristan Gravel does a serviceable job, and the scene itself competently and concisely shows his skills as a demagogue, his appeals to past greatness, his assurance that he's on his people's side and that they can trust him, and by implication, him alone to protect them. Notwithstanding the completely balked premise, the choice of anti-immigration sentiment as the source of social strife, the show competently delivers this part of its allegory, and allegory can, after all, be done well or done poorly. It can, moreover, be done well even as it represents entirely the wrong artistic choice, which is certainly the case here. Then, of course, the show lapses back into convenience as Ar-Pharazôn rounds off his speech, offering drinks all round, and as if by magic, a bunch of fancy waiters appear with trays of wine for the plebs, because, you know, potential riots always come with 5-star service. Kevin then sidles up to Pointless' sister.
Isn't a name in the city he doesn't know. A crowd he can't turn, a favour he isn't owed.
It's impressive.
I was going to say infuriating.
Of course, it's also redundant, since if this is his reputation, then Pointless' sister already knows it, by definition, because he knows everybody in the city. But obviously, we're still trying to inflate Ar-Pharazôn in the minds of the audience, and the show thinks that any exposition will do. Kevin then tries to roofie Pointless' sister by offering her spiked wine. I have no evidence that this is true, but he looks the sort, and his name is Kevin, so it probably is.
So, to summarise, there's no evidence, but he does look a bit rapey.
But before he gets his Weinstein on with her, she's called away to that Builders Guild job she got in the last episode that we'll hear no more about for the rest of the season. Then, regrettably, we get sucked into a charisma vacuum as Mighty Morphed Power Elf has an audience with Queenie.
I welcome you as a guest, and you gallop off to our countryside to steal ancient scrolls, whilst your Southlander companion assaults our citizenry.
Well, I mean, no? You were quite hostile to her and you placed her under house arrest, and she evidently didn't steal the scrolls given she's just put them on the table in front of you, and I don't think we can blame her for Halbrand punching people. Mighty Morphed Power Elf presents her case. Because she found a scroll at some point off screen that has a symbol on it that looks roughly like the symbol on Halbrand's little pouch, which he said he'd stolen but never mind, he must without question be the king of the Southland, so will you please, Queenie, give us an entire army so we can go and unite his people against Sauron, who by the way is back because I saw another symbol on a map. Yeah, it's been 2 episodes since I last encountered this plot point. It really hasn't improved at all. It is in fact quite mad. Also, the Southlands really shouldn't be a thing. Mordor was never a nice normal place where ordinary people lived until an old man found the ignition switch for a volcano, and fuck me, we'll get to that in a few hours time. The geography of the place was made by Morgoth himself. It was always, not to put too fine a point on it, a complete shithole. Humans couldn't live there unless they came from Birmingham, and Sauron should already be there and ruling over it at this point in the timeline, but hey, it's only canon, it doesn't really matter. Queenie tells Mighty Morphed Power Elf that it's a nice plan, but no, thank you very much, it's also mad, and this sends Mighty Morphed Power Elf into a tantrum. Look at Elendil there, he knows it's coming. He's got a daughter of his own, she's like a toddler, and he knows she's about to have a strup. Even the music knows it. Mighty Morphed Power Elf's premise is, of course, that she is 1,000 years old, but with the temperament of an ill-favored child, and the whole world cowers before her random bursts of completely unjustified feminine rage. She demands an audience with the king, whom she calls Númenor's true ruler, even though he isn't, and we know he isn't, and she knows he isn't, because he was deposed.
You should not speak of matters you do not understand.
That I might present my proposal to one who holds the authority to answer it.
But he doesn't have the authority to answer it. He's not the ruler. Also, he's a drooling vegetable. Also, why are you such a fucking Karen? Give me an army. No? Fine, I want to see your manager. Queenie points out that you have no power here, mighty Morphid Power Elf.
It swept me to this island for a reason. And it will not be quelled by you, Regent.
Oh, cringe, so much cringe. In formulation, it is similar to Gandalf chastising Denethor in Return of the King.
Authority is not given to you to deny the return of the king, steward.
And in fact, I'm quite sure that's the scene they're trying to evoke, but the differences vastly outweigh the similarities. For one thing, Gandalf does not spend 100% of his time being an ill-tempered cow, and even though he's racing to prepare Gondor for an imminent attack in which the entire fate of the whole world will be decided, all the while having to put up with Pippin being Pippin, he doesn't deliver this line until Denethor has cravenly rejected his words of encouragement and revealed himself to be a mad and selfish prick in denying the return of the king, making him an almost terminal case of dry rot infesting Minas Tirith. Mighty Morphid Power Elf, by contrast, acts like this all the time. This is just what she is. She has no charm, she has no guile, she has no wisdom, despite being ancient. And every time she petulantly demands action against Sauron, you find yourself wondering whether Sauron wouldn't be friendlier. Mighty Morphid Power Elf is, in effect, the precise opposite of her inspiration. Galadriel in the Silmarillion is unique even among her own house for the grace with which she comports herself in all matters. This is not a trait she learns, it's the trait with which she enters the account. From the Silmarillion, we pick up here with Fëanor driven mad with grief and rage at the murder of his father and the rape of the Silmarils by Morgoth, whipping up his kin into rebellion against the Valar that will lead in short order to the kinslaying. And I quote, "Then Fëanor swore a terrible oath. His 7 sons leapt straight away to his side and took the selfsame vow together, and red as blood shone their drawn swords in the glare of the torches. They swore an oath which none shall break and none should take, by the name even of Ilúvatar, calling the everlasting dark upon them if they kept it not. And Manwë they named in witness, and Vardar, and the hallowed mountain of Taniquetil, vowing to pursue with vengeance and hatred to the ends of the world, Valar, demon, elf, or man as yet unborn, or any creature, great or small, good or evil, that time should bring forth unto the end of days, whoso should hold or take or keep a Silmaril from their possession. Thus spoke Maedhras and Maglor and Celegorm, Curufin and Caranthir, Amrod and Amras, princes of the Noldor, and many quailed to hear the dread words. For so sworn, good or evil, an oath may not be broken, and it shall pursue Oathkeeper and Oathbreaker to the world's end. Fingolfin and Turgon his son therefore spoke against Fëanor, and fierce words awoke, so that once again wrath came near to the edge of swords. But Finarfin spoke softly, as was his wont, and sought to calm the Noldor, persuading them to pause and ponder ere deeds were done that could not be undone. And Orodreth alone of his sons spoke in like manner. Finrod was with Turgon his friend, but Galadriel, the only woman of the Noldor to stand that day tall and valiant among the contending princes, was eager to be gone. No oath she swore, but the words of Fëanor concerning Middle-earth had kindled in her heart, for she yearned to see the wide unguarded lands and to rule there a realm at her own will. I end that quote, and we come then later to a moment when Galadriel is residing and learning in Doriath, where we find this description. Once again I quote, "Now while the city of Gondolin was building in secret, Finrod Felagund wrought in the deep places of Nargothrond, but Galadriel his sister dwelt, as has been told, in Thingol's realm in Doriath. And at times Melian and Galadriel would speak together of Valinor and the bliss of old. But beyond the dark hour of the death of the trees, Galadriel would not go, but ever fell silent. And on a time Melian said, 'There is some woe that lies upon you and your kin. That I can see in you, but all else is hidden from me. For by no vision or thought can I perceive anything that passed or passes in the west. A shadow lies over all the land of a man, and reaches far out over the sea. Why will you not tell me more? For that woe is past,' said Galadriel, 'and I would take what joy is here left, untroubled by memory. And maybe there is woe enough yet to come, though still hope may seem bright.' Then Melian looked her in the eyes and said, 'I believe not that the Noldor came forth as messengers of the Valar, as was said at first. Not that they came through in the very hour of our need, for they speak never of the Valar, nor have their high lords brought any message to Thingol, whether from Manwë or Ulmo, or even from Olwë the king's brother, and his own folk that went over the sea. For what cause, Galadriel, were the high my people of the Noldor driven forth as exiles from a man? Or what evil lies on the sons of Fëanor that they are so haughty and so fell? Do I not strike near the truth? Near, said Galadriel, save that we were not driven forth, but came of our own will and against the Valar. And through great peril and in despite of the Valar, for this purpose we came, to take vengeance upon Morgoth, and regain what he stole. Then Galadriel spoke to Melian of the Silmarils, and of the slaying of Kin Finwë at Formenos, but still she had no word of the oath, nor of the kinslaying, nor of the burning of the ships at Losgar. But Melian said, Now much you tell me, and yet more I perceive. A darkness you would cast over the long road from Tirion, but I see evil there, which Thingol should learn for his guidance. Maybe, said Galadriel, but not of me. The Galadriel of lore is not then immune to the temptations of power, of knowledge, and of discovery, but she is uniquely temperate in pursuit of them. She goes with her brothers in their rebellion against Valinor, but takes no part in the oath or in the kinslaying. Even in her desires, she's calm, measured, even-tempered. She wants to explore, she wants to rule a kingdom of her own, but she won't kill for it. Then, despite a powerful sense of collective guilt at what transpired, despite her playing no part in the worst of it, she bears it silently, in quiet shame, and she makes little effort to exonerate herself. In her exchange with Melian, she refuses to damn her own kin by relating their crimes, but she has pride enough to distance herself from their darkest deeds. Galadriel is then a character whose complexity lies as much in what she does not say as in what she does. She restrains herself in all matters. She remains composed under great strain, and her personal struggle is born in large part of regret at her own inaction. This is the Galadriel who does not return to Valinor even after the ban of the Noldor is lifted, and only goes west after she rejects the One Ring, and so the temptations of ultimate power many thousands of years after she left home. Mighty Morvid Power Elf, placed in this same context, would probably have murdered half the Teleri elves herself when they refused to give her a boat, and would never have been invited to stay with Thingol and Melian because she'd have been a complete and utter bitch to both of them. Her only hopes of remaining there would have been in the commissioning of the Real Housewives of Doriath, where she could at least get paid for being a contemptible person. It's a sad reflection on modern culture that writers find characters boring unless their emotions have been turned up to the max. Galadriel of lore is a much more interesting character, but Rings of Power would have absolutely no idea how to hinge a show on someone whose defining attributes are good manners and restraint. I am not of the school that says Galadriel could never be the protagonist of this show, though she would always have been difficult to work with. But we haven't really got Galadriel as our protagonist, have we? We just have Mighty Morvid Power Elf, and also a bunch of other half-formed ideas for characters who just waste screen time. In one of the show's few genuinely satisfying moments, Mighty Morvid Power Elf is immediately locked up for the crime of being a complete bitch. Then we jump away to Sailor Twink and his merry band of seamen.
There's gotta be a better way to say that.
For the second time in as many episodes, he gets distracted by some pretty islands, and even though he wasn't punished for this the last time it happened, despite sending seamen flying all over the place,
Stop saying that!
This time he does get punished for letting a rope go, albeit for completely incomprehensible reasons.
I've seen you ease that halyard proper 100 times. You're off the sea guard! All three of you!
Why? That seems like a wild and unjustified assumption to make. And if you thought he did it deliberately, then why are you also kicking off the guys who did nothing wrong? Could it be that the show wants to contrive some character conflict for Sailor Twink to overcome, but it couldn't think of a sensible way to do it because writing is hard? Yep, that sounds like the kind of thing Rings of Power would do. His fellow exiled seamen aren't very happy with him, so one of them slags off his mother.
What have you ever done but brood and blubber about your dead mother? Stop it!
That's funny, I don't remember him ever doing that before, but if you say it's all he ever does, then I guess we'll just have to take your word for it, won't you? Even though he wasn't even doing it in this scene when you brought it up for the first time. Sailor Twink goes to walk away, and apparently this is also something he always does.
Where are you going? Going, staying, what does it matter? The real problem is him. And that's not going anywhere.
even though they got into this mess because he very specifically did the precise opposite of walking away, but hey-ho, writing, art, etc. Then we jump off to the Southlands, where Don Lemon is, for unaccountable reasons, still alive, even though he led an armed uprising against actual orcs that got several of them killed, and in this show, orcs actually care about each other. This is where we get our first proper look at Adar, I think it's Adar, who wears a single glove on his left hand in order that he can walk into the scene and have us wondering whether that's Sauron's glove. No, I'm not shitting you, that is pretty much exactly definitely the reason he wears that one glove. Adar and the orcs are a curious development in Rings of Power, as we're introduced to the latter caring for and being sad at the demise of the former. One of the defining features of modern writers is that they are profoundly uncomfortable with evil, and can scarcely see an evil thing without finding some way to blame society for its bad behavior. One of the other defining features is that they can scarcely see a good thing, like high standards and civilization, without trying to explain how it's actually evil. Well, my pretty little darlings, the orcs are actually evil. They were not always so, and Rings of Power is here resting far too heavily on the fact that, well, I'll let Saruman explain it.
They were elves once, taken by the dark powers.
In his letters, W.H. Auden actually asked Tolkien whether orcs, being irredeemably wicked, were not a heretical creation. Christians, aren't they funny? Tolkien responded, and I quote, "With regard to The Lord of the Rings, I cannot claim to be a sufficient theologian to say whether my notion of orcs is heretical or not. I don't feel under any obligation to make my story fit with formalized Christian theology, though I actually intended it to be consonant with Christian thought and belief, which is asserted somewhere, Book 5, page 190, line 1, where Frodo asserts that the orcs are not evil in origin. We believe that, I suppose, of all humankinds and sons and breeds, though some appear both as individuals and groups to be, by us at any rate, unredeemable." Consistent with that Christian consonance, nowhere in his creation does Tolkien embody absolute evil, for absolute evil does not really exist in his schema. Absolute evil is, as Tolkien puts it, zero. Relevantly for later episodes, he does explain that Sauron is the closest thing to absolute evil in his entire work, including Morgoth, who, after all, did not begin with evil intent. Needless to say, Rings of Power is going to give Sauron the orc treatment as well, but we'll burn that bridge when we come to it. Of the orcs, though, Tolkien uses them as a stand-in or metaphor for various unfavored types he encountered in the real world, for soldiers, to generals, to town planners and politicians. They are, both fictionally and literally, a product of their circumstances in one sense. Orcs in real life do not begin as orcs, and orcs as a race in Middle-earth did not begin as orcs either. But this does not mean that orcs, as we encounter them in Middle-earth, would still be elves if only we'd spent more money on youth centers and things to keep young elves out of trouble. Orcs are turned evil, and once made evil, evil is what they are, not only as individuals, but as a race. Orcs cannot be reformed. The first orcs were elves, or so the elven myths go, taken by Morgoth and tortured into wickedness. But once they'd become orcs, they bred, and they bred little orcs. They did not breed little elves. Orcs are the antithesis of elves. They are not an extension of them. While here in Rings of Power, Adar, who is an elf, treats them as, essentially, of his kind. He cares for them, he mourns their passing, and while this might be an interesting idea in another fantasy setting, it simply doesn't work in Middle-earth. Adar is one of the show's most beguiling original creations, but he too doesn't really work in Middle-earth. In the show's continuity, he is supposed to be one of the elves captured by Morgoth and tortured in the early days of the world. Rings of Power invents the term Moriondor to denote this unfortunate class. This would make Adar one of the first orcs, except that he plainly isn't an orc, so Morgoth can't have done a very good job on him. Adar retains certain elven traits of personality as well as of appearance that make him entirely unsuited to the role he plays. He has kindness, he has charity, he has love, and he's independent-minded, having rejected Sauron and set himself up as a fatherly godhead of the Southland orcs at some point in the past. He is, it is strongly implied, by no less a person person than himself, the reason Sauron has spent the last few months or years or however long it's been on a cruise around Numenor. Adar fought Sauron and he overthrew him, which is something no orc would ever think to do. The closest analog I can think of for Adar in the lore is Maeglin? Yeah, I think it would have to be Maeglin. Maeglin committed one of the greatest acts of treachery of his age, betraying the hidden city of Gondolin, leading to its destruction. In an echo of Fëanor, Maeglin was a master smith, but vulnerable to the temptations of power. He wished to possess Idril, the daughter of Turgon, the king of Gondolin, but she was his first cousin, and this isn't Game of Thrones, so they were not allowed to bone.
Oh, that is nasty!
This perennial frustration and his growing lust for power made him corruptible, and he entered into a pact with Morgoth, but not a pact of servitude. Maeglin was never tortured into submission, he never became an orc or a Moriondor or whatever Rings of Power would like to call them. Maeglin retained his will. No elf, no even Maeglin, ever served as a lieutenant of Morgoth, much less of Sauron, which would involve ultimately the destruction of your will. Morgoth offered Maeglin rulership of Gondolin. He offered him his cousin's hand in marriage, and great riches, everything Maeglin had ever desired, and all Morgoth demanded in return was the location of the hidden city which Maeglin provided him. In the resulting battle, Maeglin died. Glorfindel prefigures Gandalf's fight with the Balrogin Fellowship. He kills one and dies in turn as both fall into a great chasm. Erendil, Elrond's father, whom Maeglin tried to murder, escapes and sails to Valinor. He asks for the help of the Valar, which begins the War of Wrath in which Morgoth is ultimately defeated. But the point I'm making here is that there is a loose similarity in form between Adar and Maeglin. They were both vaguely turncoat elves, but it is very superficial, and Maeglin's doom is just one of those thematic beats that echoes throughout Tolkien's work. Adar, by contrast, is confusing. Unlike Maeglin, he is not motivated by jealousy or by lust for power, and he seems willingly to have been Morgoth's servant, which he'd have to be because he retains a will. This then would be a betrayal so significant you'd have thought the elves might have written about it. Adar cares for the orcs as something like his children, because the show seems to think they all used to be elves, which of course is impossible because there were never enough elves to create all the orcs we see. And it's rather difficult to view him in the sympathetic light the show shines on him when we know he's part of the conspiracy to switch on Mount Doom, to create Mordor and cover all the world in death and darkness. Because his master and his servants are all fucking evil. God damn it.
Well, duh.
That, as we'll see later, he does all this as Sauron's supposed enemy doesn't make it any more believable, since if orcs or Moriondor could pick and choose their leaders depending on who was nicest to them, then they would have far too much agency and be able to resist the sheer power of evil that bent them first to Morgoth's will and then to Sauron's later. Adar exists because the writers don't see any utility in straightforward evil, and because they need a villainous but not really villainous anchor character on whom to hinge events in the Southlands, while Sauron is off on his Numenorian retreat, waiting for mighty Morvid Power Elf to remind him how evil he is supposed to be. Adar probably is the most interesting thing in the entire show. The dwarves are the only thing that really rivals him for that title, but he really shouldn't exist. One of the advantages Tolkien has in portraying Sauron and the orcs as, for practical purposes, simply evil, is that he creates a post against which his heroes and villains alike can be measured. This allows for a more fulsome exploration of heroism and what makes and what breaks a hero, because time needn't be spent giving Sauron or his orcs either politics or grievance, or any theory of interpretation born of sociology. We know Sauron is evil, and we see how evil corrupts angels and men alike in the examples of Saruman and Boromir, and we see how great is the price of resisting it for Frodo, and we see the qualities that best enable resistance to it, as in Sam, and we see the subordination of heroic power to heroic values, in Aragorn bending the knee for Frodo, and we see worth in the renunciation of power, as in Galadriel, and we see how the desire for power risks corrupting even good intentions, as in Gandalf and in Denethor.
Get on with it.
Yes, get on with it!
And so on. By establishing one pole of narratively uncomplicated evil in Sauron and his designs on Middle-earth, Tolkien has so much more space to explore all of these many nuances. This is not a means of avoiding discussions of evil, but it is a way of focusing discussions of evil on the origin of its corrupting power, of the risks it poses to good men, of the way it truly operates in the world. Given Rings of Power is struggling to give any one of its core cast anything resembling character, it would have been much better Surft had it attempted to humanize, say, Mighty Morphed Power Elf, rather than the orcs, to give more politic to our Pharazin rather than creating an Adar another stand-in for corrupted good. Mind you, it is going to be very funny when much later Adar transpires to be much less evil than Mighty Morphed Power Elf, so at least he gives us that joke. Adar eases his orcs passing. Never mind, chum, you can just breed more. He asks Don Lemon where he was born, and Don Lemon says Beleriand, which given its size is like me telling you I was born in Europe. Beleriand is supposed to have been drowned by the sea by this point, since it sunk when Morgoth was defeated, but yeah, hey ho, it's only canon. Who gives a fuck?
I do!
Adar reminisces about his travels in Beleriand in his youth, but when Don Lemon asks him who he really is, he gives a long and fancy speech that might well serve as a meta comment.
You have been told many lies. Some run so deep, even the rocks and roots now believe them. To untangle it all would all but require the creation of a new world.
That indeed seems to have been the guiding philosophy of Rings of Power. Don Lemon is holding some sort of sharp stone throughout this, and it would have been a pretty simple matter of bashing Adar's skull in, which you'd think Don Lemon would want to do, given Adar in this scene tells him he's about to become a god, and the orcs call him father, and so he's quite obviously both evil and important. By not even attempting to kill him here, Don Lemon makes himself complicit in the creation of Mordor, and so in the rise of Sauron.
Throw yourself in next time and rid us of your stupidity.
But something tells me the show doesn't quite realize this. Instead, Adar tells him to go and deliver a message to the men who've taken refuge in the Watchtower. This too makes absolutely no sense, since everything Adar has been doing rests on the preservation of utmost secrecy. Yeah, I know they've been burning villages and cutting down all the trees above their super secret trench, but the show thinks this counts as secrecy. If Adar killed Don Lemon or even just kept him imprisoned, the rest of his plan would likely go off without a hitch. He does still need the evil hilt of McMuffin, but this need isn't served by sending Don Lemon off to alert everybody that the orcs are coming. It's also a pretty massive risk, given this show has it that you can ride the width of Middle-earth in a day, and so there's nothing to stop Don Lemon instead going to warn Gil-galad, so alerting the High King to Adar's presence. None of that occurs because the show doesn't want it to, but Adar here is taking on a number of significant and completely unnecessary risks, solely to move the plot along. Over in said Watchtower, Nameless Wench is trying to find beds, quarters, and food for the entire population of the Southlands, who can all fit into the small Watchtower apparently, and she gets into an argument with this old chap. This old chap's name is Waldreg, and by the end of this season, he will be one of the most consequential people in the entire history of Middle-earth, which makes it odd that nobody ever wrote songs or poems about him. There is no Ballad of Waldreg anywhere in Tolkien's Legendarium, which was obviously an oversight on the professor's part, so I've written one for him. Old Waldreg was a grumpy man, he really loved potatoes. The greatest old man in all the land, for he could make volcanoes. Grey was his hair, his eyes were blue, his teeth were British yellow. This miser with his rations knew he was a hungry fellow. With his black tongue he lashed the wench who came to take his spuds. Do you think you are Dame Judi Dench? I'll fucking deck you, love. He found a sword that was a key, it came from neath the floor. He stuck it in the ground, and he somehow created Mordor.
Yeah! All right!
Please hold your applause. Waldreg is, sensibly it must be said, casting doubt on Nameless Wench's competence and her authority. A woman putting herself in charge, coming to steal my potatoes? Sounds a lot like communism to me. But then up pops angry floor boy, who really is a very strange shape, who suggests they should all go out and forage for food in a nearby abandoned village by daylight, while, and I quote, the orcs are fewer. But no, angry floor boy, that's not how it works in this show. The orcs wear clothes, so they have no real problem with sunlight. And anyway, it was pretty damn short-sighted of you to have knowingly left all your food behind. Bring it with you. Work smarter, not harder. She, who will not be appearing in season 2, says no. They should forage the hills for rabbits instead, because operating in the shade of the trees is obviously more sensible when your goal is to avoid orcs who hate sunlight.
That actually makes sense.
And angry floor boy gets angry because he's not being allowed to help. This frustration will naturally lead him to rash action presently, which is at least competent character establishment stuff, and so too presently. Angry floor boy and, this one, the one who really hates black people, I mean elves. He hates elves. I have no idea what his name is. Grubby racist twink? Yeah, why not? Angry floor boy and grubby racist twink go off into the village alone. Grubby racist twink is here timid and scared, which is a marked contrast to the cocksure arrogance he displayed in the pub in episode 1. This might be because he's no longer in the pub. My preferred read of it is that the contrast is deliberate. He didn't believe he was truly in danger in insulting the black people. I mean, the elves. God, I really need to stop doing that. The elves, which would reflect something of the benevolent nature of elvish rule. While here, he is out and very much in danger because orcs are evil except where they are not. But given this sounds suspiciously like competent writing, the likely explanation is that he's scared here because the writers want us to be scared for these two entirely pointless characters. They grab a barrow full of food, but angry floorboy insists on going into the tavern to find more. The tavern is dark and full of shadows, which you'd think quite sufficient for an orc attack, but just to make everything that much worse, an inconvenient cloud then covers the sun, making the outside marginally darker than it was. Marginal darkness is more than sufficient for an orc attack, and so one duly occurs.
Young blood.
Alright, calm down, Epstein. Angry floorboy pulls out his rusty sword hilt, stabs himself in the wrist with it, and the blood causes the blade to reform in a kind of reverse Morgul maneuver. Angry floorboy runs out and hides in a well, where he overhears orcs shouting about having found the hilt. Unfortunately for the orcs, they operate on Assassin's Creed rules, so hiding in wells guarantees that angry floorboy is never found. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, the elves and the dwarves have made what can only be called impossible progress building the forge at Eregion. This is another consequence of the show playing fast and loose with time. It should have taken days for the dwarves to reach Eregion, never mind to get this massive structure built. Moreover, I don't think it's at all clear in the show why the forge is being built, or what it is intended to build, or why Celebrimbor insists on it being finished before the spring, any more than it's really clear how far away spring is, or how much time has elapsed since we first met him. He needs to forge the Rings of Power, but given he hasn't met Sauron yet, it's unclear whether he has these in mind, or why he should have them in mind. But without having them in mind, why does he build the forge? You get the vague impression he wants to leave a legacy of some sort in Middle-earth, but this is a slightly strange legacy to be pursuing. In the end, it seems distinctly like the show is just anticipating itself. It knows he'll want to forge the rings later, and he'll need a forge to do it, so he wants to build a forge now in anticipation of something he himself does not yet know he wants to do.
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
Writing being hard and all that, Celebrimbor and young Ned proceed to have a chat about young Ned's father. Young Ned never knew his father had met Celebrimbor, and if it seems odd that young Ned shouldn't have known that his most famous father had met the most famous smith of the elves, that's probably because we get so little about Eärendil in this show. Not yet, anyway. But the show doesn't think this matters quite yet because the main purpose of this entire scene is to convey the following line.
Do you know, I remember once he said to me, one day my future would be in his son's hands.
Wonderful, isn't it, how prophecy can be entirely forgotten until the precise moment it's required for a bit of foreshadowing, to begin kicking off what this show belatedly has decided will be its theme. In a more competent show, this sort of thing could have been used to colour Celebrimbor's entire attitude toward young Ned Stark. If this version of Celebrimbor is prideful, he could be standoffish, reluctant to engage, aloof. If he is fretful, he could be afraid, distant, wary of young Ned. If he's loyal, he could be fatherly, supportive, uncommonly attentive. All things that could build through their interaction until a moment where young Ned insists on getting the reason why. Or, depending on the version of Celebrimbor we're writing, could be given the reason why as encouragement or apology. Oh, by the way, your dad gave me a prophecy about you, totally forgot about it till now, sorry, is very, very shoddy writing, especially so when young Ned's relationship with Eärendil is used profitably later in this very episode. The other purpose of the scene is to carry us back to Prince Harry Durin, whom Celebrimbor suspects of hiding something from him. So we teleport all the way back to the dwarves, who remain the only truly characterful group in the entire show.
You know, Disa, there is no secret worth concealing with deception. Calling a dwarf dishonest in her own home. It's a recipe for strong gravy.
Secrets are deception, young Ned. That is their nature. How else do you keep a secret if not in an act of deception?
I don't know.
Young Ned pries, asking Meghan Markle why she should be preparing a meal if Prince Harry has gone quartz mining at a depth that takes 2 days to reach, which is her excuse for his absence. Which means that yes, it does take longer to get to quartz level of this mine than it takes to get from here to Eregion, from Numenor to Mordor, or from Mordor to Eregion. I'm reminded of that line from Tolkien's script review earlier about first botching the application of time and then calling attention to the botch job unnecessarily. Meghan Markle's actress, Meghan Markle, does a pretty good job in this scene, especially in rebuffing young Ned's inquiries. But the direction doesn't quite seem to match the intent. What Meghan Markle seems to be doing is, as you would take from her eyes, telling young Ned that this is none of his business, not believing she can truly trick him. It's a polite appeal to his own politeness, not a straightforward lie, and that comes across well in the performance. It's a shame that the best material and the best delivery is reserved for characters who shouldn't really exist. Mighty Morphin Power Elf could have used this sort of care and attention, not to mention talent. It's also a shame that the writers and the director don't seem to be on the same page at all, because when we join Harry and Meghan later, she presents it as a genuine attempt to lie.
Not bad.
I just hope he believed me. He's not easily taken in, that elf.
Which has the unfortunate effect of undermining the good performance in the preceding scene, since she's now gone from being clever to being incompetent in the space of a single transition. Young Ned overhears them when Prince Harry mentions the success they are striking in the old mine. So to the old mine young Ned will go. It's entirely unprotected, and with the exception of a secret door which poses young Ned no problem at all, it is easy to find, which makes absolutely no fucking sense given what Prince Harry has really been doing is mining mithril in secret. A secret, moreover, that he is keeping from his own father as well as from everybody else, even though, as we find out later, Celebrimbor already knows all about it. Now you might recall that the reason given for the Balrog awakening in the Fellowship of the Ring is, and once again, take it away, Saruman.
The dwarves delved too greedily and too deep.
Rings of Power has just got done telling us that it takes 2 days to get down to the quartz mine, and it's not taken young Ned 2 days to reach the mithril mine. Yet mining quartz that is deeper than mithril did not awaken the Balrog, meaning that either the dwarves have to dig much deeper in the time between now and the Balrog's awakening, or that Rings of Power just isn't really paying attention to any of this. So the Balrog will not in fact wake up because they are delving too deep. And it's Rings of Power, so the answer obviously is the latter. They are not paying attention. Prince Harry is initially unhappy, suspecting young Ned of being here under false pretenses, but he's quickly convinced otherwise, and makes young Ned swear an oath to tell no one of the secret that he is about to share. There is, of course, a little bit of lore-cockery involved here, inevitably, as Prince Harry explains that Meghan Markle found the mithril quite recently during a routine gold hunt, and he presents it as a brand new discovery, a new kind of alloy, which of course isn't true canonically because the elves had long known about mithril and mithril veins were found on Numenor, and it's not even true in the show given the elves already know about it. So I don't even know what they were trying to achieve with this line, given nothing is gained by making young Ned keep a secret about a new discovery that isn't also achieved, and more accurately achieved, by him keeping the discovery of something already known to be valuable. The import of the secret has to be explained to him for the very first time, rather than him realizing the value of the secret by foreknowledge. It's a bit like me having to tell you why gold is important to excuse my keeping it secret, rather than the two of us mutually understanding the value of the secret I'm sharing. Prince Harry explains that he's keeping all this very secret because his father, King Charles, doesn't want it mined owing to the danger involved. And having stressed its profound secrecy, Prince Harry immediately undermines the point by letting young Ned keep a massive chunk of mithril for himself. The show wants this to be read as a token of profound trust and friendship, which would be fine if something more than 5 seconds had elapsed since he was accusing young Ned of spying on him, and if he's not later to confess to his own father that he believes something more is afoot in the elves' interest here. As an idea, then it's perfectly fine, but in delivery it makes no sense. Then, as if to prove King Charles right, which nobody should ever want to do, the mine collapses and Prince Harry rushes off to rescue the dwarves trapped beneath the rubble. This being far too exciting, we jump away to Numenor, where Pointless Sister spills a bucket of her lady liquids on Kevin.
You did that on purpose.
They briefly flirt, and then we jump away again to Mighty Morphed Power Elf pacing around in her cell. Has she been doing this for minutes, hours, days, weeks? Who can say? I doubt the show knows. By the way, unless there's some very significant payoff coming in season 2, Pointless Sister and Kevin are pointlessly damaging the show at this point. Rings of Power has been juggling far too many contenders for its A-plot since pretty well its first episode. Mighty Morphed Power Elf and Sauron, Don Lemon in the Southlands, young Ned and Prince Harry in Eregion, Podge and Brandy with the Not Hobbits. When interspersed with 30-second cutaways to something that barely rises to the level of Q-plot, the whole thing becomes distracted and diffuse. We gained absolutely nothing in that recent example that we hadn't already got from earlier scenes. Kevin fancies Pointless Sister, they are flirting. We don't need to jump back to them unless we're fleshing out an actual meaningful story with them. We do not, in the Jackson films, randomly cut away to Steve the Gondorian accountant flirting with some wench in Minas Tirith, because that would be entirely superfluous and harmful to the pacing and coherence of the movie. The same rule should apply here. Just because it's a series and just because the writers clearly like Game of Thrones doesn't mean we need to artificially inflate the cast or weave non-ancillary threads into the plot. We should have cut straight from Moria to the cell, not from Moria to the cell via 30 seconds of a lady gushing her liquids on Kevin.
Stop saying shit like that.
In said cell, Sauron gives Mighty Morphed Power Elf advice on manipulating people, because he's secretly Sauron, you guys. Oh my god, isn't it subtle?
You do well to identify what it is that your opponent most fears. Give them a means of mastering it.
Oh my god, guys, he's referencing the rings. Fucking subtle.
So by your standards, I'm in this cell because I'm yet to identify what the Queen most fears.
You managed to demand a ship, insult her people, defy her orders, none of which quickened her pulse.
Oh, you were doing so well, Sauron. You were doing so well, but no, it very much did quicken her pulse. That's why she got angry. Oh, but please, if you're gonna carry on reeling off Mighty Morphed Power Elf's character faults, don't let me stop you. She's fucking horrible.
We know!
See what happens when you stop galloping? And you give yourself a moment to think.
Cease comparing me to a horse.
Cease looking like one then. Oh, burn! Burn! Through Sauron's cunning, Mighty Morphed Power Elf realizes that Queenie didn't really get angry till she demanded to speak to the king, who isn't the king anymore because he was deposed, but never mind. But before we can go anywhere with that, our Pharazôn walks in and says the queen has decided to ship Mighty Morphed Power Elf back to the elves this very night. So then, this happens. Oh, get fucked, show. Our Pharazôn is dissuaded from stopping her by Sauron, who does his oh-so-subtle manipulation trick on him as well. Might as well let her leave if you know/can find out where she's going, he says. I really don't think this is the sort of situation in which that trick would work. Our Pharazôn is in a moment of great stress. He's not paying the fullest attention, and he has little reason to trust a guy they recently threw in prison, but fuck it, it's Sauron, isn't it? I'm sure he's using magic or something. Outside, Pointless Sister has just come back from the dinner Kevin invited her to mere seconds before the preceding scene, so I have absolutely no idea anymore where we are in time and space. It was already nighttime, the preceding scene took a couple of minutes. Did she have a whole romantic dinner in a couple of minutes? Or are we now significantly later? Did nothing of note happen in the interim? Even though Mighty Morphed Power Elf has just escaped from prison, so would presumably be doing something interesting in the interim? Has a whole scene been cut, perhaps? What's going on here, show? Could we not have had Kevin asking Pointless Sister to dinner during the day in their first flirting scene, and her coming back from dinner now without that interstitial incursion? She joins Isildur, who is moping because even though the cause of his earlier distraction was West Numenor, the fact it distracted him and got he and his friends yeeted from the navy means he no longer deserves to go west. That this is something he could have done in a fishing boat on his days off apparently hasn't occurred to him. Then soldiers run through through yelling about an escaped elf, which means, I guess, that yeah, that dinner did last just a couple of minutes. These scenes are supposed to be sequential. God, that's messy. Somehow, why the fuck not, Mighty Morphin Power Elf has already got all the way to, and then all the way up, this giant tower. Elfio Auditori Differenzi. Oh god, that's shit. What have you done to me, Rings of Power? She smashes in through a window and attempts to say hi to the king, but finds A, that Queenie is already standing at his bedside, and B, that the king, who she knows isn't the king but has temporarily forgotten, is in fact a vegetable, making this entire endeavor a waste of time.
How did you know I would come here?
A garrison of troops awaits outside to escort you to your ship. You would be wise to go willingly.
Didn't she just escape a few seconds ago? We just cut away from soldiers running through the streets yelling about an escaped elf. I really don't think you had time to even learn of the escaped Queenie. Never mind time to plan for the encounter. But as an individual character beat, this scene is not without merit. We see Queenie trying to keep a stony face as her veggie dad splutters for her, and we see her facade crack as she's unable to ignore him. This in turn calms Mighty Morphin Power Elf, who sees that the woman she's been butting heads with is not an obstinate asshole, but a deeply and caringly human person underneath. It's an ice-breaking moment that tells us something important about both these characters, that Queenie is vulnerable, and that Mighty Morphin Power Elf is capable of sympathy. And I'm calling all that out because there are precious few of these moments in the show, so it's worth getting compliments in wherever the occasion demands. The scene begins to fall down the moment the plot progresses, of course. Mighty Morphin Power Elf asks why Queenie is not loyal to elvish ways like her father was, a question to which she already has a perfectly serviceable answer, because the king was deposed for those beliefs, you dumb bint, and Queenie is constrained by public opinion. The double problem here is that the show can only proceed, as it has always proceeded, by ignoring the obvious implications it created for itself. And then of course it re-asks the question of why Queenie is the Queenie if her father had been deposed. We also have to remember, as indeed we are about to be shown, that Queenie still thinks Mighty Morphin Power Elf is a herald of the apocalypse, which should very powerfully prejudice her against Mighty Morphin Power Elf. Her vision, Queenie explains while leading Mighty Morphin Power Elf up the stairs of exposition, is one her father saw on his coronation, even though the Palantir can't actually show those visions. It was that vision, that he can't really have seen, that prompted him to become strident in his belief that Numenor had angered the Valar, which they hadn't yet done, and must return to elvish ways. Now, I've not been keeping count, but this might even be the first direct mention of the Valar in the show. It is, at any rate, one of the vanishingly few that we've had, and given how pivotal the Valar's anger is or is supposed to be, it would behove the show to say something about what earned the anger, but it hasn't done that, and it won't do that. And it's not at all clear the writers have any answer for that, given they've completely swerved the immortality question, and the Numenorians have never been shown either envying or oppressing the elves. What we've got here is that the Valar are angry that the Numenorians did a thing at some point. Of when and of what thing, we are none the wiser. Queenie then explains that the people rebelled against her father's plans to renew relations with the elves for reasons. So they chose her to be their ruler instead, for reasons. And on her first night as ruler, her father showed her the Palantir and the vision it does hold but shouldn't, which is exactly the sort of nonsense the people should have expected, and so the very reason they shouldn't have chosen her as his successor. Given the power dynamics in play, given the politics as they've been presented to us were already operative back then, why should our Pharazôn not have been chosen back then, given his control of the crowds and his lust for power over the daughter of the king the people had just rejected? Did they not expect that the daughter would think much the same as their father the king? Did they not anticipate that the king might bend his daughter to his will? Everything the show has set up demands that the events that are about to happen should already have happened, and they only haven't happened yet because, I don't know, writing is hard and the writers hadn't thought these things through. Queenie unveils the Palantir. Mighty Morphin Power Elf remarks that it is a Palantir.
No shit.
Queenie then explains what a Palantir is, even though Mighty Morphin Power Elf clearly already knows what they are, and inevitably her explanation is wrong.
7 seeing stones there once were. The other 6 either lost or hidden.
Yeah, except that no, that's not true. There were 8 seeing stones, 7 of which were in Middle-earth, and they were not lost at this time. The elves gave them to the faithful Númenóreans, who used them to communicate across the vast empire they don't have in this show. They were all present and accounted for until the fall of Númenor, and they were all rescued, and so remained present and accounted for, by Elendil, who gave them to the Númenórean realms in exile. By the end of Return of the King, only 4 were actually lost, all in the time period after this show. The stones of Amon-Sul, of Anúminas, of Osgiliath, and of Minas Ithil, this last stolen by Sauron. If they were all lost, Queenie, how did Saruman get one? Why did Denethor have one? Why did Sauron have one? Why did Gandalf say they are not all accounted for?
You ask a lot of questions, Morty. Not very charismatic.
By implication, several of them were accounted for when he said that. Queenie tells Mighty Morphed Power Elf to fondle her ball.
Gross.
Which, after a very janky scene transition, shows her the Great Flood.
Palantiri show many visions. The vision begins with your arrival.
Yeah, but that means that it has not come to pass, doesn't it, Queenie? And once again, if you believe this fate is set by Mighty Morphed Power Elf's mere presence here, then why the fuck is she still here? Why have you let her toddle around these last presumed days? Who really knows? Why are you even entertaining this conversation? By your own account, you, Queenie, are here participating, knowingly and willingly, in the downfall of Númenor. And anyway, if the vision begins with your arrival, why does not Mighty Morphed Power Elf see her arrival in the vision?
You ask a lot of questions.
Writing, my fucking god, it's hard, isn't it? And then things just get so much more confused.
I have to be a little more specific.
You believe I will bring about Númenor's downfall?
Only Númenor can bring about her downfall. That is why tomorrow I will announce that you are gone and this crisis ended.
No. This is like having your cake and eating so much of it that you die of diabetes. Either you believe that Númenor is doomed because it lost its virtue, that virtue being fidelity to the elves, which pleased the Valar, or you believe that only Númenor can bring about its own downfall, in which case Mighty Morphed Power Elf being here is irrelevant and so are the elves. Either Mighty Morphed Power Elf being here means the doom is already set, as you have already said, or you believe you can avert it by sending her away. But if you can avert it by sending her away, then she shouldn't be here now. And if you can avert it by pleasing the elves, you shouldn't be sending her away. Pick a goddamn lane, woman.
I will not second guess the gods.
But that's exactly what you are doing! And Mighty Morphed Power Elf telling her that avoiding a war on the other side of the world might bring about the prophecy, which is a line she tries in this scene, doesn't work if Queenie thinks she already has a complete prophecy, which she does. Inviting you in would destroy my house. In fact, my house is already destroyed because you're here. Have you considered that not eating this cheese might destroy your house? What is that? No, obviously I haven't considered that. Get out of my house!
I know what it is to be the only one who sees, the only one who knows. Perhaps neither of us have to bear that burden alone any longer.
That in no way applies to this situation, though, does it, Mighty Morphed Power Elf? You believe you are the only one who sees and knows that Sauron is coming back. Queenie believes she's the only one who sees and knows that you will wipe out her kingdom. These two things are not reconcilable. You can't just sync your foresight and solve these two entirely separate and incompatible issues. Who wrote this shit? Yeah, right, okay, it was you guys.
Stand with me. Let Númenor fight alongside the elves once more.
Why? Why would she do that?
Faith may bind one heart, but it is too fine a thread from which to hang a kingdom. I'm sorry.
You literally just got done telling us that you weren't second-guessing the will of the gods. Either you have complete faith in your vision, which you've as good as said comes from the gods, or you're going to try and evade it with statecraft. You cannot have both, woman. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, we rejoin the stupid villagers in their stupid tower. It's nighttime here too, so I assume this is happening either concurrently or sequentially. But really, who knows? This might be last year. It might be 10 years hence. Time is an illusion. Lunchtime time doubly so. I'm sorry, Pippin, it's true. Grubby racist twink wheels his barrow of food back in through the gates, but oh no, angry floor boy isn't with him. Speaking of, 30 seconds later, we jump to angry floor boy, who is still in the well, where he has been for literally seconds/months/decades. Delete as expedient. He hasn't died of hypothermia, and the orcs are still pissing about above him, so presumably it hasn't been all that long, but he chooses this moment to climb up from the well. There are still orcs all over the place. He hasn't picked a very good moment, and if he wasn't waiting for a very good moment, then he really could have tried this at any time preceding, but hey ho.
What is it? What do you smell? Man flesh. Come on!
Nope. Angry floor boy picks up a couple of sacks for no discernible reason, he'll forget about them later, then runs the gamut of Assassin's Creed tricks in a bid to escape undetected. Hiding in a well, hiding in the shadows, hiding in tall grass, all things that absolutely work just as well in real life as they do in video games, source trust me bro. He then completely forgets that line of sight is a thing and that enemies do not disappear when they are off camera, as he gets up, leans against a wall, and looks back at the orcs, to whom he is now plainly visible. Oh, but no, he gets grabbed by someone from around a corner who couldn't see him because, you know, that's just how this works. Said orc pointlessly tries to get him to hand over the evil hilt of McMuffin rather than just killing him and taking it off his corpse, which would have been sensible. But before he can do any damage to him at all, he gets stabbed in the back by suddenly Don Lemon.
They are coming. Boo! Boo!
You don't get to say that, go fuck yourself. There's no point asking where he came from or how he came to be here of all places in this time of all times, because the rule is of course simple convenience. This happens because writing is hard and so we might as well. It'd honestly have been more plausible and more fertile for character purposes if nameless wench had popped up from nowhere to save her son. Her son, who thought himself more important than his family or his community, rescued by the mother who thinks family and community matter more than herself. Also, she'd have known where to go. She'd have got there much quicker. She would have had an actual motive to be there. And she's a woman, and we know they don't die in Rings of Power. They just don't return for season 2 sometimes, oh no. Don Lemon and Angry Floor Boy run off through the woods in slow motion, which gives us time to ask how they got this far ahead of the orcs, given they've just revealed themselves in the midst of the orcs, and Angry Floor Boy has a stabbed leg and he can't really run. The orcs are chasing them. They were discovered, but they remain a long way away, even though they can move much faster because that's just how things work. Is it also worth asking where Don Lemon got his bow and his full quiver from? Did Adar give him his weapons back when he sent him off? Hell, the decision to send him off made no sense, so in the name of consistency, Don Lemon being rearmed makes no sense either. But thankfully he was indeed rearmed, so we can get slow motion arrow shots, slow motion catching of arrows, which trick completely escaped both he and the warden in the last episode. Hey warden, what are you doing getting shot there? Why didn't you just catch the arrows? It's a thing you can do. Look, here's Don Lemon doing it.
You must have Jedi reflexes if you race parts.
No, he just has cool reflexes because he's an elf and elves are cool. Having just kicked Angry Floor Boy to the ground, Don Lemon then demands that he run, which he was already trying to do before Don Lemon kicked him. And in this situation, you do have to question the wisdom of kicking over this already maimed child.
You're a dick.
In order that you can do cool slow motion archery for the cameras, you aren't actually slowing the orcs down, you're not pinning them back, they're not being delayed by searching for cover, they're still coming at you full pelt. You are actually wasting time here, Don Lemon. You should really get a move on. Angry Floor Boy gets up, and then who should come running through the woods, this precise patch of woods at this precise moment, with no idea where she's going? Why, it's Nameless Wench. Yay, everyone cheer for Nameless Wench. What are you doing here, wench? This isn't your moment. Your moment was back in the village, but we gave it to Don Lemon for some reason. Having you stumble across your son in the middle of a thick patch of woods just in time to catch him in flight makes far less sense than my idea did. Arrows are still flying all around them, but they find time for a quick hug before they all remember that really they should all be running. And then we remain in slow motion all the way up to the point at which they exit the woods, which is excessive, but did at least make Zack Snyder's dick twitch.
I like slow motion. I don't really
like slow motion that much.
And then, into a clearing they emerge. You will, of course, be thinking, but this doesn't really help them at all, does it? It's still dark, the orcs are still running, Angry Floorboy is still maimed, and now you don't even have the trees for cover. Surely you're even more fucked than you were 10 seconds ago. But you see, what you didn't account for is that with the application of a new camera angle, we can actually jump the sun several hours into the sky, such that here it is murky and dark and they are doomed, while here, in this camera angle, a mere cut away, the sun has jumped up into the sky to save them all.
Horse shit.
Pay no attention to him.
Horse shit!
And this of course means that the orcs, many of whom are wearing clothes and many of whom have bows and arrows, must stop and turn back, even though their quarry is plainly still in shooting range. The word convenience cannot do justice to this. Oh, how lucky that the orcs were reset to a position very far behind them. Oh, how lucky that the orcs couldn't catch them even though Angry Floorboy could barely run. Oh, how lucky that this pursuit lasted long enough for Nameless Wench to randomly and pointlessly find them, achieving nothing. Oh, how lucky that the orcs still didn't catch them until they entered the clearing. Oh, how lucky that the director chose to fast forward the fucking sun into the sky. Oh, how lucky that the orcs forgot their sunscreen and their bows and their arrows. Oh, how very fucking lucky that our heroes survived this brush with death. It is absolutely impossible to drum up any kind of tension at all in a show that's prepared to jump scare orcs with the fucking sun. What better way to confirm to your audience that the entire fictional universe will step in to save your main characters? Are we seriously meant to believe that Angry Floorboy was in that well for, well, what, 12 hours? Such that he could enter the village with the sun setting and escape when the sun rises? No, show, I'm not fucking having it. This is shit.
This is bullshit.
Belatedly, a couple of orcs start shooting at them, but missing, even though they have absolutely no excuse to miss, when they bullseyed the warden in the last episode from a greater distance. Throughout all of this, Meghan Markle has been wailing, so we jump away now to join her as she leads some dwarven magic music ceremony in a bid to convince the mountain to save the trapped miners from earlier. This brings back memories. I believe it was the occasion of my first ever appearance on EFAB. Now, I'd watched the show for a long time by that point, so I figured, episode 4 of Rings of Power? I'll budget for 6 hours, 7 tops. I'll stagger my drinks accordingly. Such is the way of these things, it went for pretty much the full 12 hours, an inordinate chunk of which was me arguing with Rags about the nature of dwarf magic. My planned half bottle of whiskey over 6 hours became a full bottle over 12, and I loved every single minute of it, though I was quite wasted by the time we got on to arguing about death of the author near the end.
I'd die for you, man.
I had to commute into London for the day job 2 hours after the stream finished. I got home at 7 p.m, I slept for an hour, I did open bar, I went back to bed, and I woke up thinking, you know, at this point, it's really a choice between keeping the day job and dying, or quitting it and surviving. And I chose life. But it does mean that EFAP is responsible for depriving the Financial Times of a promising journalist, and they shut down my whole section the week after I left. So EFAP is believably responsible for making several people unemployed and homeless, but I still think it was worth it.
That was good.
I won't even attempt to pass the dwarf magic argument here, but I will say that traditionally, prolonged periods of wailing are more likely to cause rockfalls than they are to mend them. Canonically, and in Tolkien's writing, this depiction of magic does fit the admittedly vague definition of magic used in The Lord of the Rings and the Silmarillion, if not the precise application of it. Tolkien, though conscious of certain inconsistencies in its use, draws distinctions between various magic types, and arguably between true magic and what he calls the machine, though these things remain linked. In his letters, Tolkien writes, and I quote, "I have not used magic consistently, and indeed the elven queen Galadriel is obliged to remonstrate with the hobbits on their confused use of the word for both the devices and operations of the enemy and for those of the elves. I have not, because there is not a word for the latter, since all human stories have suffered the same confusion. But the elves are there, in my tales, to demonstrate the difference. Their magic is art, delivered from many of its human limitations, more effortless, more quick, more complete, product and vision in unflawed correspondence. And its object is art, not power, subcreation, not domination, and tyrannous reforming of creation. The elves are immortal, at least as far as this world goes, and hence are concerned rather with the griefs and burdens of deathlessness in time and change than with death. The enemy, in successive forms, is always naturally concerned with sheer domination, and so the Lord of Magic and Machines. But the problem, that this frightful evil can and does arise from an apparently good root, the desire to benefit the world and others, speedily and according to the benefactor's own plans, is a recurrent motive." End quote. True magic, as opposed to the magic requiring inverted commas, is a thing, then, inherent to certain beings. Tolkien draws on the concepts of the seen and the unseen world, the idea being that this true magic is in some sense the manifestation of something always there, but usually unseen. When hobbits use the term indiscriminately to refer both to the doings of the elves and of their enemies, this is magic in inverted commas, a placeholder description used by a race unfamiliar with the unseen, unlike elves and wizards and the Valar, and so prone to the mistaken belief that magic is an intrusion upon the natural order, something like a miracle, as opposed to an expression of an unseen natural order. Rings of Power isn't a million miles away from this understanding of true magic as being essentially art, by giving Meghan Markle a magical song, as opposed to a magic wand or a set of spells or magic artifacts. It pays at least lip service to the Tolkienian definition of true magic. The bit it misses is the inherent nature of true magic. It's not something that can be taught, or something gained by studying lore, but an extension of the nature of certain races. Not all races have true magic. Other races may learn spells or create artifacts to create machinistic magic, and canonically this is the extent of the dwarves' magical abilities. Dwarves do not have true magic, but they do have the power to create limited magical devices. So if rings means here to have Meghan Markle's song be an expression of actual true magic, then the show errs, because this is not something any dwarf could do. If on the other hand it merely means it to be a magic ritual, or even a mere belief system, a tradition, then it's on surer footing. But it clearly doesn't mean it in the latter sense, because when young Ned looks to his side, he sees the rocks resonating to the song, giving the clear implication that this song is an expression of true magic. I do maintain that it's a nice expression of the idea, and it's one of the more artistically satisfying lore breaks you could wish to see. Better that than gay, glowing symbols and witchcraft and other fairy story nonsense, but it is still a lore break. Later on, we assume, but in this show, who the fuck knows, Meghan Markle tells young Ned that she can't help thinking that if he hadn't gone down to the Mithril mines, Prince Harry himself may have been trapped in the collapse. So now she's sorry she lied to him, which is, again, not terrible as a character beat. Likewise, young Ned's understanding response that she did so out of loyalty to his friend, so there is nothing to be ashamed of. I'm sure I said this 2 years ago and so earlier in this video, but if not, the dwarven segments are consistently some of the strongest in Rings of Power. As with Adar, the show, strictly on its own terms, not as an adaptation, seems to benefit from the artistic license it affords itself in these moments. Pretty much everything in the show has an equally disastrous relationship with source material, but when it stops trying to emulate the source material in severity and the sense of grand purpose, it shows that it does have a few interesting ideas, and even a few ideas on how to deliver those that don't gargle and bollocks. Maybe if it hadn't opted to strive for such an epic scale, if it had instead allowed more time to build its story in relatively small places, with smaller ambitions and a greater emphasis on relationships than on events, it might not have been such a horrorscape. But as it is, these are just brief moments of relief from the whole, so enjoy them while you can, cause it's all downhill from here. Prince Harry comes back in, saying that he pulled the final miner out alive, but his mind quickly turns to anger, because King Charles has now shut off the entire Mithril vein and prohibited further exploration, which I thought he'd done already, but never mind. This beat too is almost Tolkienian, which is why I'm lingering on the scene. It does some good work. Prince Harry's mind is on wealth and on power, and that is corrupting him, turning him to anger and rash decisions, quickening his temper, all the preconditions for the type of fall that is very familiar to the Silmarillion and to the Lord of the Rings. It's the motif Tolkien comes back to again and again, on the grand scale and on the small beginnings of big things and the vulnerability that people of all races and all statures possess. The ring is the ultimate expression of it, but it is not the only expression of it. The Silmarils, Mithril, crowns, unrequited love, all these in their various ways lead to the fall. Putting this scene in quick juxtaposition with the good news, the rescue of the miners, is a sensible decision by the writers, because it highlights how quickly and with what force Prince Harry's obsession has set in. This is all very good stuff, and it's well performed by all involved.
My father single-handedly sailed to Valinor and convinced the Valar to join the war and vanquish Morgoth. So great were his deeds that the Valar lifted him beyond the bounds of this world to forever carry the evening star across the sky. For many years at day's end I would look up at it, wondering, what might he think if he were watching me? But then, one night it struck me that I would be only too happy to hear any judgment, so long as it granted me the opportunity to have but one more conversation with my father. Do not waste what time you have left with yours.
Yep, that's strong again. I'll quibble, as I did earlier with the lack of setup, at the fact this has only been mentioned for the first time in episode 4 because it's the chosen theme of episode 4, or at least this part of episode 4. But it's a very rare example of Rings knowing how to craft a pivotal character beat off of its distant lore. It doesn't, and indeed it doesn't need to, get bogged down in the details of what precisely this story means. And if you want to delve into it, I think I'm right in saying that Eärendil's elevation to the stars was not a straightforward reward for good behavior. After all, he'd violated the ban in sailing back to Valinor, and there was the kinslaying still to account for, so Eärendil's fate was as much a judgment as it was a reward. But that's all supererogatory. Here, Rings understands that characters should actually reflect on their backstories, and that these reflections should colour their actions, their interactions, their relationships, and their decisions. It uses the lore as a point of reflection and of deliberation, making the imaginative leap from this is Elrond's past to what does he think of it, and from there, how does it impact him, and finally from there, how does it impact his friends. This is certainly good in comparison with pretty much everything around it, but I also think it deserves to be called good without that qualifier. It's not just good by the standards of Rings of Power, this is generally good, solid storytelling. It must be said that the show doesn't entirely know how to progress from the scene, though.
How is it that you and my husband met?
There were 3 trolls, and it was I who saved him.
You wouldn't remember your face if you're gazing in a mirror.
When I came upon him in the forest.
As a way of showing that Prince Harry has been defused, that is serviceable, but it does feel a little bit tacked on, like they couldn't think of a more natural interjection for Meghan Markle, so just went with something twee. We could, and we probably should, have cut away after seeing how young Ned's speech resonated with Prince Harry. A sigh, a look of recognition and thanks, then wipe to the next scene. No intrusion from Meghan Markle is required. The next scene, after all, is linked by the fatherhood theme, not by the subsequent trivia. Prince Harry goes to visit King Charles, where he apologizes for being proud, stubborn, and wrong. He learned a lesson from young Ned, and here he is putting it into practice.
Our people believe that when a new dwarf king is crowned, the voices of all his forebears flow into him, sharing with him their counsel, their wisdom, even their mistakes. But you need not wait for that day to hear my voice. Forever am I with you, my son. Even in anger, sometimes in anger most of all, there is nothing to forgive.
Fuck me, we're ending on a bit of a high here, aren't we? That's pretty strong too. Oh no, wait, what's that? We're not ending yet? Ah, fuck, that's a shame. We had a nice little self-contained thematic episode, or at least part of an episode, with some of the best dialogue you will hear in the entire show, and the story and set of character decisions that actually cohere. More of that would be very, very nice, but more of that we shall not get. Prince Harry tells King Charles he's been invited back to Lindon with young Ned, but the two dwarves both intuit that something more is going on than has so far been revealed. That's another nice father-son bonding moment. So while Prince Harry is indeed to go to Lindon, he is not to go there blindly. And then, with depressing inevitability, we hop back over to the Southlands.
Boring!
where Nameless Wench thanks Don Lemon for implausibly saving her son. This could all have been accomplished without her running out into the woods to look for them, making that an entirely pointless beat, but here we are and we make do. We find out that Don Lemon has not yet told anyone the message Adar sent him to impart, and it is now a full day later, making him tardy in the extreme, but now's as good a time as any. Give it to us, Don Lemon. Do your best CNN anchor impression, if you can remember how.
Your people may live if we forsake all claim to these lands and swear fealty to him.
And if we refuse?
He's coming for Osterith.
Osterith is the name of the watchtower, not that anybody cares. So this was a very dumb decision on Adar's part. He had absolutely no reason to send Don Lemon back, armed, to alert the villagers of his coming, and God knows who else along the way, before his plan has come to fruition. He could have arrived in force and delivered the message in person, which is something he will do later. He could have waited till his plan was complete and delivered the message then. Fuck it, these aren't important people. They're a bunch of ragtag villagers who'd never get on in Mordor. He doesn't need them. And he only loses by giving them advance notice of his existence and his plans for world domination. The orcs are his children, not these men. He's only really done this in order that the show can have its discount Helm's Deep moment later, and by discount I mean it's significantly more expensive and yet somehow also cheaper. He's giving the villagers time to mount a defense in order that we can have a battle that he could and should want to avoid, because it's entirely unnecessary to his plans. Remember, Adar doesn't know that Angry Floor Boy has the evil hilt of McMuffin. Only a couple of orcs know that so far, and they learned it long after Adar sent Don Lemon off with his warning. So this isn't some cunning plan to get his hands on the evil hilt of McMuffin. It's a very uncunning plan to alert the villagers and ensure a needless battle, which he will inevitably lose. Had he not done this, he would very likely have won the entire thing. Adar has no motive for doing it, meaning he's found a way to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory without so much as a misconception about his possible prize. Or put much more succinctly, this is a fucking contrivance. Again, it's hard to believe the same people wrote the dwarf sequence. Speaking of the evil hilt of McMuffin, creepy old Waldreg plies Angry Floor Boy with some sort of alcohol, because he's creepy old Waldreg and this is the sort of thing he does. He tells Angry Floor Boy that he knows he took the evil hilt of McMuffin from his barn cellar, and he shows him the scar the hilt left on his own arm.
Do you know what it is? It is no sword. It is a power fashioned for our ancestors by his master's own hand. The beautiful servant. He was lost, but shall return. Have you heard of him, lad? Have you heard of Sauron?
How old are you, Waldreg? And how long have you had the evil hilt of McMuffin? How long have you known what the evil hilt of McMuffin is? I think, and I haven't yet rewatched the rest of the show to remind myself, but I think Waldreg's backstory is that he was one of the men who served, if not Morgoth, then certainly Sauron, though I think both, because the show has squeezed several thousand years into not much more than one human lifespan. The problem, of course, is that if Waldreg knows what the evil hilt of McMuffin truly is, and what its power is, and what it represents, and he does, or at least a good chunk of it, then we're forced to ask, why has it just been sitting in your barn the whole time, Waldreg? If you know the orcs are regathering their forces, which you do, and that they have a leader, which I think you do, who people think might be Sauron, which I also think you do, and if you've known this for some time, then why the hell didn't you grab the hilt, up sticks yourself, and go looking for the orcs and their leader ages ago? The practical reason is that he hasn't done this because the show needs him not to do this until it's ready for him to do it, but it has once again managed to create a set of character, artifact, and motive that logically should have prompted action long before the cameras started rolling. It's completely unnecessary too. The Hobbit and the Lord of the Rings show how to delay meaningful action by withholding crucial information. Bilbo possesses the ring for years, but nothing's ever done about it because nobody knows what it is, or even suspects what it is. As soon as Gandalf does learn what it is, the trigger for adventure is pulled. You could maintain Waldreg's backstory as a corrupted man, an old servant of evil, and you could still let him have the evil hilt of McMuffin as a kind of vague heirloom of what were for him better days. But crucially, you have to deny him knowledge of what it really is, and of the power it really has, until you're ready for events to begin. Have him learn alongside the audience its true nature later in the show, and have that trigger his actions in much the same way Gandalf's and Frodo's are triggered in Fellowship. The evil hilt of McMuffin would remain all kinds of dumb for reasons we'll have ample opportunity to eviscerate later, but the show didn't have to add another layer of absurdity to the whole thing by having Waldreg sitting on the keys to Mount Doom for decades, pointlessly, lazily, like a filthy fucking hobo. Fuck you, Waldreg.
It is to you and me, lad, to be ready.
Ready for what?
Hush now, lad. You save your strength. You'll need it for what's coming.
God, I'd forgotten how hard the show tried to turn Sauron's true identity into a big old mystery beat. It genuinely thought people would obsess over the question, oh, who could Sauron possibly be? Is it Adar? Is it homeless Steve the Wizard? Is it Slim Shady? Is it Halbrand? Is it Leanne Cartman? Is it the 1994 Denver Broncos? It's Halbrand, guys, we all knew. Somehow we're still not quite done. We get a 15-second clip of an orc telling Adar that they found the evil hilt of McMuffin and that it is in the tower, which I don't think they actually know for sure. Then we get a slightly longer sequence in which Mighty Morphed Power Elf boards a small boat headed for a ship, headed for Middle-earth.
Oh my god, who the hell cares?
Not that she needs one, because she could have just swum it. Queenie and Ar-Pharazôn go to inform the people that the wicked elf has left, but as they're walking, Queenie gets showered by Blossom from the White Tree of Numenor. And because the show has just now decided that Blossom from the White Tree means that the gods are crying, Queenie decides that they should probably go to war after all, and that she will lead them. She will lead them to war. That's all it takes, apparently. This all reminds me of that Monty Python constitutional peasant skit.
Strange women lying in ponds distributing swords is no basis for a system of government.
Say, remember how the old king had a vision and he tried to do something very much like this, but the people weren't having it, so they deposed him? Remember how the problem with Numenor is that it's turned away from the gods and its people have turned away from the gods, and they deposed the king for trying to come back into line with the gods?
No!
All he was really trying to do was open friendly relations with the elves. If the people of Numenor were willing to depose their king over a fucking trade dispute, then why the hell would they willingly sign up to fight a foreign war? This is fucking Numenor, not America. That's not how sane countries or sane people operate. And it's not how the show tells us they should operate either. We have gone 4 episodes of, nah, absolutely not, no foreign wars, fuck the elves. Then we've had this one scene with about 15 seconds of Blossom falling from a tree, and now we've decided that the queen is heading an army to invade the Southlands. This is madness. It's madness show. Madness is what it is. A bunch of them willingly sign up. These, I'm assuming, are the same people who, like a few minutes ago, were rioting in the streets about elvish immigrants. No, now they're gonna fight a war alongside the elves. This is just dumb. Mighty Morphed Power Elf looks smug, as usual, and that brings us to the close of episode 4. Whoa, we're halfway there. The show goes ever on, and so do we. Episode 5 picks up with Brandy and Steve McGandalf. Brandy has been teaching Steve to talk and explaining concepts like migration and the dangers encountered during migration and the death that happens when you encounter those dangers during migration or when the Harfords decide you're too old to stay with the caravan. Steve doesn't worry about this inconsistency because the show doesn't recognize this as being funny in any way, but he is worried that he's a dangerous peril because he accidentally murdered those fireflies back in episode 3. Brandy, though, reassures him that that was just an accident, unlike when, bees killed that old Harford a few seasons back, you know, the one who made such a nice stew. I am, by the way, assuming that Steve is Gandalf because that's exactly the sort of thing this show would do. By rights, of course, or at any rate by the canon they don't have the rights to, he really shouldn't be Gandalf, and in fact he probably shouldn't be a wizard. The Istari didn't arrive in Middle-earth until quite some time into the Third Age, and they weren't sent as amnesiac vegetables who have to be taught manners and language by midget gypsies, but quite specifically as emissaries of the Valar in order to help the Free Peoples in their fight against Sauron. I will grant there is the vexing question of the two blue wizards, about whom even Tolkien was unsure. Their nature, their goal, their role, and their date of arrival in Middle-earth fluctuated. It's possible Rings of Power is here taking loose inspiration from Tolkien's later conception of them, where originally they were of the Five Istari. They traveled to the east, but they likely fell to corruption much as Saruman did. In later thinking, Tolkien had them arrive late in the Second Age, i.e. before the others, and play a pivotal, if largely unknown role, first in trying but failing to locate Sauron, later in preventing Sauron from amassing forces in the east that would eventually overwhelm the Free Peoples. Given the show's compressed history, putting Gandalf in something like that role, while also pre-establishing his interest in the hobbits, well, that would seem fairly natural. Though it'd still be tremendously short-sighted of the Valar to send him in a fireball that knocked all knowledge and memory from his skull on impact. What if he hadn't been found by the Darwinian murder midgets? What if the enemy had found him first? Brandy tells Steve that he's good because he's here to help, which he can't possibly know, but never mind, and they rejoin their family to catch up with the main caravan before it sends the harvesters back looking for them. This occasions a little travel montage with a little travel montage song sung by Podge.
The sun is fast falling beneath trees of stone, that not all who wander or wander are lost.
Suffice it for now to say that the show was absolutely right to try and inject some musicality into its world, and it should be applauded for recognizing the value of poetry to a Tolkienian creation. Unfortunately, the lyrics were written by showrunner J.D. Payne, so they're not very good, and the result is something that it is painfully obvious is trying to be something it really isn't. Via a map sequence and travel montage that serves rather to fudge rather than clarify the question of time elapsed. It can't be a day, but if it's much more than a day, then how would they ever catch up to the rest of the caravan? The montage ends with Steve looking enigmatically up at the moon, while the song says, "Not all those who wander or wander are lost." Because this is a meta ditty, you see, that no Harfoot should really be singing. The moon becomes a flashback to Steve's Sauron baiting introduction in the midst of that fiery eye hole in the ground, which in turn becomes the crater however long later that's just been found by these weird-looking witch types that the end credits tell us are called the Mystics, known respectively as the Ascetic, the Nomad, and the Dweller. These are a strange bunch, and we don't get a huge amount of information about them or about their motives across the entire first season, save, which we will find out much later, that they are looking for Sauron, and seem temporarily to have convinced themselves that Steve is Sauron, making them a kind of stand-in for what the show hopes the audience is thinking. There are theories about their true nature, origin, and purpose, of course, and they get yeeted off the mortal coil at least by the end of the show. Whether they were only there to create theories, which is how a lot of the writing works in this show, we will see by their role or lack thereof in season 2. There's plenty of room for them in this world, and there are even a few profitable uses for them that I can think of. The backstory for Lord of the Rings, especially through the Silmarillion, is full of dark cults, devil worship, blood sacrifice, evil rituals, and such. It's what the people of Numenor turn to under Sauron's nefarious tutelage. Worshipping Melkor is the Silmarillion equivalent of worshipping Satan or any equivalent the evil demiurge or godhead, and casting the Mystics as lingering emissaries of Morgoth, now searching out his lieutenants, would be a way of tying the show's past and present together from the evilman's perspective. Alternatively, given the manner of their death, the show could be aiming for some horrific botch job, wherein they become wraiths like the Nine. But since the show obviously wants to invite this sort of speculation, and given it tends to reward such speculation with massive letdowns, I am content to hold all theories until such time as proof emerges one way or the other. For now, all we need to know is that they are here, they exist, they look weird, they are plainly evil, and they are hunting for Steve. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, an orc comes to inform Adar that the tunnel is complete, and for this piece of good news, Adar rewards the orc with sunburn and the audience with foreshadowing.
I wish you could feel like I do. Soon it will be gone, and with it, the part of me that knew its warmth as well. I shall miss it.
Building a trench, part of Adar's plan, will end the sun? Boy, sure sounds like some old man's about to use a key to switch on a volcano sometime soon. This is one of those occasions where the means absolutely deserve better than the ends. As a means of carrying momentum, of beginning to tie the evil plan together, of creating a sense of nefarious purpose and a grand plan orchestrated by Adar, the scene isn't especially artful, but it's not appalling. It's just that the show is attacking it from both ends, having already pre-revealed it with the ludicrous library lark on Numenor, and being shortly to make everybody laugh at what the plan amounts to in the end. Both of these require wholesale alterations to make this in any way tolerable. I'll bitch at length about the volcano plan when we get there, but of this earlier scene, the show needed Mighty Morphin Power Elf to learn about the super old, super secret evil plan in the Southlands, because it didn't have any other ideas about how to motivate her to go back there specifically. This is because the very obvious reason is precluded by what it's going to do with Sauron himself. Obviously, in a sane show, Sauron would be nefarious and evil and manipulative all the way through. If all Mighty Morphin Power Elf had learned from the library in Numenor is that he was once king of the Southlands, he could then have provided the noble-sounding means to return there. Oh no, an evil spread through my lands. I was deposed. There was corruption at work. People spoke in whispers of a nameless fear. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink, Sauron's behind it all. Mighty Morphin Power Elf would then conclude that Sauron was behind it all, and the rest would pan out much as it did. Let's raise an army to go kick the Southlands shit out of Sauron and restore the rightful king. The twist at the close would be, oh my goodness, Halbrand was Sauron all along? He lured us into this trap? How terrible! That would accomplish pretty much everything the show wishes to accomplish while removing the need for the god-awful convenience of the 1,000-year-old parchment in the library on the opposite side of the world, just so happening to contain all the plot necessary information that spoils any sense of surprise later, except surprise at how awful later ends up being. But because the show doesn't want Sauron to be truly evil, or at least to be truly evil at the moment, for reasons we shall again come back to later, it couldn't have him trick Mighty Morphin Power Elf and the Numenorians into going to the Southlands because he himself is not presently convinced he wants or needs to go there, meaning the plot required a massive great contrivance to substitute for its main villain's lack of motive. Oh god, have I at any point mentioned how writing is hard? So here we are, with Adar doing his best to be interesting and to keep up the pretense that he's in a serious show where causes have effects and the plot progresses logically. But it's a fool's errand because none of that is true. And because he's having to shoulder this mighty burden, the show keeps asking inconvenient questions like, why are you doing this, Adar? How can you be this evil while also being clearly not this evil? But I think we've said enough on the flaws of the Moriondor concept, so there's no need to return to the point here. Adar finally stops torturing the poor orc, who is also one of his children, whom he'll decide later he really doesn't want to see tortured actually, and tells him to go summon the legions, because it's time to progress the plot toward the Budgeon's version of Helm's Deep that is coming as sure as cirrhosis of my liver. Back at the Watchtower, Nameless Wench gives a distinctly unconvincing speech.
Our enemy vows to attack. In exchange for mercy, we have been ordered to abandon this tower and swear fealty to their commander. I know I'm not the king you have awaited, but if you choose to stand with me and fight, this tower will no longer be a reminder of our frailty, but a symbol of our strength. Who will stand with me? Who among you will stand and fight?
God, Adar's going to be so embarrassed when these pitiful villagers he neither wants nor needs on his team end up beating him because he temporarily convinced himself he both wanted and needed them on his team for no adequately explained reason. That symbol of our frailty line that she dropped there is supposed to be a callback to the power dynamics established in episode 1 that the show has subsequently done next to nothing of note with. This idea that the elves are the resented rulers of this region, keeping watch over a morally suspect people, half of whom are shortly to prove the elves right by being morally suspect, and siding with Adar, also for no adequately explained reason. Running with that faintly absurd setup, the rhetorical inversion isn't a bad one. Symbol of frailty means symbol of the elves' rule over a defeated people, which could become a symbol of strength if the men prove themselves able and willing to fight and defeat the enemy, proving themselves morally as well as physically capable. Albeit the whole reason the elves were here is that the enemy was quite recently their ally, the men of the Southlands are in a peculiar position whereby they are distrustful trusted by the elves because of their past alliances with evil, while waiting for the return of their true king, who is not obviously allied with evil. For if he was obviously allied with evil, then Mighty Morphed Power Elf would not currently be arranging his return, would she? The elves would see the return of the true king as a distinctly bad thing. They would be warning against it, not encouraging it. This tangled web can of course be untangled in the meta realm. They are waiting for their true king, and their true king transpires to be evil himself. But you'd think the elves, who are resented for keeping such a close eye on these unwilling subjects, might have asked just who this true king is, and what he represents to them, and what he did in the past. It really can't be untangled from anything other than the meta realm, because for that reason among others, it doesn't really work in universe. We'd have needed to see a much clearer depiction of the men of the Southlands, the factions within their mass, and their different relationships to elves, and the elves' reactions to them, in order to even begin explaining how Nameless Wench would expect this speech to work on them. That we have little besides vague and half-formed concepts is a problem resulting from the show's compressed timeline, from the way it gaily waltzed over the entire War of Wrath and Morgoth's defeat, and Sauron's subsequent doings here. Then Waldreg rallies the opposition. He says they'd be better off taking their chances with the enemy than listening to this wench and her elf.
I'll say this for our ancestors. They lived!
True enough by the show's telling, but in the show's telling, the enemy is going to use a volcano to murder the sun, which would have made the ancestors' lives pretty much intolerable had it happened back then, and which you'd think Waldreg might find intolerable if he were actually a character with a sensible set of motives. Waldreg requires a sensible set of motives precisely because the show is about to transform a landscape that, in the books, did not need transforming. The relationship between evil men and Mordor was one of slavery within Mordor's boundaries, or temporary military alliances as when the Haradrim and the Men of Rhûn joined up with Sauron, or as vassals of Mordor living outside of Mordor, where men could be bribed with kingdoms and fiefdoms in territories that were not all evil volcanic hellscapes. Sauron had thousands of years to corrupt and otherwise enslave these people. Rings of Power is giving them a very immediate choice by contrast, with absolutely no upside from their perspective, and without thousands of years of bribery and manipulation to persuade them. Hell, this very episode is going to see Waldreg lead a breakaway band into Adar's service, where they are immediately surrounded by actual orcs, where they sign a blood oath by sacrificing grubby racist twink, and where they are then used as fodder in Operation Get Behind the Whiteys. The question throughout all of this is why any of these people would ascend to this future at pretty much any step, never mind remain loyal to it after all their fertile farmland has been turned into literal hell on earth, and why living in hell on earth is so much nicer a prospect to the likes of Waldreg than living within a few hundred miles of an undermanned elven watchtower. These are all problems you avoid, questions you don't need to ask if you do not fuck up world building that was already done for you ages ago by much more intelligent people. Was this a clip that was doing the rounds back in 2022? I think it was. It's a classic. Let's give it a run out, shall we, just for old time's sake.
Sheer fucking hubris.
When he tries to convince Angry Floorboy to leave with him, Angry Floorboy just stands there looking gormless, which, to be fair, is his resting expression. But this is a huge fucking problem, because as you might recall, Waldreg knows that Angry Floorboy has the one thing his prospective new allies want and need, the evil hilt of McMuffin. And as we'll learn later, he knows what the evil hilt of McMuffin is, and what it does, and what to do with it. Why, in the name of evil black cow juice, would Waldreg leave without the evil hilt of McMuffin? Oh, it's because if he took it now, then we couldn't fight over it later, I see. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, the Númenóreans are preparing their ships. There is an actual horse suspended from an actual crane. They have a crane horse, guys! Look at the poor thing. It's like they're about to feed it to velociraptors. I'm pretty sure there are more sensible ways of getting horses onto boats. This is far from the only problem with this setup, but we'll get to the proper ratio of horses to boats later. Elendil is making himself look busy by walking down the pier pointing at things. Sailor Twink is upset that he wasn't chosen to go on the expedition, because he can't go to West Númenor until he's done something worthy of Númenor, even though when asked, he doesn't actually know what something worthy of Númenor entails, which just sounds like avoidance to me. He asks Elendil's help in finding it, whatever it is. This is sort of maybe, I suppose, the premise of Sailor Twink's arc such as it is. He has a powerful want, but he can't satisfy that want until he's done something he doesn't know the name or nature of in order to justify attaining it, so he wants Elendil to drag him across the first threshold and onto a hero's journey in order that he can come back and justify going to West Numenor, having found something more important than himself, because I guess just rowing a boat over there in his spare time would make for a boring story. Elendil says he can't help though because, and I quote,
"Wish I could provide it, but we've far more volunteers than we could ever hope to accommodate."
Hey, remember how the idea in the last episode was that the Numenorians hate the elves and deposed their king because he liked the elves and were prepared to go to riot in the streets because they don't want anything to do with the elves? Sure doesn't seem like a population from which you'd find too many volunteers to go and help the elves, does it? Speaking of which, while the expeditionary force is inundated with volunteers, we jump away to elsewhere on this same island where the same people who are champing at the bit, like some poor suspended crane horse, are very unhappy that the expedition is being sent at all. This doesn't make sense, but fuck it all together now. Writing is hard. Sailor Twink's pointless sister, who is his sister and so Elendil's daughter, and so of a family unusually predisposed to like the elves, and so to be keen on this expedition to help them, is for the purposes of this scene not keen on the expedition at all, but she can't seem to catch Farazan's attention.
Come with me. Forgive me for not sending word to you sooner. Been a trying week.
Why didn't he stop this?
He's loyal to her, rightly or
wrongly.
Why? Why do you think this is wrongly? Why do you of all people think this is wrongly, pointless sister? Who even are you? Why are you here? From whence have you got these opinions? Why are you the only person in your family who has them? Pointless sister promises Kevin a cop and a feel if he convinces his father that this is all a very bad idea for no adequately explained reason, but Kevin doesn't think his father will listen to him, so instead he decides to try and blow up some ships in the harbor because fuck it, why the hell not? Before we get to that though, Sauron is making swords, but he's interrupted by some guards.
What? Southlander? Your visitors.
Again? It happened again?
Have you come to destroy me, Obi-Wan?
You do realize, you illiterate fucking plebs, that you don't take someone across the city to see their visitors, right? Visitors kind of entails they've come to see him, not that he will be taken to see them. This is where we learn that Sauron still isn't completely persuaded by the idea of going back to the Southlands as the true king. Mighty Morphed Power Elf absolutely is, though. She's trying to press gang him into royalty. Somewhat less believably, Queenie is just as convinced for the moment. She's going at the head of an army to fight a foreign war against an enemy she doesn't even know really exists, to install a king she doesn't even know is really the king, because Mighty Morphed Power Elf told her she'd found a couple of ancient symbols in a library, and then some blossom fell from a tree, as Blossom tends to do. This is not a sane way to conduct foreign policy, and everybody involved in the inevitable catastrophe that follows should be impeached for gross negligence in high office. Queenie is then summoned away to visit her vegetative father, who has somehow requested her presence.
You used me, after I all but begged you to let me be.
I have just convinced Numenor to send 5 ships and 500 men to aid your people and place a crown upon your head. Many might assume you used me.
So, how are either of you happy with this plan then? The infuriating thing is that Sauron actually hasn't used Mighty Morphed Power Elf in this situation. She really is using him, and she really will, by sheer force of stubbornness and ego and being a complete and utter bitch, reawaken the greatest evil to ever stalk Middle-earth. This is an absurd situation. What the show actually gives us is a weird, discordant mix. On the one hand, the resolution is achieved by Sauron's manipulations, but on the other, Sauron's manipulations are not ever present. It is both the case that Sauron tricks Mighty Morphed Power Elf into giving him what he wants later, and Mighty Morphed Power Elf tricks Sauron into realizing this is what he wants in the first place. As we've seen, and as we'll see, Sauron at this precise moment genuinely is not looking to retake power. This is the show very loosely playing off canonical Sauron's period in the wilderness. After the War of Wrath, Sauron adopts his fair form, Anatar, and publicly repents of his evil deeds in a bid to avoid the Valar's judgment. But when he's summoned back to face that judgment anyway, he goes into hiding in Middle-earth. Rings of Power is here adding an extra step. Sauron was overthrown by Adar, and this sends him into the wilderness. But where canonically Sauron never truly repents or gives up his aspirations, his time spent in hiding is not time spent inactive, he remains evil, and he retains his lust for power, toward which he slowly but constantly works. In Rings of Power, Sauron seemingly has given up on his dreams, and has to be coaxed back to evil by Mighty Morphed Power Elf, however inadvertently. Mighty Morphed Power Elf's line in this scene, that people might well assume he'd been tricking her all along, is written merely in anticipation of Sauron's reveal later, but it is not, as best I can work out, a true statement in the moment she says it. Sauron has not yet been tricking Mighty Morphed Power Elf, with his end goal ever in his mind. He rediscovers his goal because of the undeniable opportunities she makes for him. Needless to say, this is a perversion of both characters involved. The show fundamentally misunderstands Sauron's true nature. This is not a being who could ever abandon evil. But the show also and repeatedly misunderstands Galadriel's true nature. In the lore, she is almost alone, certainly one of the few amongst the elves in distrusting Anatar, the gift giver, the one who influences Celebrimbor to create the Rings of Power. Of all the people who could see through him, she was one of the only ones who did. So, by extension, of all the people who could be taken in by him, she is the least likely. It's yet another reason to say that of all the show's many mistakes and misapprehensions, it's the character of Mighty Morphed Power Elf that's the least faithful of all to the specific source Amazon pretends that it's adapting. The idea Galadriel could unwittingly encourage a repentant Sauron to rediscover his evil ways is absolutely absurd, and yet it is the premise of the entire season. I stress, by the way, that when I cite this as the least faithful to the specific source Amazon pretends it's adapting, I am talking specifically about the character it's adapting. This very episode will go on to give us another lore break that, at the very least, rivals this for the level of destruction involved, but that much more concerns world building and lore. We shall come to that in due course. Here, though, we are in the beginning stages of this corrupted arc. It's thanks to Mighty Morphed Power Elf that Sauron is here in Numenor, and it's thanks to her that in Numenor he is rediscovering his penchant for manipulation, though at this point it is for nothing more than petty personal advancement, or so it seems. We learn in this scene that Sauron received his Forge's Guild badge in return for dobbing Mighty Morphed Power Elf into Pharazôn in the last episode's prison scene. Also, 500 men, 5 ships, that is 500 men, most of whom are cavalry, so that's also nearly 500 horses on just 5 ships. And that's before Kevin blows a couple of them up. That amount of men and horses into that number of ships simply does not go, unless you are assuming some absolutely crazy designs beneath the ships.
Because, like, yeah, a lot of people are confused.
I love the chit-chat promenade.
Mithral-powered high-speed turbo engine.
Galadriel's room, that's a good touch, yeah. Plastic armor. Yeah, I don't see the problem at this point. There's probably an elevator in the center there as well.
The highly flammable wine.
They need like a scoop on the front though, so they can carve their way up any river, no matter how shallow it is. It just pushes a path.
Yeah, that high-speed turbo engine, it just blasts them through no matter the... It's not even... Yeah, it's like all-terrain ship. Like, oh, that's great.
Joyously, we jump several thousand miles away to join the not hobbits, who are shortly to be waylaid by wolves. That'd be wolves of the sort we've not seen since episode... what? 2? And we've since had a whole massive travel montage, so either these wolves have tracked them across half of Middle-earth, or that earlier wolf was just randomly there on his break, and this bunch are an entirely different group that just so happened to exist along the migratory path. Also, we've caught up with the main group of Harfoots. I genuinely don't remember at what point this happened, or how it happened, given the huge travel montage and the broken ankle and so on, but it did happen, and I'm prepared to run with it for the sake of not giving a fuck. Lenny Henry's old crone is bitching about how bare and barren the woods are for the time of year. And then she does yet more damage to the good name of Harfoots everywhere.
What precisely do you expect me to do about it?
What you ought to have done at the camp. Take their wheels and leave them.
saying the quiet bit out loud, aren't you there, love? And you thought everyone was memeing about the cannibalistic murder midget stuff. Oh no, sir. Absolutely not. Murderous sabotage is a firmly ingrained and established part of Harford culture now, from the horse's mouth. They're slowing us down a bit, even though they caught up with us and so much logically have been moving faster than we are. Take their wheels, abandon them. Nobody goes off trail and nobody walks alone, because we fucking kneecap them if they slow us down so they can't walk in the first place. What an absolutely horrible little bunch of gremlins these people are. Then the wolves attack and you honestly find yourself hoping they carry off old crone at the very least, because that'd be more humane than what she was proposing. But sadly they don't, because the editors keep jumping them further and further back to make sure they can't catch up. Eventually they do, and they very slowly close in on the cowering not hobbits, but then Steve appears, and Steve uses Earthquake. And Earthquake is super effective against wolves because I guess they're poison types or something. This would be perfectly consistent with canon, where Gandalf cannot use Earthquake against the Balrog because the Balrog is a flying type. Unfortunately, Steve is still partially amnesiac, so he hurts himself in his confusion. But it'll be fine. He'll just find a pool of ancient Middle-earth potion later and heal himself. Before he can do that, however, we meanwhile thousands of miles away ourselves back to Numenor. Lest you be wondering what the point of the preceding scene was, given all it seems to have accomplished is confirming that the not hobbits frequently murder each other, the point is to set up the later healing scene, and the point of the later healing scene is to have us all wondering whether Steve could really be Sauron again. That's pretty much it. It achieves nothing on a plot, character, or even really a thematic level. It's just there in the hopes the audience will go, I wonder if Steve is Sauron. The writing is positively rock hard in this episode. Much like Steve's abs. Over in Numenor, we find some recruits training in swordplay, and Mighty Morphid Power Elf slags them off.
Their strokes fall like the stone giants of the Northmoors.
And yet?
Inte Altiastaina nat Kotosin.
I guess this is consistent with the show's depiction of Numenor as an isolated island kingdom. Having shut itself off from the world, its men have no proximate experience of warfare, or with the fighting styles of more warlike peoples. It's consistent in that very specific way. This, given the long lifespans of the Edain, means that Numenor has been shut off from the world and living in perfect peace and isolation for a very long time. It's inconsistent in as much as it emphasizes the strangeness of their decision to go to war, and the massive popular support that decision has, except in every scene where it doesn't have it. It'll be inconsistent again when, later, these inexperienced and unskilled Numenorians have such an easy time seeing off the orcs, a race pretty much bred exclusively for war. And it'll be inconsistent with any depiction of Numenorian prowess in battle that we might see in Season 2. But the show is, for now at least, attempting to apply logic to the premise it's created wholesale. Of course, the only real use it has for this consistency is to give Mighty Morphid Power Elf yet another chance to show us what she's got, as she teaches these silly Numenorian men how a real soldier fights. God, fucking cringe. And the advice she gives is so generic. I mean, yeah, footwork matters, but if Numenorian recruits don't even know that much, then you wonder whether they even had a military before this precise scene. The rest of it just screams of writers who don't really know much about swordplay, trying to write a character who does know about swordplay. The effect requires that you not really pay attention to the precise meaning of the words spoken. Such wonderful advice as, there are many ways to kill an orc, which is so obvious it shouldn't need explaining. The 3 or 4 different ways in which she says essentially, move around a bit. The blanket injunction against planting your feet, which simply doesn't work in very many contexts. The fact all her advice is premised upon being a lone fighter, and so largely inapplicable to soldiers who will be expected to work in tight formation. And before anyone tries to tell me this is actually clever, revealing character work, because this is how Mighty Morphid Power Elf views herself, no. Her title is quite specifically Commander of the Northern Armies, not Zorro of the Elves. Little, if any, of what she says here is actually applicable to the soldiers she is supposed to be training, or any scenario in which they need training. The purpose then is just to prove once again that she is awesome and cool if you don't pay attention. As if to emphasize the point that the Numenorians have no martial tradition to speak of, which is in flat contradiction with the lore. Sailor Twink's friend, Sailor Twunk, gets promoted to lieutenant for the spectacular achievement of fraying Mighty Morphin Power Elf's sleeve. This is about as sensible an approach to military ranks as going to war when Blossom falls is as a form of foreign policy, but I guess it fixes Sailor Tonk a little bit more firmly in the audience's consciousness as a character in the show. Not that he has much by way of character, but he's going to be important later, presumably, so giving him a rank is a way of localizing our interests. Sailor Twunk is now Lieutenant Twunk, and that's pretty much all there is to say about him. Tar Bron appears on the scene and hands Lieutenant Twunk his sword back, showing some skill with the blade himself, which Mighty Morphin Power Elf finds interesting. Not that she should, because she believes he's king of the Southlands, but never mind. Meanwhile, Kevin is attempting to persuade Pharazôn that going to war is a bad idea, not because he believes it himself, at least as far as we've seen, but because he thinks he might get some Númenórean beef out of it. Pharazôn then says two contradictory things. In the first place,
it's folly to kick against the current. You see, the tide may rise and drown a man, or fall and sweep him out to sea. The trick of mastering the current is to know which way it will turn next.
Then, when accused of taking orders from an elf, he says this.
Orders from an elf. When all this is ended, elves will take orders from us. I go to war for Númenor.
How could this be for Númenor?
We want nothing. Soon we will save the low men of Middle-earth, lift them up, and give them the king they've long awaited. A king who will be forever in our debt. Now contemplate, if you can, how that might benefit us. Wars, forests, trade, tribute. I wouldn't dare stop that, not for all the salt in the sea.
The first of these statements is the expression of Pharazôn the Demagogue, the guy who knows that riding crowds is more important than riding on principles. This is a true reflection of demagogues the world over, but it doesn't really work here precisely because the current, which in his typically torturous analogy represents the will of the people, is not for war, or rather it both is and isn't as the scene demands. But in his last major involvement in the show, Pharazôn was seen marshalling the crowd that is opposed to war, so he can't be riding that current or that tide into the present adventure, because that current or tide is going the other way. Being seen to back a very unpopular war is the exact opposite of riding the current or the tide or whatever, which leads us then to his second statement. Pharazôn the nefarious dealer, the one who would use war to enrich himself and his people, the one who understands the proper application of realpolitik in foreign affairs. This not only doesn't follow from his first statement, it contradicts it, and in perpetuity. Pharazôn, as Kevin helpfully told us in this very scene, single-handedly stopped the last king from doing something very similar to the policy he is now pursuing. Pharazôn the Demagogue rides the tide of public opinion, and the tide of public opinion is against internationalism because it fears the free movement of goods and of peoples. It is so much against that a king was deposed for supporting it. Does Pharazôn really expect Númenóreans who fear competition from non-existent elven workers to welcome competition from very much existing human workers? If Pharazôn the Demagogue rides the tides as an expression of his control over the tides, which was the thrust of the previous jabs scene, then the economic arguments of Pharazôn the nefarious dealer can be one of two things. Effective, in which case they would have been effective last time when he stopped trade with Middle-earth and deposed the king for suggesting it, or ineffective, which is why he stopped trade with Middle-earth and deposed the king for suggesting it. Either Pharazôn shouldn't have done the thing, or the thing he's suggesting now can't work. Harking back to Tolkien's point about the perfect allegory being, in effect, the truth, neither of the two plainly allegorical character archetypes the show applies to Pharazôn is satisfactory. The real-life examples the show has in mind prove the point. I am not here making an argument for the merits or demerits of Trump, but Trump, like a great many like-minded people, proves the incompatibility of the two Pharazons. Economic isolationism and protectionism goes hand in hand with a deep skepticism of military adventures overseas, and the support base for one invariably opposes the latter. In the Númenórean and the MAGA context, and I use the comparison because the show plainly intends it, we're expected to believe that a deeply isolationist people who want closed borders and protection of domestic industry would happily follow a leader who proposes an open-ended military commitment in foreign lands to secure free trade, open borders, and international competition in industry. The out is the deeply unsatisfying out people will always apply when they don't understand their political opponents. The nefarious leader is lying to them, so of course they're prepared to believe two contradictory things at once, because my political opponents are idiots and they believe whatever the liar tells them to. This is what makes Pharazôn a typical as opposed to a perfect allegory. It's a politically convenient myth people of all sides go in for, but it does not reflect real life. It reflects a political belief about real life, in which your enemy's figurehead is evil and your neighbor who supports them is just a dupe. The only satisfying out is the one that comes closest to perfect allegory, or, simply put, the truth. Pharazôn must be shown to be that incredibly rare and persuasive leader who can convince two camps of followers that they will benefit from the trade-offs he proposes. The Hitler, the Stalin, the Mussolini type figure who understands how to channel the emotional drivers of isolationism, keep out the competition, into its outward-looking form, dominate the competition, so prove our own supremacy. But that is a long, complicated, and highly nuanced political story in its own right, and Rings of Power not only lacks the interest and the talent to tell it, it lacks the time to tell it. Pharazôn simply is not sufficiently important to its story. Numenor is not the focus, but one of many, and in this season, secondary focuses. The show would have benefited immensely had it not bothered with the isolationist part of the story, since the anti-immigration stuff really doesn't impact its narrative except by muddying it. Showing the Numenorians as being united and happy to help, but becoming fat and tyrannous with the wealth that they gain, leading to their corruption and then to their fall, is still not easy to accomplish. But it is much easier than beginning with the premise that they both do and don't want to go on the campaign they are presently going on, and giving one character, Pharazôn, the job of resolving the many contradictions that arise from that premise. But that's the allegory the show wants to tell, isn't it? Evil populist demagogue tricks people with appeals to their interests while acting in ways that defend those interests for the purposes of enriching himself and his family, which contradiction simply isn't noticed by the people he leads because they believe him and so are dumb. A charge leveled against pretty much every right-wing political figure in modern times, so I wouldn't be entirely surprised if in season 2 we see Pointless Sister nobly marching under a slogan like "No blood for Mithril." Kevin, having been put in his place, his only recourse, if he wants Pointless Sister's pointless beef, is of course sabotage, and we're getting there, believe me. For now though, the Vegetable King is fretting about the kingdom being in danger again.
The danger is past, Father. We are doing now what you always believed we must. We're restoring our connection with the elves.
How? How is the danger past? You saw the vision in the Palantir. You know that vision begins with Mighty Morphid Power Elf arriving on Numenor, and now you're giving her an army and doing what she wants and going with her to Middle-earth. That seems quite obviously in line with the vision, whatever the fucking Blossom has to say about the matter. I'd be more inclined to trust an actual seeing stone over something that might have just been dislodged in the wind.
Don't go to Middle-earth. All that awaits you there.
What, Father? What awaits me?
Darkness.
Yeah, obviously. But you do have to wonder how in the world Queenie could ever have convinced herself otherwise. You also have to wonder just what else the vision showed, and why she'd not been privy to the rest of it, since the Vegetable King evidently is. How long has he been a vegetable? Did they not discuss any of this in more detail at any point before he became a vegetable? Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, Steve is healing his arm in a pool, which he's freezing with magic. Magic he evidently remembers, even though he can't remember his own name or the basics of English. Being a moron, Brandy sees the ice encrusting his arm and figures, yeah, I'll grab that, why not? But Steve's a bit too into it to notice. And for absolutely no reason besides, oh, maybe he's Sauron, we get this. It's so fucking lame. I remember watching it the first time long years ago and thinking it's so obviously not him. They're trying so hard to make us think it could be him that, quite apart from everything else, all the other clear indicators, it simply cannot be him. Nobody, not even these writers, would want the audience coming away saying, yeah, obviously Sauron turned out to be the guy who kept doing evil magic and having flashbacks to a giant fiery eye. Big surprise. This is a very good example of the writers working harder rather than smarter. By attempting to misdirect us, they have directed us, because they are incompetent buffoons who hate and fear subtext. Anyway, Brandy gets scared and runs away, and the show is still fucking doing it. Stop it. Stop it. We know it's not Sauron. Fucking stop. Then off we go to Lindon, where I guess young Ned and Prince Harry have already been for ages, even though it's a really fucking long journey. It's a tedious scene that I don't need to describe in full. Gil-galad has company, so he doesn't embarrass himself with any of his truly painful metaphors. He just pries into the recent activity in Khazad-dûm, which Prince Harry deflects from by conning the elves out of a table.
From where did you procure the table?
Why do you ask?
This stone grows only at certain depths. We reserve its use for the most sacred purposes. Monuments or tombs to our honored dead.
This is a lie. It is meant to be a lie. It's meant to deflect from the inquiry. But it really shouldn't work because, as the scene itself reminds us, elves are incredibly long-lived. If that were the table's true nature, Gil-galad would be able to name the dwarf who gave it to him. He'd probably have been to his funeral hundreds of years ago. You really can't play memory tricks, which is what this lie ultimately is, on an elf. It's silly. Of all the ways to deflect the line of questioning, an obvious lie which also lumbers you with a whole fucking table you're gonna have to carry back to Moria is not the most efficient, Prince Harry. But the writers thought it was clever, so fine, whatever, he gets himself a table.
Please forgive our sacrilege, Lord Durin. We shall have to send it home with you, so it can be treated with the proper respect.
After dinner, Gil-galad decides to completely murder the lore in just a few sentences, for now is the time when we learn why he so desires the mithril.
Are you familiar with the Song of the Roots of Ithaglir? On one side fought an elven warrior, poured all his light into the tree to protect it. On the other, a Balrog of Morgoth channeled all his hatred into the tree to destroy it. Amidst their duel, unending, lightning ensnared the tree, forging of their conflict a power. Power as pure and light, as good, as strong and unyielding as evil. They say it seeped down the roots into the mountain depths, where for centuries now, it has waited.
It's genuinely impressive how much Rings of Power can ruin with this single newly invented myth. Mighty Morphed Power Elf is the finest example of Rings misunderstanding Tolkien's characters, but this might be the single most efficient destruction of the lore in the entire show. And yes, I'm aware I've probably said that before, and yes, I probably will say it about something else later, but it really is hard to overstate just how much is destroyed in this one scene. Remember Tolkien saying that the canons of lore in any medium cannot be substantially different? Remember his irritation at the filmmaker who, by misunderstanding even small details, revealed his misunderstanding of the whole. The term sillification comes to mind once again, because the Silmarils are pretty much the point of the Silmarillion. The clue is in the name. The Silmarils are the origin story for the original fall, the fall of the elves, of angels themselves, which is then mirrored for each of the other races. On the high level alone, you have the Arkenstone for the dwarves of the Lonely Mountain and Mithril for the dwarves of Moria, the 9 rings for the race of man. All these being shadows of greed and the lust for power. But the entire tale is bookended, both premised and concluded, with the supreme forms of these. The Silmarils at the beginning and the One Ring at the end. I've already explained how Mithril, though tremendously precious, and the object of the dwarves' ruinous greed prior to Fellowship of the Ring, was nonetheless found on Numenor and elsewhere in Middle-earth. It has nothing whatsoever to do with the Silmarils. And unlike the Silmarils, the importance of Mithril is not found in myth, because the dwarves are not an especially myth-minded people. They are an industrious people. They value gems for their beauty, their strength, their utility, and particularly the wealth that they confer, which is not an elven mindset. The story of the Silmarils, by contrast, is the story of the elves. They contained the light of the Valar themselves. They were so beautiful that Melkor, himself of the Valar, stole them. They were so prized by the sons of Fëanor that in their terrible oath, they swore to kill anyone and everyone, up to and including the Valar, who might keep the Silmarils from them. It's because of the Silmarils that you get the kinslaying, the ban of the Noldor, the flight of the elves from Valinor, and so the reason this show can exist. It's because of the Silmarils that you have the story of Beren and Luthien, where the prize of just one Silmaril, which is really the prize of Luthien's hand in marriage, sends Beren fighting werewolves and Balrogs and even Morgoth himself, ultimately at the cost of his life. It's because of the Silmarils, and the oath sworn to retrieve them, that the dwarves of Norgrad fought the elves of Doriath and then were killed in Silmarillion turn, which establishes the centuries of animosity between the races that the Peter Jackson films have such fun with. It's because of the Silmarils that the Sons of Feanor themselves went to war with the Elves of Doriath and then of Sirion, where they would have killed Elrond's own parents, Elwing and Eärendil, had his mother Elwing not thrown herself into the sea and been saved by the Valar. That Silmaril ends up with Eärendil in the night sky. The other two stay with Morgoth until his defeat in the War of Wrath, but in case you thought that just beating the big bad was the point and the end of the story, no. Feanor's two surviving sons, Maedhros and Maglor, who've already committed grievous crimes in pursuit of the Silmarils, steal them again. But by that point, they have been so corrupted by their lust and their greed that though they cannot be without the Silmarils, they cannot be with them either. They physically cannot touch them. The Silmarils are now too pure for them, just as the evil werewolf that swallowed the one Beren was pursuing was driven mad by it. So the sons of angels are turned to evil by their pursuit of magic beauty. Maedhros and Maglor each commit suicide, one by throwing himself into a great chasm, the other probably by drowning, having thrown his stone into the sea. This in turn completes a prophecy made at the creation of the Silmarils that they would reside in stone, sea, and sky, and it forms part of Tolkien's equivalent of the Book of Revelations, as legend has it that Melkor will return for the last battle, the Dagor Dagorath, and will be finally defeated, wherein Feanor will retrieve and shatter his own creations, the Silmarils, the two trees of Valinor will be revived, and for want of a better descriptor, heaven will be made on earth. The Silmaril is not, in other words, something you would expect to encounter by chance in a random fucking tree in a tale disregarded by most elves alive, whose primary significance is in creating a rare metallic alloy. And remember, elves are immortal. Many of those we see in this very show came from Valinor. They were alive when this event supposedly occurred. If an elf fights a Balrog over a lost Silmaril, it's the kind of thing they are likely both to notice and to pursue. And if there was even a chance that the Silmaril or some product of it was still present in the world, the Sons of Feanor would have gone to war with Moria already in pursuit of it. So we've basically trashed the entire story of the Silmarillion, and we've misconstrued the very nature of dwarves and elves. What else? Well, we learn next that the reason the elves want Mithril is because the elves are dying and they need the light of the Valar through the Silmarils, through the Mithril, in order to survive.
I promised Durin never to reveal his people's secrets.
And what if keeping your promise to his people meant ensuring the doom of your own?
We first took notice of it just prior to Galadriel's return. We hoped that by sending her away and so bringing an end to the last vestiges of war, we might arrest the decay. But despite our every effort, our decline has only quickened.
Absurdity upon absurdity. The elves do not fear death in this way because they cannot die in this way. Their bodies are as good as immortal, and their spirits are immortal. At the end of their physical existence, their spirits return to the halls of Mandos in Valinor. What Rings of Power is cribbing from here is the motive behind the creation of, I guess, the Rings of Power themselves. Elves do not lament their own decline because this is meaningless. They lament the decline of everything around them because while they stand still, the world turns. Their point of departure with the men of Numenor is precisely that the Numenorians fear death and envy elvish immortality, while the elves understand death as being a great gift. It makes no sense for the elves to fear, and to try like this to forestall something they believe to be a great gift. But they do lament the transient nature of the world they inhabit, the fading beauty of everything around them. It's integral to their nature, their character, their psychology, their art. It's as if you, being the only immortal person in your family, had to watch everyone around you grow up, grow old, and die. And it's the motive in the lore behind the creation of the Rings of Power. The elves believe that by making the rings, they can preserve not themselves, but the world around them. Rings of Power evidently finds this too esoteric, so the motive in this show is that they fear their own mortal decline, and they require Mithril for the making of the rings, in order that they themselves can remain in Middle-earth. They require the light of the Valar to live, which the show interprets almost literally. The light of the Valar is a thing beyond life, bathing life and required to sustain elvish life. Yet the light of the Valar is not supposed to be any such thing. The light of the Valar is not light as we usually use the term. It is wisdom and it is beauty, all working in harmony. Consequently, the light of the Valar is in the elves who came from Valinor. One of the reasons for the long lifespan of the Numenorians is that by their interactions with the Eldar and their allyship in the War of Wrath, they are given some aspect of the light of the Valar themselves. Even even in the show's interpretation, it's nonsensical. In episode 1, Gil-galad sends Mighty Morphed Power Elf and her companions back to Valinor. If they need the actual physical light of the Valar, they could just sail west of Numenor for a bit and sunbathe. Or fuck it, just go back to Valinor. Their disincentive in the book is that they love the lands they've found, they wish to remake a simulacrum of Valinor in Middle-earth, they are attached to their places, their cities, their kingdoms, the things they create and the people they've met and loved, and a great many of them are prohibited from going back by the ban of the Noldor. Love for the world around them is how Rings of Power visually conveys its point. The decay is represented by the fouling of the Malorn trees. But there's absolutely no need for it to establish that the elves themselves are dying for the lack of the light of the Valar. Their attachment to Middle-earth should be motive enough, and having them care for their own physical existence then becomes impossible to square with the knowledge that they can travel back to Valinor at a whim in this show. Rings of Power needs to establish that they want to stay here and why they want to stay here. But establishing that obviates the need for the we're going to die addition that does so much to cheapen the elves as a race and their relationships with the other races of Middle-earth. We can probably pass these two as criticisms of lore and world building respectively, but of course it does also damage character because it makes Gil-galad a complete moron. You really thought sending Mighty Morphed Power Elf back to Valinor, where you could all go willingly and live, would avert your death here because you were banishing the shadow of war? Surely if that were your intent, you'd be more militantly in favor of finding and killing Sauron than she is. High King Gil-galad, ladies and gentlemen, avoiding his problems. Oh, it's also very, 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 very fucking broken. Pointlessly and needlessly broken.
I ask again, and for the last time, did the dwarves find the ore or not?
I swore an oath that may now hold little weight, but in my esteem, it is by such things our very souls are bound. I do not intend to let mine slip away on the basis of mere hope.
You realize that telling Gil-galad you're not telling him what you were told is the same as just straight out telling him what you were told, right? As in he gets the same information from your denial as he would have got from you outright telling him.
You haven't slept with her, have you?
That is a cheap question, and the answer is, of course, no comment.
No comment means yes.
No, it doesn't.
Do you ever masturbate?
Definitely no comment.
See, it means yes.
Then Gil-galad lays it on rather thickly.
If the elves abandon Middle-earth now, the armies of darkness will march over the face of the earth. It will be the end, not just of our people, but all peoples.
But wait, you just got done telling us that sending Mighty Morphed Power Elf away because she reminded you of war was your hope for salvation. Now you've decided that war and evil are inevitable and some big bad is definitely coming? Moron, you're a fucking moron, chum. And anyway, it wouldn't be the end of your people or all people because you can just fuck off back to Valinor like your soldiers did in episode 1. Even if you're all killed here, that's where your souls will end up. If the stakes are this high, why the hell are you keeping it a secret? Why insist on trying to trick the dwarves into handing over their mithril? Just have a fucking summit meeting with King Charles and explain yourself. Bear your vulnerabilities before him. He might not believe you, but he's much more likely to believe you than if you send spies into his mines looking for his mithril. As far as we know in Rings of Power's world, there is no ancient animosity between them. There is no sack of Doriath, so just make your case. And maybe just a thought, go bolster your garrisons in the east, where, if you'll recall, lots of people were very loyal to Morgoth, and where, secret parchment or no, you'd think evil would be most likely to regroup in Middle-earth. What even is the source of this world-destroying evil in his mind? Does he now believe Sauron is out there somewhere? Because he's sure as hell not acting like he does. Here he is, just pouncing around Lindon like an overdressed drag queen, trying to trick the dwarves out of their precious tree metal. Speaking of, what a melodramatic myth the show has created. A great elf, and he fought a Balrog over a magic tree, and also there was lightning, and then there was more lightning, and also there was a Silmaril in the tree, and the elf Balrog lightning Silmaril tree created a mountain of mithril because trees famously exist on the very tops of mountains, and lightning plus fire plus light equals metal. I'm going to take a wild guess and say that the show wants this Balrog of myth to be the Balrog that outsleeps beneath the mountain, Durin's Bane, which makes this the origin story of one of the best scenes in Fellowship Fellowship of the Ring. Isn't that depressing? By the way, are your legs tired? Well, good, because now we're jumping thousands of miles away to Numenor, where the Numenorians are having a pre-match party. Sailor Twink begs Lieutenant Twunk to take him on the expedition, but he says, nah. There's no point breaking that scene down further. It's just more of the same. Sailor Twink needs to learn to find something he values more than himself, yada 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 yada. So anyway, terrorism. Kevin is so desperate for Pointless Sister's pointless beeve that he's willing to commit a terrorism, and also sabotage, and also treason. His plan, I shit you not, is to sneak aboard the ships in the harbor and set fire to some explosive wine. These ships, which have already been loaded with provisions, onto which horses have already been craned, have no guards or sentries, so it's a simple matter of swimming across and climbing up the bows, then finding a torch and setting fire to some casks in the hold. Pause for just a moment to consider the nonsense of the thing. Kevin is committing perhaps the gravest crime possible in a wartime nation, treachery in the form of sabotage. Were he caught, he would certainly be put to death, which means he must have an overwhelmingly strong motive to take on this risk. I am admittedly not best placed to call this, but I'm pretty sure you wouldn't want to risk your life to sabotage your nation's war effort for this woman's beeve. Sydney Sweeney, I could maybe understand, maybe just about, but Pointless Sister? And that kind of is his entire motive. He wants to get close to her. She begged him to nag his father about the war. His father, and his mentor, said war is good because trade, and now Kevin is trying to undermine the war effort with explosions, because Pointless Sister asked him to stop it, because she doesn't want it to happen for reasons. She is going against her family's long-standing faith in and love for elvish ways, and he is going against his family's long-standing make Numenor great again agenda because I genuinely have no idea. Because shut up. Kevin is almost prevented from doing this because Sailor Twink is stowed away aboard the ship, and he wakes up at an inconvenient moment, leading to this absurd exchange.
Are you stowing away?
Kevin, you realize you're committing high treason, right? Why would you hear a noise, voluntarily uncover, and then interrogate the person who is committing a far less serious crime than you are? I get that you're not really cut out for the whole 9/11 business, so you weren't going to go through with it once you learned someone else was aboard, but if you hear a noise and fear you may have been discovered, you should probably have just turned around and run away before you got caught.
Are you about to burn the boat? Get out of here this moment. I won't let anyone know I saw you.
No, absolutely not. If you let someone know about Sailor Twink, he might be arrested. If he lets someone know about you, you will be hung. Why the fuck would you throw your flaming cloak toward the thing that's gonna explode, you fucking plankton? It's like a Laurel and Hardy skit, but with a massive budget. Yeah, as I was saying, it's a Laurel and Hardy skit that cost $1 billion. $1 billion! And a guy's just knocked himself out by running into a boom. Speaking of which... Jesus Christ, what the hell was in those casks? Butane? That explosion knocks out several ships, by the way. Potentially 200 flat-packed crane horses just got Laurel and Hardy to death. Depressing though it is, I must report that both Sailor Twink and Kevin survive. Two people, one of whom known to be a reprobate, the other quite openly opposed to the war, swimming away from the scene of the crime? Well, this is Numenor, so you can be quite sure neither of them will be arrested.
What happened? He was in a fishing boat. A cask must have gone up. A cask?
He saved my life. He could have just left, but he saved my life.
You see, the show's idea here is that because Sailor Twink was stowing away, he won't dob in the actual terrorist because it might also expose his own wrongdoing. That stowing away is not at all comparable to terroristic explosive wartime treason has evidently not crossed the writers' minds. That the two people caught fleeing the scene of the crime, telling an obvious lie that would incriminate both of them, has obviously not crossed their minds either, perhaps because crossing these writers' minds is like traversing interstellar space. And that Sailor Twink is here knowingly aiding and abetting a guy he has every reason to believe is a dangerous traitor is apparently not a problem to anyone. Nobody in Numenor will investigate the truth of the matter, so they'll both get away with it. In fact, Sailor Twink will end up being rewarded for it somehow, but absolutely none of this should be the case.
We have reason to suspect a passing brigand.
A passing brigand? A passing brigand? You live on a fucking island that has cut itself off from the rest of the world for centuries. There are no passing brigands, you moose. And And when, during the 10 minutes that seem to have elapsed, did you find this reason to believe so? It would be far more believable to suppose that some moron left a torch burning in the hold, but nobody thought of that, because writing is hard. Mighty Morphed Power Elf is keenly aware that Queenie decided to go to war on the basis of a few petals falling off a tree, so she might be a little bit vulnerable to superstition. She reassures Queenie that this thing, the cause of which they do not know, is clearly an attempt to test her resolve, which it clearly is not. But then Pharazôn, who in the last scene told us absolutely nothing would stop him opening up those sweet, sweet international trade markets, decides that maybe they should be more cautious and not open up those markets after all.
Perhaps we did act in haste. Kingdom should be led, not dragged. I recommend we delay the voyage until we've had time enough to win more hearts to your cause.
God, can you please pick a fucking lane? God damn it, guys. It is exceptionally difficult doing character analysis on someone who plays a different character in every scene. Gollum is more consistent.
Our enemy grows stronger every day. Perhaps every hour we hesitate. Remember why you chose this path.
She chose this path because some fucking leaves fell off a tree. This is not a woman comfortable with commitment. My God in heaven.
We still have 3 ships, and your father's blessing.
I repeat, 500 men and 500 horses do not go into 3 ships. Now, let's assume 200 horses died in that explosion somehow. 500 men and 300 horses isn't going to work either, unless you're going to float the horses behind your ships or stick them to the sides of your ships like they're actual literal horse armor. Queenie also knows that she does not have her father's blessing because he predicts that darkness will meet her expedition to Middle-earth. I would have thought that sudden explosions accompanied by father's ominous warning would outmatch the symbolic significance of blossom falling from a tree.
This council will reconvene at first light to make a final decision.
The fact that you are a woman means we will have no more women presidents. Because we tried one and she fucking sucked.
My God. How are we supposed to take this character seriously? Moreover, how are any of her peers supposed to take her seriously? Yes, characters can be indecisive. Some characters can even be defined by their indecisiveness. But there are limits. In the space of a week, Queenie has gone from being completely and totally committed to pacifistic isolationism, based on a vision in a stone, to being completely and totally committed to military interventionism, because a tree told her it was sad, to needing to sleep on her decision because a ship exploded for some unknown reason. Had she spent all that time being torn over a decision she had yet to make, then maybe, at a stretch, this might have worked, but she's made the decision already. She's made it twice, drawing the opposite conclusion on each occasion. Pharazôn's great plan is using this invasion to establish trade and such in Middle-earth, or, well, you know, that was his plan, until in this scene when apparently it's not his plan again, but assuming it is his plan, he should be mightily concerned that the queen who is to lead this invasion changes her mind in a stiff breeze. Elendil should be concerned that the queen he is to follow into battle doesn't actually believe in the mission. He should be worried about the seamen he might have to sacrifice because of her pathological indecision. People should react to this, but they don't. They don't, because the only use value the show sees in this scene is some vague, superficial will she, won't she tension building that can't possibly build tension because everyone knows where it's going anyway. Meanwhile, thousands, you get the idea. In Lindon, Celebrimbor apologized to young Ned because he was in on Gil-galad's conspiracy from the off, and Gil-galad told him not to tell young Ned, even though he wanted to, making Gil-galad both a dick and a moron, not that he wasn't already. He does everything except confront his problems directly. Oh no, we're dying. Like the leaves of gold that fall on the table the dwarves stole. Best send Mighty Morphed Power Elf away in case she brings the war back, like a rabid raccoon, bringing its disease to the homes of small children. Oh no, that didn't work. Like the writing in a show that cost $1 billion. I hear the dwarves have found mithril, and that can save us, like a vaccine for a virus of unknown origins. Some old myth says it is so, like a book that contains the old big true. Well, young Ned is friends with the dwarves, like I was, with many before they became sick of my similes. How about I lie to him and tell Celebrimbor to lie to him, so he can go lie to the dwarves, like a politician whose integrity is made of jello. If your whole race were dying, would you be playing an unnecessary game of 4D chess, or would you actually, I don't know, try and solve the problem? I suppose it depends how much of a racist you are. Young Ned, focused on the job, asks whether Mithril is really worth all that, and Celebrimbor tells him he's tested it under every duress. Now this video is quite long enough, so I'm not going to nitpick that line by pointing out that he hasn't thrown it into a volcano yet, or put it under a hammer the size of a house, or tested it in sub-zero temperatures. He hasn't even tried rubbing cheese on it yet, I bet. This line is just a typically lazy way of confirming the essential points. Mithril is the real deal, its importance is now established.
We believe if we can secure vast quantities of it quickly, enough to saturate every last elf in the light of the Valar once more. And yes, it very well could be.
Except that's not what you need to do, and it's not what you end up doing, is it? If you just had to bathe every elf in the light of the Valar from time to time, just ask the dwarves to let you spend half an hour in the Mithril caverns every year. It could be like a kind of pilgrimage. Also a sauna. A pilgrimage to a sauna made of mithril. That, of course, is a flippant suggestion, but the point I'm making is valid. The light of the Valar is not a substance reducible to physics. That is not how magic, the unseen world, works in Middle-earth. You do not need to literally bathe every elf in the literal light of the Valar. You need, as indeed Celebrimbor will eventually conclude, a more nuanced understanding of magic. Say, imbuing 3 rings with the light of the Valar, thereby preserving your race and your lands by the magic of small things. And this does not require vast quantities of mithril. It requires pretty much the precise amount of mithril that's already in your possession. The show has Celebrimbor operating on a very silly misapprehension, and this is the master smith of the elves, remember? Because otherwise it would struggle to justify its runtime. He thinks he needs vast quantities at this moment because the show needs protracted negotiations with the dwarves, who will not consent to the deal. He will realize at the appointed time that he only needs a small quantity to achieve the same effect, but the realization is of something so obvious that it's inconceivable he wouldn't have thought of it already, given how dire their need is and how strongly motivated he'd be to investigate every possibility. And what's the word for characters doing unjustified things in order to satisfy a meta concern like runtime? Begins in C and ends in E, and the first syllable is That's right, it's a contrivance. Young Ned asks whether Celebrimbor is sorry for lying or sorry that their whole race is doomed unless he, young Ned, breaks his oath. This is not, in fact, the choice before them, since young Ned could, and indeed does, explain things to Prince Harry in a bit to persuade the dwarves to help, which should have been Gil-galad's first play anyway, but who the hell cares? In response, Celebrimbor invokes Eärendil again, talking in broad terms about the enormous sacrifice and risk young Ned's father took in sailing to Valinor to beseech the Valar for aid. Done because, in the words Celebrimbor pretty much invents for Eärendil, he was the only one who could. We can fault the details in this call to action. Celebrimbor calls Eärendil a mortal man, which isn't quite true, because Eärendil, like Elrond, was half-elven. He was not a man, though I believe the question of his mortality was never settled canonically. But in broad brush terms, it's serviceable. It's the second time in 2 episodes that Eärendil has been invoked to motivate young Ned. It's not quite as strong as in the last example, because it motivates young Ned to do something he could and should have decided to do anyway, tell Prince Harry the truth about the plight of the elves. But hey, it constitutes a character beat, and there's precious few of those around at the moment. Then we jump away to Numenor again, where Mighty Morphed Power Elf apologizes to Sauron for using him. Then she immediately tries to use him again.
Help me.
I think I've helped you quite enough.
Then help yourself. Stop fighting me.
Sauron hints at his dark past, suggesting he isn't as nice and good-natured as she assumes him to be. And by way of dramatic contrast, the visuals cut here to Waldreg and grubby racist twink bending the knee to Ada, while Sauron says edgy things like, "You have no idea what I had to do to survive. He had to suck a penis."
And when these people discover it, they will cast me out.
I mean, that doesn't work, given this scene began with him saying his people once fought alongside the enemy, and the point of his little monologue is to strongly imply that he is no better than them. The idea that he was worse than them has never been broached. Why would they reject him if they discovered he did what they did? But, oh god, it's just the show anticipating itself again. Now, a more circumspect and inquiring person than our appalling protagonist might have her interest piqued by this story. Wait, she might ask, what are you talking about? What did you do? Did you really suck a penis? protagonist. I'm fighting to give you an army. I think it might be wise to know whether I'm aiding a dickhead or a genocidal maniac. Alas, our appalling protagonist is neither circumspect nor inquiring, so having heard things that ought to concern a sensible person, she is instead quite happy for the conversation to become all about herself.
What do you know of darkness? Who is it you lost?
My brother. He was killed in a place of darkness and despair by servants of Sauron. Is that enough for you?
You're asking me to go to the one place that I swore never to return. Why do you keep fighting?
Because I cannot stop. The company I led mutinied against me. My closest friend conspired with the king to exile me. And each of them acted as they did, because I believed they could no longer distinguish me from the evil I was fighting.
I'm sorry to your brother for all of it.
Your sorrow cannot ease my pain, and nor would a hammer and tongs ease yours. There is no peace to be found for you here, and nor for me, no lasting peace in any path, but that which lies across the sea. I have fought for centuries seeking to earn mine. This is how you earn yours.
I cannot stress this enough. Mighty Morphed Power Elf is creating Sauron. Her self-obsession and her quest for vengeance, for her brother we know here, for her husband as well, which we'll deal with later, is seeing her force actual Sauron to do something he appears quite genuinely to abhor. It is moreover blinding her to the very obvious red flags that are waving above his head in this very scene. Never mind the many other elves who fought and suffered and lost far more than she without becoming war-hungry psychopaths. No, our hero is burdened by glorious purpose, which can be made to work for unique literary creations and which can be made to work even for adapted creations, but which categorically does not work when your protagonist is called Galadriel. Combined then with the rank stupidity of Gil-galad in sending her away, though completely understandable on a personal level because my god what a bitch, and the sheer invention of Adar replacing Sauron, and the result is a complete mess. A protagonist who is so right that everyone crosses her as a fool, but a protagonist who is so wrong that she ends up being, right. Destroying the village in order to save it becomes remaking Sauron in order to fight him. She was right that evil is returning. She was wrong that evil was already back, but she was right in finding evil, and wrong in recreating it, so right in having something to fight in the end. Speaking of Adar, we hop away to the Southlands where Waldreg mistakes him for Sauron, making it even stranger that he should have come all this way without first getting his hands on the evil hilt of McMuffin. This is the scene where Adar has Waldreg sacrifice grubby racist twink to prove his loyalty, making it even stranger that all these people, unlike Waldreg and not corrupted by the hilt, should see any chance of profit from this new arrangement. They're surrounded by orcs. They have to murder each other in loyalty tests. They are shortly to be used like sacrificial peasants in a total war game, all in aid of destroying their own homes by activating a volcano? Yeah, this is way better than farming, I bet. I mean, there's an elvish watchtower nearby. That's intolerable. Over at the watchtower, angry floorboy is practicing with a bow, which skill he deploys a grand total of 0 times in the coming battle, and indeed in the entire remaining season. Hell, he's even being taught by Don Lemon himself. But that's because the show wants these two to come closer together over the remaining episodes, and not because it wants the lesson really put into practice.
All my life your kind has watched us, counting every whisper, every kitchen knife too sharp. We're all about to be buried in this tower, so why be buried with us?
Because in counting the whispers and the knives, I've come to know the voices and the hands of those behind them.
Yeah, and somehow they never noticed Waldreg with the evil hilt of McMuffin, or orcs digging massive trenches and burning whole villages, or a suspicious evil hilt of McMuffin-shaped keyhole in the floor by their own watchtower. Believe me, we'll get to that. Or suspicious paddles in a massive dam. And believe me, we'll also get to that. Or any of the mysterious evil goings-on that have brought us to this point. We are supposed to believe that the elves' presence is so intrusive as to be unacceptable to half the population of the Southlands, but also so light and blind that they never spotted anything, even remotely threatening, going on. Hell, they apparently prosecuted their campaign of mass surveillance with a garrison you could count on the fingers of one hand. Don Lemon's words of encouragement in this scene amount to, yeah, I only lost half your number to the actual forces of darkness, so you're all definitely worth saving, trust me. This seems to me rather less convincing than a more personal appeal. Something like, because while all around you lost their heads, you and your mother stayed true, you are a light in dark places when all other lights are out, kind of thing. Anyway, suitably encouraged, angry floorboy decides to tell Don Lemon about the evil hilt of McMuffin.
I've seen this before.
You You've seen it before in your own watchtower. The watchtower that you, the elves, built. And in all the time you've been here, nobody ever thought to ask, I wonder why there are sword-shaped keyholes built along this massive dam. And also, I wonder who built this massive dam and why. Because if these incredibly far-sighted and inquisitive and distrustful elves had actually asked any even remotely sensible questions about the architecture of the thing, then they'd spoil the imminent surprise. And we can't be having that.
There's a key, conjured by some forgotten craft of the enemy to enslave your ancestors.
A key to what?
I do not know. Our enemy knows your son has what he needs to enact it.
How long?
Days, maybe hours.
What a tremendously useful answer. Remember, if you will, that the orcs have one particular disadvantage at this present moment. They cannot travel by daylight. Except that they can because they wear clothes, but never mind. The whole point of the evil plan is that they can't travel by daylight. You, Don Lemon, and Nameless Wench have just learned a tremendously important thing. The enemy, Adar, wants to become a god and colonize this entire region. You, via Angry Floorboy, have the evil hilt of McMuffin, an obviously evil magic artifact that you know, because you've just said it, is the key to the enemy's plan. The enemy furthermore knows that you have this key. So why are you still here? Why aren't you leaving? Why haven't you already left? Come to that, given humans can walk day and night and the orcs can only walk at night. If even a couple of you have horses, and a couple of you should because all these people are farmers, why not send the evil key away with a couple of riders and dispatch them to the next watchtower to ask for aid? Horses function like a fast travel system in this show. You could pretty much teleport to Linden if you wanted to. But even obeying the laws of time and distance, a couple of riders going by day and by night could carry the evil key beyond the enemy's reach and fetch aid. I can't for the life of me think of any reason why you wouldn't take this course of action. What's the disincentive? I could at a push accept that the Southlanders wouldn't all run away, because there are lots of them, some of them are old, maybe they're infirm, and perhaps they would struggle with the journey and be overtaken by the orcs. But fuck, in the Two Towers, that mother sends her 2 kids off on horseback looking for sanctuary, thereby ensuring their survival and giving Theoden some warning of what's coming. Why not send Angry Floorboy and some other kid off on horseback if you want to keep all your fighting men and women here to defend your position? This is not a Helm's Deep scenario, though the show really wants it to be. Heroic last stand stuff. The Hornburg was the famous last redoubt of the Rohirrim, their most impregnable fortress, the natural place to go for their defense. There was nowhere safer to which to run, so naturally they went there. Here though, the Southlanders are about to abandon the eminently more defensible watchtower and attempt to defend a completely indefensible village, which has no special significance to them at all. The Rohirrim could not have been safer than in the Hornburg. It was better and more practical than running. Here though, the villagers could not be more safe in their village. They would be better off running, even without the revelation about the evil hilt of McMuffin being the key Adar needs to turn himself into the god of the orcs. Just leave, fuck off, go, now!
We can survive this, Bronwyn. There is a way.
You can, yes, run.
No! Bow to the enemy, and you take away everything. From your son and his sons after him, your people have worked an entire age to earn back their virtue. But to undo it all, just one moment of despair, there must be another way.
Name it. I beg you. See, you were right to watch us, because we are destined for the darkness.
Gee, oh god, lady, dial it back, lady. You're the one who led them here. You're the one who took charge, or at any rate decided you were in charge. You're the one who gave the not very rousing speech earlier. You led the anti-Waldreg camp. I get that the show wants to convey her despair in this scene, and that's fine. Theoden had his moments of despair, and that is evidently the archetype for this entire sequence. But Theoden never snapped from, we will resist Saruman, to, fuck it, we might as well just join Saruman, we're all doomed. No, the peak of his despair was his belief that the battle had already been lost, and there was no resisting reckless hate and the death it carried with it. Theoden believed he was doomed to die, not that he might get out of dying by becoming a villain. This is yet another example of a character swinging wildly between mutually exclusive moral as well as practical positions, with the first of these being the thing that makes it unbelievable. By all means, have Nameless Wench despair, have her believe there is no hope, that they are all doomed to die, but having her switch her moral position in response to an eminently escapable set of circumstances is just silly. If this was the kind of conclusion she was liable to reach, the conclusions were in place for her to have reached that conclusion ages ago. She only didn't reach the conclusion ages ago because the show had earmarked them for this specific scene because it understands the value of despair, but not how to convey it properly.
There's far more at stake here than just our lives. When Morgoth was at war, whole continents sank. Who is to say what horrors this might unleash?
Okay, so leave, take it, and run. If this danger transcends the survival of these people, which it does, then it transcends the survival of these people, and their survival can't outweigh the need to keep the evil hilt of McMuffin safe. Oh, fuck it though, no, we need our stupid Helm's Deep tribute act. And what do you know, at this very moment, Nameless Wench inadvertently inspires them both, she and Don Lemon, simultaneously, with a grand military plan. Let's rig our actually defensible position as a trap and abandon it in favor of a way less defensible one. What could possibly go wrong? Oh, by actually defensible position, I mean, look at this. Look at this shot here. The tower is incredibly difficult to assail. It could be held by a very small group of defenders. I don't even know how the orcs are supposed to approach it from the bottom of that massive cliff. I'm sure we'll actually, no, I'm not. Scratch that. I'm sure we'll just unask the question by having them teleport to it between scenes, because for now, we hop away to Lindon, where, by the way, it is still broad daylight. It's always been a bit unclear where in time these various events are taking place, and where in relation to the many other events that are also taking place. This kind of thing is absolutely essential if you're to have any hope at all of implementing a ticking clock. Like, for instance, a desperate defense of a village while a bunch of Numenorians ride to its rescue. If you don't know where you are in time, is this scene, for example, earlier that day, earlier that week, is it the next day, then you can't really impart a sense of tension, of time running out. You could, with reference to the maps of Middle-earth, make the case that it's nighttime in the Southlands and daylight in Lindon because of the vast distances between them. Tolkien gives scales on many of his maps. I think I'm right in saying that the distance between the Shire and Minas Tirith is the same as that between England and Italy, Oxford and Venice to be more precise. The problem is that Rings of Power doesn't proceed with any kind of fidelity to distance or travel time, so making that assumption in this instance actually undermines rather than supports several events we see across the show. For instance, if the Numenorians are deciding tomorrow whether to set off for Middle-earth, then they cannot possibly arrive in the Southlands in time to save the villagers in their battle against Adar and the orcs. Hell, even if they arrived concurrently with the previous scene, landing as they do somewhere near the Southlands, we're told it's a 2 days ride from their landing point to their destination. It is not at all clear 2 days passes in the Southlands between their departure and their eventual arrival. Weeks are required for their journey. About 2 days pass in the Southlands. It simply doesn't work. Anyhow, over in sunny Lindon, that huge table has to be carried all the way back to Moria. That's a long way, and it's a huge weight for the sake of that joke. Young Ned begins to come clean about the burden he's carrying, but he's being too fancy and long-winded about it.
It is not the weight of the table that burdens me.
So why don't you come out with it?
Because a burden shared may either be halved or doubled, depending on the heart that receives it.
Ah, Owl's beard! Enough with the quail sauce! Give me the meat, and give it to me raw.
Oh my, Prince Harry, I had no idea. I'd always taken you for a top. I think it must have been the beard. Mind you, I guess you are really short, you'd need a ladder. Does the dwarfism only affect your legs, or are you just generally short? Maybe that explains it. Young Ned is understandably taken aback, but eventually and politely takes us back to the plot.
I have not been truthful with you, Durin. I did not come to Khazad-dûm for friendship, but ambition. I did not know it. But I came for Mithril.
Ironically, young Ned, you saying you weren't truthful is not a truthful statement. You were truthful. Other people misled you. That seems like a pretty important distinction to make, but this is Rings of Power and it often struggles with the plain meaning of words. Young Ned lays it out thusly.
Without it, my kind must either abandon these shores by spring or perish.
Perish? How?
Our immortal souls will dwindle into nothing, slowly diminishing until we are but shadow, swept away by the tides of time.
horseshit for the reasons previously stated, but my god, the convenience in play here. It's unclear precisely how long the elves have known about the snakes, but I think it's fair to assume they discovered it not long before the start of episode 1. After all, the symptoms didn't really begin to show until the cameras started rolling. And Mighty Morphed Power Elf didn't arrive back in Lindon until episode 1, at which point Gil-galad decided to send her away, apparently in a bid to halt or reverse those symptoms. It's also not clear exactly how long has elapsed since, but given the state of the trees, I think it's fair to say we have been in autumn, or the fall for you weird Americans, throughout. So the elves have not much more than 6 months in total between their discovering the problem and their doom in the spring, meaning it's tremendously fucking lucky that the dwarves just happened to have found Mithril during much the same span of time. The elves just happen to have become aware of it, even though the king isn't keen on mining it. Celebrimbor has managed to pull together all the plans for a mega construction project in Eregion, and the plot has generally managed to squeeze all possible complications into its 6-month timetable, which to an immortal elf must seem like an incredibly short amount of time. Hell, the show itself has reminded us several times that the elves' immortality makes their decision-making seem slow by the standards of all other races. If that collapsed mine in Moria had taken any longer to clear, if journey times were actually consistent with maps and logic, if anything at all had gone wrong with any part of the elves' plans in Eregion, and given the immense undertaking that is their forge, you'd think it's pretty much bound to, or if negotiations with the dwarves took any longer than they have, everybody would be screwed. The show has decided to compress its timeline to such an extent that it becomes implausible. Just wait till you see how quickly they build the forge. There was no particular need to do this, because the elves are so long-lived, and that could and should have been accounted for by the writers. There was no need to compress it into 6 months, when to an elf, even a decade would seem brief. God, it must be so embarrassing to be attached to Rings of Power when alongside it, House of the Dragon is taking similar-ish source material and accommodating massive time jumps into its story, producing a much more coherent whole, one that actually used its time jumps to further its story. Now imagine that they'd had half that imagination for Rings of Power. You could have had a permanent cast of long-lived elves and a revolving cast, maybe given over to 2 or 3 episode bundles of the other races in order to show how the elves interact with people who do not live as long as they are. That could have been the driving motive behind their want to create the Rings of Power, as indeed it was in the lore. We would get to see how sad they are when their best friends die. God, there are so many interesting things you could do with this, and we've got fucking this. They could at least have given us, say, a 2-year time span, or at least have the elves becoming aware of the problem many years prior to the start of the show. To them, it would still seem urgent. They could be made to butt heads with dwarves who do not see the hurry. You could allow more time for these things to come together so it wouldn't seem so unbelievable when it all does come together. Having had the meat given to him raw, Prince Harry takes a careful sit down.
The fate of the entire elven race is in my hands.
So it would appear.
Say that again.
The fate of the entire elven race is in your hand.
Whose hands?
Yours.
All that I have to say in favor of this scene is what I've had to say in favor of pretty much every scene between young Ned and Prince Harry. It scans, it's believable in its conveyance. It seems human, relatable, natural. The show has wisely predicated their interactions on an established or re-established friendship, which colors and adds depth to their exchanges. It's a point that's worth stressing by way of comparison. Almost every other plot thread deals with subjects the show thinks grand, conveyed between people who didn't know or barely knew each other prior to the show starting. Mighty Morphed Power Elf and Sauron didn't know each other and have never met any of the Numenorians, which takes in most of the substantive interactions on that island, certainly those involving Elendil and Queenie. With the not hobbits, the most important beats are not between, for example, Brandy and Podge, who do have a prior relationship, but between Brandy and Steve, who do not. In the Southlands, Don Lemon and Nameless Wench have a distinctly loveless relationship that doesn't really go any deeper than they're in love because the show told us they are. But Don Lemon has no relationship to speak of with anybody else he encounters there. And of course, nobody has ever before met Adar. What this means is that unlike the scenes between young Ned and Prince Harry, most of the rest of the cast have nothing to talk about, reference, or reflect on that does not directly relate to the immediate needs of plot progression. With young Ned and Prince Harry, you get the tension between loyalty to friends and loyalty to people, the wistfulness of past acquaintance, a personal as well as a plot reference heart-wrenching journey as they navigate the distance between their lost years, and the plot-facing journey is actually best expressed through their personal journey. It's the thread that connects and humanizes the grand-scale story of the elves and the dwarves. We'd all understand Prince Harry's political and financial frustrations with his father if all we knew was that the former wanted to exploit Mithril and the latter did not. But that story becomes a feeling one. It really becomes alive because Prince Harry fears for his friend, rather than for the elves as an abstract political entity. Of almost no other storyline present in the show can the same be said. At best, there's a tokenistic gesture toward character, which is why so many of its characters are able to say and believe completely contradictory things across the span of a single episode. For the most part, the show is so intent on conveying its grand themes that it moves its characters around like chess pieces on a board. They are here or there because that's where a battle must be fought. They say this to each other because they have to illustrate some thematic beat or exemplify some meta journey, like Mighty Morphin Power Elf's selfishness creating the very thing she fights against. The who question seldom arises. Few of these characters develop relationships beneath the plotline. They do what they do for moral or political, but very rarely for personal reasons, which is an important part of the reason for the show's general air of soullessness. If your characters don't have feelings about each other, the audience can hardly be expected to feel things on their behalf. It's all very well giving us the big picture, but the things people usually care about are the small people involved in the big story. People remember relationships at least as easily as they remember political concerns. Case in point, we jump, for the last time in this episode, back to Numenor, where we join Sauron staring enigmatically at the symbol on his little neck pouch that Mighty Morphin Power Elf gave back to him to symbolize the endpoint of the journey she wants him to go on. That symbol that apparently proves beyond all doubt that he is the true king of the Southlands. No more questions need be asked. He's staring at a thing that represents a title. That is his concern. That is his destination. Mighty Morphin Power Elf is merely the vehicle by which that concern has been conveyed to him. He's summoned to Queenie's council, he puts the pouch down on the table and leaves. Oh no, we think, symbolically, he doesn't want it. Yeah, no, I can't do Jon Snow, he's northern and my voice just doesn't work that way. I don't want it. No, that's, what the fuck was that? Oh, but then he grabs it, so symbolically he does want it. It's a neat enough, if entirely predictable way of showing the change in motive, but the stress is far more on the symbolic than it is on the personal. We understand what is going on. Do we care? Who are we supposed to care about? We skip the council scene itself, and though that is a merciful decision, given how important that scene is supposed to be, it is the moment when Queenie makes her pivotal decision. Skipping it must go down as an odd choice, but no, we just skip forward to the Numenorians in their Timu armor heading toward their ships. There sure seems to be a lot of blossom and petals flying around, Queenie. Are you sure you don't want to change your mind? Look at all that. Look at that blossom. I think it might be time to reconsider. Pointless Sister tries to get Sailor Twink's attention. He's going after all, you see. Promoted for being one of only 2 suspects in a terrorist attack that nobody can be bothered to investigate. Wonderful. And the 3 ships, with all their 500 horses packed very tightly indeed inside their TARDIS-like interiors, set off. Lieutenant Twunk, who you might remember refused to vouch for Sailor Twink, has no problems with him at all once he learns that Sailor Twink's job is as a stable sweep, which seems rather to defeat the point he was making in their earlier argument, but, you know, whatever. Just another example of characters saying something to each other for meta-narrative reasons, like establishing beats in an arc, but which they evidently don't feel to be true themselves, because they abandon them the minute the writers feel the beat has been hit. Hell, is it too much to ask that Lieutenant Twunk continues to object to Sailor Twink's presence on this quest? That this defines their relationship for the next few episodes? Maybe to be redeemed later when Sailor Twink all but sacrifices himself to save Lieutenant Twonk's life. That's the kind of thing I'm talking about. It's really simple to do, it's basic, it's a character beat, and it ties the past exchange to future exchanges. It sets a smaller personal arc in the context of the larger arc that we have to suffer through, thereby making the larger arc we have to suffer through a little bit more pleasant to suffer. But even that simple thing is just so far beyond the ability of these writers. But no, he's automatically fine with him now because we don't need him not to be anymore. That scene's done. Fantastic. Mighty Morphin Power Elf gets her hero entrance. Where did she get the armor from? Didn't she leave hers behind on the ship when she went to swim back to Middle-earth in episode 1? Do the Numenorians just keep whole sets of elven armor lying around for all those elves they don't let into their island kingdom? The sailors look on, awestruck by how very awesome she is. And she clasps hands with Sauron, himself decked out in what looks very much like another people's armor. It's honestly like the Numenorians gear people up in loadout screens where they have access to race-specific skins and equipment. Maybe once Mighty Morphin Power Elf hits level 100, she can play as Rick Sanchez. The music swells impressively, and the boats sail out, using nothing but all the wind that absolutely, yep, this is totally how it works, blows outward from Numenor. I guess they don't have room for oarsmen, what with all the horses they've jammed into the hold. And that brings us to the close of episode 5. 3 more to go. The recap for episode 6 guarantees that we will finally, at long last, reach the moment everyone's been waiting for, the great battle of our time. The battle of, this village right here. Not sure what it's called, doesn't really matter. It's a big battle though. The massed legions of orcs versus the small handful of villagers composed in the main of children and old people and women.
But there's something dangerous about those women.
Because all the fighting age males stopped existing in time for this to seem like a desperate battle. The question on everyone's lips, can these brave villagers hold out for the many weeks it'll take for the Numenorian fleet to arrive at the Southlands and then the several days ride from their landing point to the village of wherever? Or will they be swept away by the tides of darkness? Or in a shocking twist, will the show completely forget travel times again and have the Numenorians turn up basically the next morning in a cheap attempt to evoke memories of Eomer as riders in the Two Towers? Yeah, it's that's the answer. We all know that's the answer. I don't really know why I phrased it as a question. It's just a stylistic quirk, okay? We have appearances to keep up. This pretends it's a serious show, so we have to pretend this is a serious review. Speaking of keeping up appearances, episode 6's very first shot sees Adar scraping his hands through some dirt wearing that identity fraud glove. That, I have stressed this once, I will stress this again, only exists to bait speculation. It's the Is He Sauron glove.
Who cares?
He didn't even steal it from Sauron. Season 2's out now. We know how he beat Sauron. Sauron wasn't wearing the glove at the time because he forgot that he had his full suit of armor. Because Season 2 forgot one of the opening shots of Season 1. But no, we have to hold off. We'll get to Season 2 in due course. Quite why Sauron would only be wearing one glove rather than the two we'd expect to see, I don't know, but it's fine. Because he's not Sauron. He was never Sauron. It's just the show doing a bit. Rings of Power then preempts Zack Snyder in having a character slowly scrape through the dirt to fondle bits of grain, but rather than this being a prelude to grain wars in slow motion, though I can't help but notice the very many similarities, not least in the impending defense of a small farming village, this is our transition to Adar's grand speech to his orcs. It's not the most inspiring piece of oratory you're ever likely to hear, and though Adar is generally one of the most beguilingly performed characters in this show, largely due to his being one of the most beguilingly written characters in the show, you wonder whether the decision to recast him in Season 2 has something to do with his being, if anything, too elvish in his features. Soft in speech and manner, quietly brooding. It's serviceable if your goal is to portray a tragic villain or an anti-hero, but if the show wishes him to be a more menacing and militaristic presence in its second season, this scene does display some of the actor's inadequacies. This is pure speculation, of course, but it seems like the kind of superficial nonsense Rings would go in for. As is well established, this is not for the most part a show driven by characters or defined by their characterization. Many of these actors seem to have been picked to match a certain aesthetic. From the trailers, Ring Season 2 is attempting to rekindle interest in its corpse by threatening much action, big set-piece encounters, epic scale battles. So sure, why not just recast one of your main antagonists, beef him up a bit, even if all those fights probably come in one episode toward the end of the season. This is just how character writing works though, isn't it? I do quite like his Lord Farquaad interpolation. Some of you will die, but that is a sacrifice I am prepared to make.
Yet before this night is through, some of us will fall. For the first time, we do so, not as unnamed slaves in faraway lands, but as brothers!
But the show is a little bit confused still about what the sacrifice is for, who is making it, and why. But Platoon, obviously it's the brave orc fathers who are sacrificing themselves for their little orc wives and their little orc babies. Yeah. Again, season 2, we're gonna get to you. We'll get to you in time. We're still in season 1. It's not that yet.
Your language is offensive. Fuck you!
Adar's sympathy for the orcs comes from the show's interpretation of their shared elvish heritage. That is not in the least bit present here. Adar addresses them in standard English. There is precious little use of either elvish, orcish, or black speech in their interactions. Canonically, where the Moriondor just don't exist, orcs begin with no language and pick up bits and pieces from those they encounter, creating various orcish dialects. Black speech was Sauron's attempt at, effectively, Esperanto, a codified and centralized language to unite all those under his dominion, and it was not a particularly successful attempt, being infused into Orcish dialect rather than subsuming Orcish dialect as it was intended to. If Rings wishes to have it that all orcs were elves once, or that they still contain enough elvish in them that Adar's familial bond makes sense, it might have stressed the point linguistically. Not a completely foreign tongue, but smatterings of it here and there. This might have helped illustrate the folly of the men who signed up for the cause, helping them begin to realize, as they should have already, but whatever, that the cause is not in fact theirs. By seeing them standing listening to a grand military speech that they simply cannot understand,
I think it was blessed are the cheesemakers.
Because it is not intended for their ears. The show is vaguely aware of this dynamic. We see in the crowd shots Waldreg looking nervously up at the distinctly ugly-looking orc standing beside him. I don't know that this could ever have been made entirely believable because the premise really just isn't tenable, but some moment of realization by the man that these orcs want a world of their own, that they may have erred in thinking common cause could be found, might have helped sell the tragedy of the coming beat. The men are, as previously mentioned, fodder. Operation Get Behind the Whitey sees them sacrificed in a diversionary first wave assault, but the show will barely register this as an irony, never mind as a tragedy, not helped by the fact that it doesn't have an established character who can hold this subplot together. Grubby racist Twink is already dead, and Waldreg somehow survives, meaning the only people who are going to die are people who have no names, to whom we are in no way attached. The fact the guy who led the rebel faction doesn't take part in the battle that dooms that faction, and the fact he proceeds with the evil plan even after his faction is doomed, deprives us of a tragic fool. It's just a random group of villagers we don't know led vaguely astray who die, which resonates on the most superficial level. Would you look at that? The people who did the obviously dumb thing died, but no level deeper than that. Having an established ancillary character go on a small arc culminating in their death would better sell the folly. Take grubby racist Twink, for example. He would at least put a face to a corpse. By having him die here rather than being pointlessly sacrificed in the last episode, we would both present an arc, naivety and lust for power turning misguided youth into dispensable tools, and we'd help to undo some of the damage the show has rendered to its own setup. The manner of his death in the last episode just emphasizes how no sane man could possibly sign up for this evil scheme, whereas having Adar promise him riches, only to bribe him into laying down his life for somebody else's cause, would play on the allure of evil, which is always an important through line in Tolkien's work. But that would have constituted character work, and we don't have time to waste on that sort of nonsense, so never mind. Now then, you might recall, a little while ago, I wondered how the orcs could possibly scale the vast cliff and assail the Elven Watchtower, which looked to occupy a formidable defensive position. You might also recall that I suggested Rings would attempt to unask this question by just having them teleport up the cliff. Well, here we are now, and they have indeed teleported up the cliff, and the orcs are marching unopposed down the walkway. The villagers' plan here is to collapse the watchtower on the orcs by the precise application of Don Lemon's power of Elvish Ghoul. It is, in the immortal words of Admiral James T. Akbar, a trap. But knowing that it is supposed to be a trap, I can't help but notice a huge missed opportunity here. Because, as you see from this shot, the watchtower must be approached via a single narrow bridge, one of the features that make it such an impressively defensible position, which of course means it must be sacrificed in favor of the completely indefensible position that is the village. You may have noticed that the bridge lacks much by way of support structures. You may additionally have noticed notice that the bridge crosses a very deep rocky ravine, and you might further have noticed that Adar is happily leading a huge bunch of tightly packed orcs across said bridge without a care in the world. So, nobody thought it might be worth collapsing the bridge? And no, I won't be told this is a difficult and labor-intensive task. The bridge is already fighting against gravity. They're about to collapse an entire fucking watchtower using nothing more than a big rope and a disgraced former CNN anchor.
Black Americans had to use firearms. That's a lie.
If anything, the bridge would be easier to collapse than the tower is. And given the bridge seems to be the only approach to the tower, collapsing it would instantly remove your enemy's leader, a large number of their troops, and make it impossible for the rest of the army to follow, even if they were inclined to do so. The orcs would be stuck and demoralized and leaderless. You would have ample time then to focus your defenses on any other approach to the tower, or to make like brave Sir Robin and run away, which they should already have done.
When danger reared its ugly head, he bravely turned his tail. No!
Inviting Adar into the tower in the hopes he might be able to drop the tower on him is by every relevant measure a less effective strategy than just dropping the bridge, even if you couldn't collapse the bridge at your whim while they're standing on it.
What the heck's going on?
Collapsing it in advance would have caused the orcs a major headache, as they all believe you're in the tower and they'd have to go a very, very long way around to try and get to you if they couldn't use the bridge, giving you even more time to prepare and or run away. Fuck it, I don't know why you'd abandon the tower for the village anyway, given the orcs couldn't tunnel through the solid rock to undermine the tower, whereas we already know they've got tunnels under all the villages, and they've already used those tunnels to jump scare several characters. Oh, but all our unheroic morons have completely forgotten about the holes under their village, so they'd be walking into a trap themselves if the orcs hadn't also forgotten about all the holes under the village, but yeah, we'll deal with that later. So the orcs manage to walk all the way across the bridge and into the tower unopposed, but they don't seem to find it at all suspicious until they actually enter the courtyard and they find it empty. Having criticized the show's earlier lack of imagination with languages, I will praise this scene by comparison. Adar gives his instructions in a language other than English, and one of the orcs clearly relays the orders in black speech. Listen, he says Gimbatul. For reasons of being a complete nerd, I can actually recite the words on the ring in black speech without notes. Ashknaz debatuluk, Ashknaz Gimbatul, Ashknaz Thrakatuluk, Achuzum Ishi Krimpatum. Obviously, this translates as one ring to rule them all, one ring to find them, one ring to bring them all, and in the darkness bind them. Gimbatul then corresponds with find them, and that is the order being relayed, so well done show, correct word for the correct command. You might try applying this approach to the English language once in a while. It does make it a little bit odd that Adar otherwise speaks to his orcs primarily in English, but the rule is almost certainly dramatic effect. It didn't want to have his big war speech be a subtitled affair, and that is probably the right decision dramatically. It's just not consistent, but I guess we can file that under nitpicks. In other words, still important, as we learn from Tolkien's own script notes, but not all of equal importance. While the orcs are exploring the obviously empty watchtower and not concluding that it is very obviously a trap, making you wonder how Adar ever got the drop on Sauron to begin with, Don Lemon is preparing for his Legolas moment.
That still only counts as one!
One of several. Waldreg thinks this scene is the right time to ask what happened to actual Sauron, which you'd think might have bothered him before, but whatever. Before we get any answer to that question, Don Lemon pops up with one of his signature gotchas and duly gotchas a few careless orcs. Thus begins the Legolas moment. This seems ludicrously impractical. It's almost a Looney Tunes style plan with some overly elaborate Acme style explosive finish. Why, for example, was the whole watchtower held together with string? It wasn't a ruin, the elves built it and used it themselves. Did they really not bother with upkeep at all? Do they not have an occupational safety and health administration? Yeah! The villagers, it transpires, have been watching all this play out from not all that far away. They have torches lit and everything. If even one orc had looked off to the side while crossing the bridge, he'd have spotted them. If the orcs had deployed any scouts, they'd have spotted them. If the orcs had established any kind of perimeter to surround the tower, they'd have spotted them. If they had their pug wargs on the loose, they'd have sniffed them out. The orcs have been hanging around the tower for a good while now. Are you really telling me nobody spotted the villagers leaving it at nighttime, carrying torches? They're not exactly being sneaky.
How many of you could have survived that?
How long do we have?
Not long enough. Come on. We have to make ready the village.
If you don't have much time, why are you all hanging around here watching?
I don't know.
Why weren't you already making ready the village?
I don't know.
Why have you sacrificed a watchtower clearly built for defense for a village you're going to have to fortify inside a couple of hours?
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and hit you with an... I don't know.
This is a ludicrous plan. Oh, good news, guys. We've destroyed our castle. Now let's go barricade some barn doors or something. That'll work. Now, I know I've used this line in reference to the Acolyte recently, but sod it, I'm derivative. Continuing its vendetta against the concept of time, we then hop away to the Numenorian fleet. And by fleet, I mean flotilla, and by flotilla, I mean their 3 ships. See all those hundreds of horses strapped to the sides? No? Well, shit, I guess they must have just left them behind, because there's absolutely no way you can have hundreds of men and provisions and horses aboard those 3 ships. Moreover, these ships are about to sail up a river, meaning they cannot be especially roomy beneath the waterline. They just drag on the bottom. Know what might have helped solve this little problem? Having Numenorian settlements already in Middle-earth where they should be already anyway. Turn up, requisition some steeds, maybe even bolster your forces. All that could have been accomplished in a scene at most. Sod it, make that settlement Pelargir. You're going to be passing it en route, and it's going to get a mention later in the show anyway. Establish Pelargir as a place now, and you make it single mention later a callback rather than an unfamiliar noun. I should mention it is nighttime here, just as it is in the village, which ought really to imply that these events are taking place concurrently. But of course, if they were taking place concurrently, the villages would be fucked, because it simply isn't possible to get from Numenor to the Southlands in a single night.
By all accounts, it doesn't make sense.
We will come to the specifics in a minute. Sailor Twink, for now, is struggling to sleep, so he goes to shovel some shit in the stables, say hello to his horse, whose name is Barack, whose name is Barack Obama. He has a munch on an apple, Sailor Twink that is, not Barack Obama, and throws the vast majority of it into the ocean, which seems like the kind of wastage a professional army set on a long campaign with absolutely no established supply lines might frown on.
You're off the sea guard!
He's then interrupted by Mighty Morphed Power Elf, who not only never sleeps, but is seemingly quite content to stand around in full armor plating for the completely indiscernible amount of time this voyage takes. She brags about how amazing and awesome she is, as you would expect.
I was hoping to get the first sight of land. It'll be visible to your eyes in a few moments.
Is it visible to yours already?
Has been for nearly an hour.
Sailor Twink compliments her on her 2020 vision, which occasions this exchange.
Keen at the eyes of the elves.
And yet, mine had not before seen you.
Once again, time is being assailed by incompetence. They're on the same ship. It's not an especially large ship. How long have they been together on the ship? Has it really just been a few hours since they left Numenor, or has it been a few days at this point? If it's been just a few hours, then they should be nowhere near the land, but in either case, you don't spend even a few hours on a ship this size without at least glancing at most of the people on board. The show could have chosen the precise opposite approach and helped settle some outstanding questions. Rather than, I've never seen you before, she could have said, I've noticed you in the last insert time indicator. You've been sweeping the stables, but you do not have the bearing of a stable sweep, etc. This would have the beneficial second-order effect of establishing that Mighty Morphed Power Elf, notices things. She takes an interest in the soldiery. She is, after all, commander of the northern armies. Some sense of how she leads her men would be helpful. This scene aims to hit a similar character beat anyway. Sailor Twink seems downcast to report that he is just a stable sweep, and Mighty Morphed Power Elf delivers this unintentionally comedic line.
What is your rank?
Stable sweep.
Despise not the labor which humbles the heart. Humility has saved entire kingdoms, the proud have all but led to ruin.
Self-awareness check failed. If we had instead honed in on her leadership qualities, her manner with those she commands, we could have learned important things about her in this scene. Essentially, any conversation that doesn't invoke pride in the grand scale of kingdoms, since this is the lesson she is absolutely least suited to impart. After all, what's her quest here if not prideful? Rather, have her talk about the small duties done for your fellow soldiers being the stuff armies are made from, thereby humanizing her, showing us how she attained her lofty position in the first place. We're 3 episodes out from the end and she remains two-dimensional at best, with neither dimension being relatable. Have her show how she attained her lofty titles. Show that she cares about people of lesser station than herself. Contrast that later with her grand schemes going awry because she's forgotten the very lessons on which her career and her moral character were built. Sailor Twink tells her he didn't come all this way to be humble. He came because he just really wants to leave Numenor, which is categorically untrue, because until this scene he very much wanted to go to West Numenor. This doesn't work as his motive anyway, given he's thus far been characterized as a self-absorbed narcissistic type who keeps cocking up his every task and ask by being distracted, Narcissus-like, by himself. If he really wanted to just get away from Numenor, and he really is as the show has characterized him thus far, he would already have done it. He'd have taken a boat and gone off on his own adventures, sacrificing his family and his good name, all his duties and his obligations, because that is how he has been written. Anyway, they bandy words about Numenor not being the real Numenor, because that just lives now in the hearts of some of its people. Oh, you're a Isildur, you look like your father. Nah, actually, I look like my mother, blah 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 blah. And then the sun rises and land becomes visible. The sun in this show is quite a binary thing. Either it's on so you can see everything, or it's off and you can't see much at all. The concepts of dusk and dawn are, shall we say, truncated. Sailor Twink is then dismissed by Elendil, so now it's their turn for a chat.
His mother. What happened to her?
She drowned.
The sea is always right!
Ha, you really set yourself up for that one, I'm afraid. It is very obviously funny that a people whose motto is the sea is always right should have tragic backstories that include drowned wives. With skillful writing, this could be pulled away from comedy and toward tragedy, since it should logically entail that Elendil is conflicted about one of the foundational folk beliefs of his people. If they really do believe the sea in some ways embodies fate and destiny, then the drowning of his wife would present him with profound inner turmoil. He must believe this had to happen, but he struggles to accept it because it was his wife who died. This would be an ever-present undercurrent in any character with which the show might like to furnish Elendil, assuming it ever decides it wants to do that, but we're not going to get any more on the subject for the remainder of season 1, really, so fuck it, never mind. Lore and canon are of no use here, by the way. I don't think Isildur's mother is ever mentioned directly in the Silmarillion, though there are of course plenty of theories as to whom she might have been, but anything Rings of Power bothers to establish for her will be pure invention, as indeed is most of what it does. Were we actually following the source material here, both Elendil and Isildur wouldn't even be born for about 1,000 years. Anyway, having delivered his tease for character work that may but probably won't be done in season 2, Elendil goes off to inform Queenie that they have sighted land. And finally, we get some solid time references against which to judge the rest of the episode.
It's a full day's sail into the mountains, and from there, another day's ride east into the Vale.
Signal the other ships. Tell them to make all possible haste.
Okay then, it's time for some map nerdery.
Boring.
The river we see here is the Anduin. The Numenorians are sailing in via the Bay of Belfalas, which is the route taken by the Corsairs of Umbar as featured in Return of the King. Rings of Power seems to have added an entirely new tributary to the Anduin, which leads to roughly where Minas Morgul is supposed to be, though of course not in this time period. They state they can sail that entire distance from their current position around Tolfalas and all the way upriver into mountains on boats with no oars in a day.
Bullshit! Bullshit!
For reference, that journey upriver with no oars into mountains is a longer voyage than that between Minas Tirith and the Black Gates, which on horseback took about a week in the books, from the 16th to the 23rd of March. And they had actual horsepower. Granted, 1 horsepower each, but still, they had horsepower, and they weren't fighting tides and currents. Currents you'd expect to be pretty strong since they are sailing into mountains, and mountains are traditionally quite high up. They then say that they can ride from their landing point to the village in the Southlands in a day. That doesn't look too far, according to the Rings of Power map. Some enterprising person, and I mean that quite genuinely, it is great work, created an interactive version of the Rings of Power map that allows you to measure travel distances. According to this, which I think is based on the scale used in Tolkien's maps, which Amazon in turn attempted to emulate, even including a scale as we see here, it is a 50-mile ride from where the Númenóreans land to the target village. That too, they say, they can accomplish in a day. Poor horses, you might be thinking. You really wouldn't want to gallop a fully laden horse even 30 miles in a day without rest, never mind 50, but this is less of an issue given horses in Middle-earth have their own lines of descent and their own race traits. We know this from Shadowfax, to take only the most famous example. Númenórean horses, being the descendants of the horses of the Edain, were especially strong and powerful, so I'm willing to accept that Númenórean horses could gallop 50 miles without rest in a day and into battle at the end suffering no ill effects. That is comparatively fine. By far the biggest problem is the journey up the Anduin, which as best I can make out is 430 miles as the crow flies. I actually lived on a boat for about 8 years on the canals in London. My boat had an engine. The nominal speed limit is 4 miles an hour, 6 on rivers, though the limit is seldom necessary because many engines can't even manage that. Going upriver against the wind and against the current can be a chore with an engine, and that's with a boat designed to navigate inland waterways, not an ocean-going vessel, typically with a deep keel, laden with men and stores and horses, which is sailing into mountains. If you reverse the current of the Anduin, if you added oars to the ships, and if you gave them a strong and consistent wind behind them, they would still not make the 430-mile journey in a day. TLDR, this is not how boats or rivers work. We may know now why boats float and rocks sink, thanks Rings of Power, but you would probably have an easier job riding your magic horses from Pelargir to the Southlands than trying to take a sailing ship upriver at an average speed of 40 miles an hour in order to make it into the mountains in a day.
That just makes no fucking sense.
Go home, show. You're drunk. You're a drunken sailor. And what do we do with a drunken sailor? Yeah, that's right. We sack them for gross misconduct. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, Don Lemon is attempting to destroy the evil hilt of McMuffin, and this proves futile. In case anyone was unaware of this, now into your 6th episode of Rings of Power, the evil hilt of McMuffin is the show's equivalent of the One Ring, so evil that it is indestructible, with the power to corrupt the minds of those who hold it. Selectively, in that it works on Waldreg and it works ever so slightly on Angry Floorboy, but it doesn't seem to have any ill effects on Don Lemon. As a magic device, this is serviceable. Not all races are equally corruptible by dark magic. As a plot device, though, it is very much not serviceable. Not only is its function as a one-ring stand-in comically unsubtle, but none of our characters treat it with the importance they themselves know it has. It was, after all, Don Lemon himself who told us it was the key to the enemy's grand plan, the thing Adar needs to turn himself into the god of the orcs. Giving it a couple of hits with your hammer and then giving up is clearly not sufficient, Don Lemon. It should be insufficient in your mind above all, given you have the bigger picture that the men do not. Lobbing it off the Watchtower Bridge would have been a more effective strategy, but foremost in your mind should be getting it away from here, and specifically getting it to Gil-galad. We now know, thanks to the previous scene, that you could get out of the Southlands in a day. 2 days, allowing for the possibility that Southlands horses aren't as swole as Númenórean horses are. Don Lemon has precisely one reason for remaining here, his supposed love for nameless wench. The show is striving for a sub-Baron and Luthien arc with those two, but I leave it now to the fair-mindedness of the audience. Has the show done anything like enough to establish that their love is so powerful he'd be willing to risk the total victory of evil to protect it? It's your call, Premier Chat, but the answer's no. no.
Nope.
No.
This scene, if anything, acts against that notion. Having failed to destroy the evil hilt of McMuffin with his hammer, and having for no stated reason decided against asking Angry Floorboy what else he knows about it, and he knows a lot, being the only one among them to have formed the full blade, Don Lemon decides the only course of action left is to hide it somewhere. When Nameless Wench asks him where he'll hide it, he responds,
"No one must know. Not even you."
Gee, I bet he's got somewhere really, really secretive in mind.
It's at home, under your mattress.
He's surely not going to go and bury it in the floor of the tavern or something dumb like that, is he? Anyway, if the idea is that he doesn't want to risk her telling the evil men in the event that she's captured, it doesn't really sell that way. Given their last conversation on this very topic saw Nameless Wench flirt with the idea of just becoming evil because why not? It can't be out of character if you don't have a character to be out of. The scene rather reads as if that has caused a lingering distrust between them, which, to be clear, it absolutely should have. That's the other side of the undercooked love story. Because so little has been done to flesh out these characters, we don't really know how they read each other, so we have no choice but to do all of the reading ourselves. Given these conditions, what should I do in this situation? Don Lemon gave the supposedly heartwarming speech to Angry Floorboy in which he said half the village staying proved they were worth protecting, but since then, the head of that half of the village, and the only one to whom he has any real attachment, has undercut that faith with their professed willingness to just go evil. Don Lemon hasn't reacted to this, but it so obviously requires an interaction that subsequent scenes cry out for it. I'm quite sure the show doesn't want to give the impression of mistrust in this scene, though that should exist, but because it hasn't given us anything else, and because it should absolutely exist, it becomes the most obvious thing to read into the scene, counteracting what the show probably wants to convey, which is the safety in case of capture angle. And the plan to hide it can only seem tenable from Don Lemon's perspective because he has asked no questions about the evil hilt of McMuffin. If he knew, as he should, that the evil hilt of McMuffin has a corrupting power, if he knew the true nature of its dark magic, then he could never believe that hiding it would work, because like the ring, it would call out to those it has corrupted, thereby ensuring its discovery. All this would be unnecessary if he just did the sensible thing and sent it far away, but he's not gonna do that, so yeah, here we are, suffering. This leads us to the first of many overt Helm's Deep references as we get a montage of preparations, forging and sharpening blades, manning the barricades, sending the women and the children to the caves, or in this case, the pub, etc. All the while, Nameless Wench and Don Lemon give their obligatory speeches. Don Lemon tells the villagers,
"Our position gives us an advantage."
It absolutely does not, Don Lemon. Unlike the watchtower you just destroyed, the orcs can surround this village. They can come at you from all sides. They can hit you from range. They could use siege weapons. If they'd bothered to make even a single shoddy catapult, they could run wargs around through the alleyways. They could pop up from the holes and tunnels you know they've dug all over the place. If you or they remembered they'd done that, the watchtower would have given you an advantage, especially since your plan here involves drawing the orcs across a bridge, which you could have done then, and in this situation, the bridge is over a small and easily fordable stream, whereas previously the bridge was the only approach to the watchtower and it was over a massive ravine. This is in every way a less advantageous position to be in than the one you were in.
This is to be our keep, our fallback point.
It's a tavern. You had a fort. There is no way out of the tavern if the village falls. You could retreat from the tower if the orcs manage to cross the bridge and break through the doors. Fuck me, you're an idiot. You all deserve to die horribly. Your plan is literally to go to the Winchester and have a nice cold pint and hope it all blows over.
Do you believe it? Do you believe it?
To your positions.
I'm not detecting very much urgency from these peasants. By positions, Nameless Wench refers in the main to the rooftops, and a few people to some wagons loaded with extra flammable hay that will form the village's one and only trap during the battle that's coming. The plan is to lure the orcs across the small bridge and into the center of town, which has been made into a kill box of sorts. There are a few fatal flaws in this plan that should be obvious even to Nameless Wench. If all your rooftop archers are facing into the village, then they can, quite obviously, be shot in the back should the orcs decide to attack the village from any position other than the front, which they can because the village is surrounded by fields. Additionally, when she's seen the size of the enemy forces, the villagers watched them approach the tower and saw a good part of their full army. Quite obviously, that whole army will not fit into the center of this small village, so even if you succeed in trapping a few dozen of them, you will then have exhausted your entire strategy. The trap is the one idea they have. What do they expect the rest of the orcs to do? Just pack up and go home once they see a few of their number die? They're orcs, they're not known for being sentimental. Not yet, anyway. The stupidity of this plan becomes positively criminal when you consider the following line from Don Lemon.
I have seen smaller armies defeat greater foes.
Taking him at his word, because we have no idea what he's referring to, this should preclude this silly plan. If Don Lemon is all of a sudden a battle-hardened elf who's witnessed and learned from similar situations in the past, he would have spotted all the flaws I've mentioned and more. Yes, Don, I am prepared to accept you've seen smaller armies prepare over larger ones, but not like this, for fuck's sake. Angry Floorboy serves as Eowyn for the purposes of this reference. No, please do not imagine him in a frock.
What about me?
Tavern.
Tavs for wounded and children. I can fight.
I know you can. Which is why I need you in there, protecting those who cannot.
You must lead the people to Helm's Deep. And make haste.
I can fight!
No!
Not that I'm by any means an expert in these matters, but giving him a long spear to fight inside a barn is absolutely not a sensible approach. Spears do not work very well in close quarters fighting. He'd be better off with that bow we saw him practicing with that we'll never see him use at any point in the coming battle. And no, before you ask, he won't use the evil hilt of McMuffin either, which is a big missed opportunity, since having him cornered and unleashing it in an act of desperation trying to save his friends, thereby revealing it to the enemy, would be a fine way of showing him out of his depth, attempting to do good and giving the enemy exactly what he wants. Isn't writing just so intolerably hard? There is, to give the show a tiny little bit of credit, a fleeting moment of character development on display in this scene. You'll recall that when last a conversation like this took place, Angry Floorboy being told he wasn't allowed to help gather food, he went off in a huff and almost got himself killed. The same basic premise is in play here, but he's since learned from that experience. He will not disobey his mother this time. In fact, he looks to her for encouragement, asking her to tell him again what she used to tell him when he was a child and afraid of the dark. The development here being that he has previously acted impulsively, he almost died, and now he has a fuller appreciation of reality. He knows that they are in danger. It's a tangible as opposed to a hypothetical thing. His mother was right before and he didn't listen. He narrowly survived. He learned from it. Now he understands her wisdom, or what passes for it in this show. That's serviceable stuff. I've spent plenty of time criticizing the absence of meaningful characters and character beats in this show, so it's only fair to point out when one is present. Unfortunately, the show kind of ruins it by cribbing wholesale lines from one of the strongest scenes in the book version of Return of the King, and one of the strongest scenes in Peter Jackson's version of The Two Towers.
In the end, this shadow is but a small and passing thing. There is light and high beauty. Forever beyond its reach. Find the light. And the shadow will not find you.
Oh god, clunk, much clunk. We'll leave completely alone that, by definition, finding light is a terrible way to avoid a shadow. You try it, go stand in front of a lamp and look behind you. Oh no, it's a shadow! No, the real reason is that by stealing the line completely about shadows being a small and passing thing, the show actually invites unwelcome comparisons to better things once again. Here she is, nameless wench, reassuring an idiot child that their dumb plan to save a pointless village they themselves have put in danger will work. Honestly, trust me, the shadow won't find you.
But in the end, it's only a passing thing. This shadow. Even darkness must pass.
Wonderfully poignant. About as good an example of reworking a line as you could hope to find. A superb example of adaptation. Sam here embodies the lesson he imparts. Surrounded by so much death and destruction, faced with what seems so impossible a task, and a friend who has all but given up in the face of it, Sam is holding on to that faint glimmer of hope, that good that's worth fighting for. And in doing so, he is exemplifying it, as he does throughout the story. It's Sam's simple-minded faith in the good that, more than almost anything else in the tale, ensures that good wins out in the end. Without it, without Sam in this moment giving voice to that fundamental part of his character, he would never have turned back up the stairs, would never have pursued Frodo into Cirith Ungol, would never have taken and then given up the ring, would never have carried Frodo to the summit of Mount Doom and out again. It's a simple thematic line that only Sam could speak, and it contains within it the greater part of the story's moral. It is, in other words, beautifully constructed and massively consequential. To add to that, the book's version of the line, which is found in Return of the King rather than The Two Towers, comes in a more nuanced setting. It is, by all counts, less dramatic, though its point is still to illustrate a contrast between Sam's persevering faith and Frodo's succumbing to the enormous burden he carries. We join the two of them here, early on their trek into Mordor itself, and I quote, "Sam struggled with his own weariness, and he took Frodo's hand. And there he sat silent till deep night fell. Then at last, to keep himself awake, he crawled from the hiding place and looked out. The land seemed full of creaking and cracking and sly noises, but there was no sound of voice or of foot. Far above the Efelduath in the west, the night sky was still dim and pale. There, peeping above the cloud rack above a dark tor high up in the mountains, Sam saw a white star twinkle for a while. The beauty of it smote his heart as he looked up out of the forsaken land, and hope returned to him. But like a shaft, clear and cold, the thought pierced him that in the end, the shadow was only a small and passing thing. There was light and high beauty forever beyond its reach. His song in the tower had been defiance rather than hope, for then he was thinking of himself. Now, for a moment, his own fate, and even his master's, ceased to trouble him. He crawled back into the brambles and laid himself by Frodo's side, and putting away all fear, he cast himself into a deep, untroubled sleep." End quote. Frodo misses this glimmer of hope in the sky, but not out of any fault of his own. This is near the end of the journey, when the ring is at its heaviest. The scene embodies the contrast between someone with a seemingly lesser burden and somebody exhausted by his greater one, which of course pays forward to the moment that burden is shared. It's only because Frodo has been so burdened that he collapses, and it's only because Sam has not been so burdened that he is able to take it up. Stripped back to its barest essentials, Frodo and Sam's story, and the moral of this scene in particular, is that loyalty is a strength at least as valuable as physicality or even moral courage. Frodo and Sam's respective inner struggles are incomparable. Sam has straightforwardly an easier time of the journey, but his forbearance is of equal value because he is tested, differently but equivalently, in the qualities that define him. It's only because Sam has not had to carry the ring this far that he is able to perceive the shadow as a small but passing thing, but it's only because he is able to retain hope that the ring ultimately is destroyed. So once again, a poignant and consequential line. Peter Jackson's adaptations are so wonderful because they understand the deeper significance of every line they use, and seldom do they repurpose a line shorn of its deeper significance. Jackson uses the line in a very different setting, but its role in the story, the lesson it imparts, and the values it contains are essentially unchanged from the original. There is no moral difference between the two scenes I have described. This is how adaptation should work, not a bastardization nor even a vulgarization, but in maintaining the point even as you move events around to suit the new medium. Rings of Power, by contrast, succeeds only in showing what it has shown us over and over and over again. It has the most superficial understanding of its source, just about realizing, and only from time to time, an emotional sounding beats and roughly where it belongs in a sentence. But there is no depth to it. There's no meaning beneath the surface. There's no real subtext. We don't learn anything about these characters, and we don't learn anything about their interactions with the journey they've been on. Mother tells kid there's still hope. It's not a bad message, to be sure, but it tells us nothing else about anything else that should matter. And its accompanying visuals, the Helm's Deep style montage of old men and children preparing for war, just highlight that the show is engaged in shallow mimicry. Every time it does an overt callback of this sort, it invites us to remember the qualitative differences between the original and the cheap homage we are watching. Oh, we're doing Helm's Deep now? Damn, I remember how we got there originally. Characters doing the best they could, making the only choices they felt were available to them. Everything happening for a reason. God, that was good. Doesn't really compare to this scene though, does it? This is just the special ed class playing tower defense. Why are they even in this village? Why is this their plan? Why haven't they done any of the many more sensible things they could have done? Who even are these people? Well, the next scene attempts to help us with that last question at least, as Don Lemon gives Nameless Wench his seed. Ew! Sexual metaphor, which is meant to symbolize new life in defiance of death, which I can say with absolute certainty because the show elevates subtext to text for us.
New life. in defiance of death.
They touch a mighty oak, admiring the strength of the wood, and Don Lemon promises he's in it for the kid, not just for a quick fuck. For legal reasons, I should stress that the words Don Lemon, fuck, and kid are part of a general innuendo and not intended to be linked in the order I've just put them in. Later that night, this is 12 hours from the tower collapse, because I'm keeping count even if the show isn't, everyone is standing around waiting for the orcs to approach, just like Helm's Deep. They spot torches approaching in the far distance, quite like Helm's Deep. We cut away to the women and children in the caves, the pub, much like Helm's Deep. Look at this shit. Oh, let's wait for the orcs to cross the bridge, then we can trap them. They could walk around the bridge. Why even is there a fucking bridge there? I reiterate, none of this should be happening. The villagers should know this will not work. Don Lemon especially should know that this will not work. And while we're at it, why are the orcs doing this again? They tried this 12 hours ago and they got squashed. Here they are doing it again. And while this first attack is a ruse of sorts, this is not the main body of the orcs, this should itself throw up all sorts of worrying questions. Why would the villagers expect the orcs to make the same mistake twice? Do they seriously think this is the sum total of the forces arraigned against them? Why is anybody doing anything we're currently watching them do? Some of the orcs are carrying a very small and pathetic battering ram, and once again, why? A, you don't know who or what, if anything, is actually in the tavern. B, you don't actually need to break into the tavern to get at your enemy, unlike Helm's Deep. This village has no fortifications. Go in, kill the defenders, and you can bash down the barn door at your leisure. This is not a strategic priority. Leave the ram behind. Fetch it later, you fucking morons. The villagers' plan almost falls at the first hurdle. Recall, they intended to use flaming hay bales to trap the orcs, which kind of requires that you are able to set the hay alight. And at this basic Boy Scouts level task, Nameless Wench all but completely fails. She's only able to succeed because the main party of orcs sends out a scout with a torch, the kind of thing they really should have done long before now in the course of surrounding the village, but whatever. And this allows Nameless Wench to launch an ambush. You're being a little bit loud there, wench. This is supposed to be the secret part of your plan. I'm really not sure screaming about it's a very good idea. Anyway, some random village woman, I'll call her Susan, she dies, she's not coming back, it doesn't matter. But Nameless Wench manages to kill the orc and uses his torch to light the hay, which is very fucking lucky. Since if the orc hadn't gone scouting, and if he hadn't brought a torch, the villager's one thing wouldn't have worked. I guess the hay was soaked in petrol or something, because this one cart manages to cause this amount of fire, completely cutting off the orcs' retreat. Never mind that this is clearly a small fraction of the overall orc army and that this fire should really burn out in just a few minutes. Fuck it. It does what it's meant to do, somehow. Then another barrow cuts off their advance, so now they're trapped in the kill box and the archers can start shooting at them. I encourage you, briefly, to note the gait and general demeanor of these orcs, because orcs are quite distinctive in their movements, and all these people are moving distinctly like orcs, meaning that when we later discover this force was composed largely of Waldreg's men, we are forced to conclude that Adar ordered them to act like orcs, like that zombie training scene from Shaun of the Dead. One of the smarter orcs realizes you can just kick the flaming debris out of the way, and they pick up their ram again, which seems to have teleported to the front of the line, and they make for the tavern. But oh no, oh good, a load of villagers with pointy sticks run out and start stabbing them. But then, oh no, some orcs have sensibly gone around the village, and they pop up on the roofs behind the archers, and one of them is inexplicably holding a chain lasso, with which he tugs Don Lemon off the roof so he can have a fist fight with Discount Lurtz. Discount Lurtz doesn't use a weapon, because if he did use a weapon, he might have won, and we wouldn't have got our protracted generic action movie trope, wherein the physically superior villain just throws the hero around a lot, waiting, in this case, for Wench Ex Machina to make a save. It's genuinely not worth describing the battle blow by blow. It's exactly what you've seen 1,000 times in 1,000 places before. The tension-building moment of it comes when Discount Lurtz tries to stab Don Lemon with a sharp stick, with which Don Lemon has previously stabbed him in the eye. He has to pull it out of his eye first, and the blood oozes everywhere. It's far and away the most graphic scene in the entire series, season, and to call it unearned is probably to dignify it, so I shall instead call it a gratuitous waste of time. Nameless wench Julie Wench Ex Machinas are saved, she and Don Lemon have a moment, then they rejoin the villagers to discover that, hooray, they've won. They beat what is quite clearly not the enemy's full force, and which they should all know is not the enemy's full force, but which we're all supposed to accept that they believe is the enemy's full force in order that Don Lemon can have the shocking realization that most of these were just the men who went off with Waldreg, who they all knew went off with Waldreg, meaning this really shouldn't be that much of a surprise to them at all. Now imagine if they'd given grubby racist Twink a meaningful character arc, and his was the first face we saw when they pulled off the first guy's helmet. What a twist! That's what I was banging on about earlier, and that is also why I was banging on about it. Then a dying orc ominously tells us exactly what we've just seen. Lol, you killed your own people and now you're all going to die. And lo, this completely indefensible village gets assailed from all sides by archers, and many villagers die as they make a slow motion dash for the Winchester. Nameless Wench herself takes a couple of arrows while trying to save some old guy whose name I don't remember because he doesn't matter. She's not gonna die though. Don't worry, we have to keep her around so she can die off screen. Oh god. We'll get there. See, we could have avoided the entire previous exchange and saved ourselves precious minutes if the orcs had just done this from the outset. Look at them all sensibly walking into the village from all available directions, which is pretty much all directions available. Hail of arrows drive the villagers into the tavern, present terms, and or bring your ram to take out the door unchallenged. Short, simple, effective battle strategy, and from the showrunner's perspective, very much cheaper. But no, fuck it, we had to have that fight. Until she's written out though, Rings of Power Season 1 will continue to try and big up Nameless Wench in the eyes of the audience. Because yes, you can indeed spend squillions of dollars on a franchise without any conception of what you plan to do with it. This is a world in which Star Wars continues to exist. But he means that all the work Season 1 has done and is going to continue doing to make Nameless Wench seem impressive is entirely wasted effort. She has been made, in essence, the moral center of the Southlands, largely by virtue of being one of the only named characters in all the Southlands. She's the love interest of one of the Rings of Power anchor beings, Don Lemon, making her one half of a very important and ostensibly character-led subplot. She has been shown to be an excellent fighter. She has been shown as a leader. She was made the focal point for the strains of doubt and despair. She has been given what we'd call hero moments if she were really a hero and if they were actually registered as moments. She popped up in the middle of the goddamn woods to rescue her son for no other reason than to make her look kind of cool. She is, after all, one half of the Southland's other character-led subplots. She has taken up the mantle of reluctant ruler. She has marshaled the defense of her home. She will presently be involved in talks with the actual Queen of Numenor, while the king is too injured to take up his post. The show will end with her leading her people off to take refuge in Pelagia, ready for Season 2. And from this moment on, she is supposed to be the emotional center of many interwoven stories. In this moment, despite being stuck full of arrows, she demands that they try to save the pointless old man first, even though he is plainly dead.
I'm not dead!
But this is once again to inflate her in the audience's imagination as a noble and selfless leader. When things go awry over the next couple of episodes, both Don Lemon and Angry Floor Boy will have the unknown fate of the mother as, in effect, the North Star of their stories. The show coalesces around her. We will be expected to be very, very, very relieved when we find out she's not dead after all because she's made a full recovery, which she has, right up until the moment when, off-screen, they decide she hadn't. But they have done all of this, investing considerable amounts of screen time and story time and so money into Nameless Wench, and she's just not coming back for Season 2. She's not even being recast. She's not even going to be there. She gets a quick little funeral thing having been killed off screen. It's not much better than if they'd had her pull a poochie.
I have to go now. My planet needs me.
And knowing this now makes her already tedious presence in these scenes seem even more aggressively pointless. We get it, she's great, she's wonderful, strong woman, etc. But the show would have been genuinely better off if it had killed her here, because at least then we'd have a strong grief and revenge motive to bring angry Floorboy and Don Lemon back from their second act low points, having first thrown them into their second act low points. Season 2 is going to have to do that anyway, and in much less advantageous circumstances. As it is, we watch this scene and those like it between now and the end of Season 1, and we think, well, I mean, fuck it, obviously they're not gonna kill her. She's a woman, she's a main character. Women main characters don't die on screen in Rings of Power. Side bitches, maybe, but not main bitches. So they go and pull the arrows out of her, and oh my goodness, isn't it tense and horrifically stressful, because oh my god, aren't we also very invested in whether she might die? No, we're not. The orcs, by the way, are obligingly waiting until it's their turn to start hammering on the door with their ram, which is very conscientious of them. They don't want to interrupt this moment.
Hope nothing's happened to them.
Inside the pub, they cauterize the wounds, but Nameless Wench passes out, and we briefly and blissfully think she might be dead after all, except of course that we know that she's not. And then the orcs start battering at the door in the end. None of this is necessary. The last time we were in a tavern, the orcs had tunneled into it. Even if they decided not to tunnel under this village for some reason, which we'll later see they have, if they believe the evil hilt of McMuffin is in here and the evil hilt of McMuffin is all they want, and they know the evil hilt of McMuffin is indestructible, which they would because it's their evil hilt of McMuffin, then they really don't need to bash their way in and start negotiating. They could just burn the villagers out and go picking through the ruins. And the reasoning might be that Adar doesn't want a long search if he can persuade someone to just give him the hilt, which is fair enough, maybe. But then again, he doesn't know anyone else is coming to save the villagers, so as far as he's concerned, they are his only opposition. Nobody else knows anything at all about what's going on here in the Southlands. He should believe he has the time. Sod it, a happy middle ground. Threaten to burn them out unless one of them brings him the hilt. This is really not an efficient use of his time or his position. Of course, we know that someone is coming to save the villagers, and we cut away to find that the Númenóreans are running with the sun at their backs because, you know, visual storytelling is cool. Leaving aside that they couldn't possibly have sailed up the Anduin into the mountains in a single day, I'm not actually sure their stated 2 days required for the journey have actually elapsed, have they? The villagers left the tower at night, they prepared the village during the day, they fought during the night, and we are now at the dawn of the second day. That is, at best, a day and a half, in which time, yes, they have sailed 450 miles into the mountains, unpacked what looks to be several hundred flat-packed horses that really can't have enjoyed being crammed into the hold of a boat as though IKEA ran a factory farm. They have armed, they have armored up, they have worked out their route, they've got into formation, they have galloped. Hell, I'm pretty sure the last information they had, given to them by Sauron all the way back in Númenor, who had read the script, was that they should head for the watchtower. So why are they even heading for this village? Why this village as opposed to any other villages? Have they all read the script too? But that would have taken even longer. Meanwhile, probably still hundreds of miles away at the very least, the orcs break in and subdue the resistance, and Adar makes his villainous entrance. They start gutting people when Don Lemon refuses to hand over the evil hilt of Wait, what? You haven't actually hidden the hilt in the tavern, have you?
No.
John, remember when you said it must be hidden and that nobody must know, not even the villagers, where you've hidden it? Why would you hide it in your designated last redoubt? Why would you hide it in the one place you're corralling all of the people you don't want to know where it is? Digging a hole in a random field and covering it with leaves would have been a better job. Your own plan mandated that this was the one place on which everyone would converge if your obviously doomed plan failed, which it did. This is the last place you'd want to hide the hilt. What are you doing? Adar threatens to kill Nameless Wench, but angry Floorboy snaps.
Wait! Help! It's under here. It's under here.
How do you know where it is? You You weren't there when he hid it. He said nobody could know. You weren't with him. Mind you, I guess if you see Don Lemon walk into the tavern with the evil hilt of McMuffin and walk out without it, I suppose you would know. And maybe you've sensed its presence anyway, but it's damn convenient that you know exactly where in the tavern it's been hidden. When I was young, my little sister once wrote her own name over the walls of her own bedroom with our mum's lipstick, and when accused, she tried to blame me for doing it. This is the level of subterfuge we are dealing with here, ladies and gentlemen, and she was fucking 4. Don Lemon is hundreds, if not thousands of years old. He has no excuse. Unfortunately, I guess, they are interrupted by the sound of pounding hooves. The orcs have apparently left no sentries whatsoever, and they resultantly get jump scared by an entire army. And I am sorry to keep doing this, but say, do you remember the scene about 3 minutes ago when the orcs were pounding on the doors outside the tavern? Remember how it was very much nighttime? Yeah, well, then everyone went back to their trailers, they had a nice meal, they went to bed, they returned to the set the next day to film the pickup, and in 4 minutes of in-universe time, night has become day. Look, the orcs have spawned their little sun cloaks that they absolutely weren't wearing when we last saw them, and backed up by the sun, the Numenorians charge into the scene. God, it's like the March of the Rohirrim, but really, really shit. I'm pretty sure that's not how that works. The villagers, led by Don Lemon and Angry Floorboy, get their second wind and join in the fray. It's all rather chaotic, not what I'd call a disciplined cavalry charge, but that's to make the scene look as busy and dramatic as possible to compensate for how small the scale of it really is. Oh, remember how, back in Numenor, the soldiers had to be taught the most rudimentary aspects of swordsmanship by Mighty Morphed Power Elf, because they were all young and had no experience in combat? Well, I can only assume they have training simulators aboard their TARDIS ships, because now, not only are they good with their swords, they are excellent at fighting on horseback, something they'd also have had precious little experience of, living as they do on mountainous islands. Mighty Morphed Power Elf arrives on the scene, so naturally.
Rising to the top, push it to the edge, give it all you got, barely break a sweat, strong one!
Lieutenant Twonk thrusts and twists just like she taught him to. Sailor Twink joins the fight late, but just in time to see Elendil get pulled off his horse by some orcs who have decided, for the purposes of this fight scene, that they don't fry in the sun or even fear it. Oh gee, I wonder if Elendil is going to die. No, of course he's fucking not. Mighty Morphed Power Elf spots Don Lemon, who tells her that Adar is making a run for it with the evil hilt of McMuffin, and he cannot be allowed to escape with it, so she sets off in pursuit. Everybody is appropriately awestruck by her awesomeness, as is proper.
Who is that?
Commander of the Northern Armies, Galadriel.
Sauerbrunn notices her chasing Adar, so he sets off after her, and I phrase it that way quite specifically to set up certain expectations, because obviously if Adar sets off first, and Mighty Morphed Power Elf sets off next, and Sauerbrunn sets off after her, then obviously there's no way Sauerbrunn could do this. Except, of course, that, as you've just seen, this is exactly what he does. Oh, for fuck's sake. Adar, having been implausibly pincered by two people who set off behind him, he crawls toward the evil hilt of McMuffin, but gets his hand impaled by Sauerbrunn, whose spear apparently suffered no ill effects at all from the contact with Adar's horse.
You remember me?
No.
No, because of course, you see, when in Season 2 we find out precisely how Adar killed Sauron, and how laughably abysmal that all is, Sauron looked different. He looked like a young Simon Pegg with hair. And because in this show evil is embodied rather than spiritual, except where it isn't, and so indiscernible via feelings or intuition, except where it is, Adar's response is here perfectly justified. Of course he doesn't remember him, because he looks different, and he doesn't feel of anything you can't can't intuit that he's a bad un, so there's simply no way at all that I could possibly guess that Sauron is standing right before him. As for whether the show thinks the audience knows that Sauron is standing right before him, I am genuinely unsure. I think the writers believe they have precisely two theories operating on the audience's mind with equal weight. Either A, this is Sauron, and that's what he's referring to with his question here, or B, Sauron fought and was deposed by Adar as the genuine king of the Southlands. After all, there are still 2 episodes left. The show does not want to be shooting its wad over any tramp stamps just yet. It's premature. But being altogether too close to the show and having correctly concluded Sauron was Sauron ages ago, I am not best placed to say whether the general audience, what little was left of it by this point in proceedings, were still taken in by it. To me, it seems altogether too obvious, such as when the show does reach its climactic reveal, it comes as the dampest of damp squibs. After all, there are 2 literary modes vying with each other throughout Rings of Power, and precious little has been done to blend them into one. You have the mystery story, the whodunit, which apportions to several characters evidence that they are the killer, the big bad behind it all. The joy in such stories, really their whole conception of an end, comes in the reveal. Oh my goodness, it was so-and-so all along.
And I killed Sparky too.
Alongside that, you have the tragic mode. The tragic mode can, but very often does not, lean on mystery of that sort to satisfy its audience. In classical tragedy, events are typically set, and either known by the audience, or readily apparent to the audience before the characters involved become aware of them. Think Star Wars and its prequels. We already know how the prequels must end, so who must live and who must die, and the pathos of the story comes from seeing characters progress through the inevitable how of things. There is tragic irony in Oedipus fulfilling Tiresias' prophecy in his bid to avert it. There is less irony but equivalent tragedy in seeing Anakin's turn to the dark side, at the mistakes that were made to force him down that path. Sadness and pity is evoked by our foreknowledge, our awareness of a doom about which the characters involved are mostly ignorant. Rings of Power attempts awkwardly to straddle these 2 genres, relying on mystery throughout its first 2 acts to drum up the cheapest intrigue it can, but ultimately being beholden to the tragic form, because we already know how these events must conclude. We know the state of the world as it exists later. We know moreover that Sauron must be largely responsible for it. The show had the awkward job of making us unknow a core part of its tragedy, who Sauron is, and so which of the candidate characters in Season 1 will bear ultimate culpability for events that we already know must happen. But as soon as we know who Sauron is, the show must shift rapidly to the purely tragic form. For want of a better phrase, Rings of Power has its finger on the trigger that once pressed will result in a total genre shift. That makes the timing of its reveal, of the trigger press, pivotal, which in turn means its handling of its mystery is pivotal. Make it clear too early who Sauron is before the writers are ready for that genre shift, and all subsequent attempts at intrigue become frustrating. The audience will ask, why are you still pretending, show, that we don't all know who Sauron is already? Why are you teasing us with something we are already certain of? Why are you wasting our time with what are essentially rhetorical questions? How do you expect us to buy into the suspense of a reveal when we've seen it coming a mile off? Because the show does go all in on a definitive reveal moment later, I don't think the writers want us to make any hard conclusions from this scene, which really means that the "do you remember me" line is unwise, since it can only really sway any undecided viewer toward the idea that Sauron is Sauron, thus spoiling the reveal by anticipation. Since no cover story will ever be built offering an alternate explanation, Sauron does not invoke the specifics of his made-up time as King of the Southlands, never presents a false account of his history with Adar, then the only solid link the audience has is to Adar's own relationship with Sauron. Even a line like, "I once ruled these lands, you took everything from me," would help maintain a semblance of ambiguity, since that would perfectly accord with Sauron's fictitious backstory as well as Sauron's actual backstory. In short, be careful, aspiring writers, that your intrigue remains intriguing. If you too obviously anticipate your reveal, your mystery will come to an end long before you're ready for it.
Stop! We need him alive. I need him alive.
You don't know what he did. Did I cause someone you love pain?
No. The answer is no. We know the answer is no, because absolutely nothing about it has or will be said from now till the end of the season.
A woman, perhaps a child.
Eat your tongue.
And therein ends the chance to salvage the mystery from the scene. Mighty Morphin Power Elf shutting Adar up precludes the lie from Sauerbrunn. She'd have done well to eat her own tongue, but then we wouldn't have had any of her wonderful, wonderful dialogue.
One cannot satisfy thirst by drinking seawater.
Like that, we wouldn't have had that tremendous line again. God, it baffles me that the writers are so proud of that one. There is one other point to the scene that, well, the delivery is serviceable, but it's in service of a terrible thing. Rings of Power will, after all, go on to play heavily on the supposed similarities between Mighty Morphin Power Elf and Sauron, and this scene serves as foreshadowing when combined with a later one in which their positions are reversed. Here, Sauron is tempted and she forestalls his rash action. Later, she is tempted and he forestalls her rash action. And if this weren't all leading up to an actual honest-to-God Rey and Kylo moment between actual Sauron and actual Galadriel, I'd be more inclined to praise it for the solid device that it is, establishing balance, establishing a mutual reliance, establishing an emotional link. But since that is what it's setting up, no, fuck this scene, and fuck this show. Fuck it all to hell. Back in the village, the Númenóreans have chained up the surviving orcs and are planning on hunting those who escaped into the mountains. This scene contains what the writers think is an important character moment. I don't think I've mentioned him until this precise moment because he's really not been at all relevant to anything preceding. And to be honest, he's not all that relevant to anything that follows, save for this one scene. So I mention him now because the show thinks it's onto a good thing, and since it's clearly so proud of itself, it does deserve to be rubbished. The lower rank of the Númenórean soldier class are embodied in 3 characters: Sailor Twink, Lieutenant Hunk, whom we know, and this mop-headed creation of soy, whose name I genuinely do not know, and which I cannot be bothered to learn because it's not worth it. Sailor Twink and Lieutenant Twunk are the main characters of the 3, and Sawyer Thor here is present for one reason, and one reason alone: to manifest the horrors of war. You see, while Sailor Twink and Lieutenant Twunk are each firmly committed in their own ways to this mission, Sawyer Thor is really just a tag-along. He's soft and docile, he's civil, he's not really cut out for the war business, he only came along because his friends did. This aspect of his character comes out in this very scene.
Seen enough battle for a week, more like a whole lifetime.
You see, he's just too nice. He signed up without knowing what he was in for. Now he's seen it and he's concluded that it's not for him, thanks very much. He just wants to help people rebuild their homes and then return to Númenor. And apparently the Númenórean army is easygoing enough that it actually allows this sort of thing. He genuinely does have the choice. Are you in the army? Have you realized you're too soft for it? Well, that's fine, son. Never mind orders. Never mind your mission. You just relax back here. We'll take you home once we're done. That is totally how armies work, I'm sure. But, and please get your tissues ready because it's so very, very tragic, Sawyer Thor will never make it home because he's about to be murdered by a volcano. I think we'll even see him lying tragically dead under the rubble. And the laughable thing is that the show evidently thinks that this mere trope will get us in the feels. Because a trope is what it is. Just look at the stories of the naive, innocent young men in the United Kingdom or the United States who signed up for the First World War in particular without knowing what horrors they were truly letting themselves in for, believing it to be kind of fun and games, a lark to go on with your mates. But tropes become emotional when you put them in the body of characters. Sawyer Thor is a pointless character. He served absolutely no meaningful function in the show whatsoever until this point. He has indeed been created solely for this point. The show thinks he has a place in our hearts. He has to have a place in our hearts so that we can read the grand disaster of Mount Doom's ignition through his one very personal story? Listen, it's a sensible intuition on the part of the writers. Yes, you can bring epic scale tragedy home by localizing it in human stories. But the key words there are human story. If you create a sacrificial lamb for the sole purpose of sacrificing it, it will mean far, far less than if a pet lamb is sacrificed, i.e. one that has a relationship with the audience beyond its core narrative and symbolic functions, beyond its role as a trope. We feel sad for characters, we do not feel sad for empty vessels. Anyway, the hunting party will not set out until Mighty Morphin Power Elf is done with Adar, so into the barn we go for an interrogation scene, from which she emerges looking even more like a monster than she normally does.
I heard stories of elves taken by Mordor. Tortured. Twisted. Made into a new and ruined form of life.
Oh god, they did the thing again.
Do you know how the orcs first came into being? They were elves once. Taken by the dark powers. Tortured and mutilated. A ruined and terrible form of life.
I do so wish Rings of Power would stop doing this. The very occasional reference would suffice, but if you keep stealing lines wholesale, and stealing them because we remember other better characters from better films saying them, you actually pull the audience out of your story. It's striking for a kind of meta-satisfaction, which is definitionally counter-immersive. Since the success of its references rely on us removing ourselves imaginatively from this story and recalling scenes from another story. You just know the writers gave each other smug little grins whenever they forced one into the script too. Fuck me, I wish I could make them unemployed and homeless like the sadist I am. Mighty Morphin Power Elf gives us our first in-text mention of the name Moriondor, that unwise category invented by the show to refer to the first orcs, which it obviously doesn't because Adar is clearly not an orc. But we must accept this as the show's own canon. The Moriondor are a thing. The Moriondor are orcs, who are also basically just evil elves, a class above the common orc, hence their agency and independent reasoning faculties, and Adar's fatherly relationship to his children. This at least pertains until Season 2. This was, as I have described at length, an attempt to humanize and qualify evil, to make it understandable by people who've addled their brains with sociology. It's ironic that the show should have done this, because it means that the orcs, the actual orcs, have been rendered more human than our noble protagonist, who confirms the fact when she threatens to torture Adar's children for information.
Perhaps we should bring our prisoners into the sunlight.
I genuinely don't think that line would sound good, even if the orcs had not been presented to us as feeling individuals done an injustice by society, even in their traditional depiction, as by and large unthinking and violently malicious servants of evil. Threatening to torture them would be akin to torturing an aggressive dog. Yes, the show wants Mighty Morphin Power Elf to go on a journey, to err, and to suffer as a result of her errors. But she is also its most prominent character, the closest thing to an actual protagonist we have. Making her this unlikable? No, scratch that. This evil is just folly. How the fuck do you expect to sell a mass audience on a protagonist who's so proudly vile? Who are we supposed to be rooting for? Why should we be especially sad if she loses? She seems rather to deserve it. At this point, we'd probably get more satisfaction from seeing her knocked down a peg, or fuck it, kicked off a ladder, than we would from seeing Adar lose even. The threat does encourage Adar to fill us in on some backstory though.
After Morgoth's defeat, the one you call Sauron devoted himself to healing Middle-earth, bringing its ruined lands together in perfect order. He sought to craft the power, not of the flesh, but over flesh. The power of the unseen world. He bade as many as he could follow him far north. But try as he might, something was missing. A shadow of dark knowledge that kept itself hidden, even from him, no matter how much blood he spilt in its pursuit. For my part, I sacrificed enough of my children for his aspirations. I split him open. I killed Sauron.
Oh no, but you didn't count on Sauron becoming a flop monster. Oh my god. This is a slightly strange version of events, made so by the way Rings of Power has completely altered the timeline. Canonically, Sauron's plan to dominate all life has him teach the elves of Eregion how to make magic rings, with the plan being then to bind them under the power of the One. This plan only fails because the elves detect him the minute he dons the One ring, and the dwarves were largely resilient to the soul and mind-corrupting powers of their rings. The dwarven rings did increase their wealth and make them greedy, and the resultant wars they fought with each other diminished the dwarven realm significantly. But Sauron was not able to control them, as he'd hoped. But Sauron was still the initiator of the plan, exploiting the known weakness of the elves that is their lament for dying things, and then the giver of gifts, the rings to other races. In Rings of Power, though, it all works rather differently. We're supposed to believe that Sauron was experimenting vaguely with an amorphous power over life itself up in the Forodwaith, tapping into the unseen world in some undefined way. At this stage, he seems not to have had any conception of rings for the other races, or even rings for the elves. This only comes to him by circumstance when he arrives at Eregion later and seizes an opportunity that has newly presented itself. So, what then was his plan in the before times? If he hadn't thought then of creating magic rings, by what mechanism did he hope to achieve mastery over the races? What was he experimenting with? To what specific end? It would have made a whole lot more sense had the show ditched this backstory element entirely. Have Sauron learn of the possibility of rings roughly alongside the audience. When he arrives at the Forge in Eregion, let us see him working these things out, concocting a new plan with new information. Show us his eureka moment. These elves are desperate, he sees, and he can use the powers they themselves have devised to ensnare them. Either that, or you have to very clearly show that he planned on making rings from the beginning. Otherwise, what we've got is, once again, the show just kind of anticipating itself. Sauron will have to make the One Ring, so we should definitely have him running the precursor experiments, even if he, at the time he's carrying out those experiments, has not yet conceived of the rings he's trying to make. It makes sense in reverse, it doesn't make much sense in order. Mighty Morphin Power Elf says she doesn't believe either that Adar really killed Sauron, and or that he is now the true master of the orcs.
They are not children, they are slaves.
So you just threatened to torture people you believe are slaves. God, what a lovely gal. Adar then pulls a "we're all God's creatures" sleight of hand and says that like all created things, he and his children deserve a home, which will very shortly be this land. Now, a high school debater might point out that one cannot have a positive right to a home insofar as that right infringes on the rights of other people to have homes, namely the human Southlanders who live here. Why not live underground as the dwarves do? Why not live in the thick forests where you are shaded from the sun? Why not build a city under a giant parasol? Do you see why giving orcs political concerns just makes the story seem ridiculous? Orcs do not rationalize their evil ways, and because they don't attempt to rationalize their evil ways, we don't have to ask questions like, well, what is their political economy? Why not just satisfy these things to everybody's mutual gain by using all these very obvious and practical solutions? No. Orcs are supposed to be murderous and violent, and they wish to spread across the lands as vessels of evil. They do not make appeals to rights and liberties. We do not negotiate with fucking orc terrorists, goddammit. This is silly. But it is not the height of silliness. Oh no. Season 2's coming. That's gonna take it to a whole new level.
Your kind was a mistake. Made in mockery. And even if it takes me all of this age, I vow to eradicate every last one of you.
Fucking racist.
God damn, that was racist.
Also, if they were a mistake, then they can't have been made in mockery. If they were made in mockery, they were not a mistake, because mockery is intentional. Elvish, motherfucker, do you speak it?
But you shall be kept alive, so that one day, before I drive my dagger into your poisoned heart, I will whisper in your piked ear that all your offspring are dead, and the scourge of your kind ends with you.
Dial it back, woman, my god. If you accept the premise that orcs aren't really orcs but are instead diversive, deformed people, then this statement is straightforwardly genocidal and makes you look and sound like a villain. Also, do you realize, Mighty Morphin Power Elf, that they are not literally Adar's offspring? He's using father symbolically. He didn't fuck 10,000 orc women and sire 10,000 little orc babies.
Are you brainless?
Not only do you sound evil, you sound
Seem I'm not the only elf alive. has been transformed by darkness.
So you are an elf now? Because earlier you said you were an Uruk, but well done. You managed to drag the conversation back to something like a thematic point. Mighty Morphed Power Elf, who earlier stopped Sauron killing you, has decided that actually she wants to murder all of your children in front of you, and this is indicative of a mind corrupted by darkness. This, of course, poses certain metaphysical questions. If the Moriondor concept exists for elves tortured into evil deeds by darkness, but they remain elves, by Adar's own admission, then does that mean Mighty Morphed Power Elf could become a Moriondor by giving in to evil deeds under the torture of darkness? Because that's what's happening here. But if the Moriondor are also the first orcs, and the orcs come from the Moriondor, does that mean Mighty Morphed Power Elf could in effect become an orc if she gives in to the darkness? I mean, it would explain that face she made on the horse, but the show does realize this is not Star Wars, right? The orcs are not the Sith. You don't just turn to the dark side.
Perhaps your search for Morgoth's successor should have ended in your own mirror.
Perhaps I shall begin by killing you. You slavering
Galadriel.
So there we have it, that's the parallel scene. Oh my goodness, Galadriel and Sauron, aren't they so very alike, said no Tolkien fan ever. Outside, after cooling off, Mighty Morphed Power Elf thanks Sauron for holding her back. She then continues to display absolutely no interest at all in anything to do with his backstory.
Whatever it was he did to you, and whatever it was you did, be free of it.
Actually, that's more than just disinterest. She's actively stopping any investigation into his background by her or by anybody else. This is a guy who told you menacingly in Numenor that you have no idea what true darkness is, that he did terrible things, that he is more evil than you can possibly imagine. You've just learned that he has a history with your proximate antagonist who claims to have killed Sauron, a story you don't believe, Mighty Morphed Power Elf. You are trying to install Sauron as king of the Southlands. How are you so obtuse, Mighty Morphed Power Elf? Why are you trying so hard to ask no questions about any of this? He's practically begged you to inquire, and here you are telling him, nah, whatever you are, whatever you've done, it's irrelevant, I'm not interested. Darling, it is very relevant, and you should be interested. It feels distinctly like the writers are having you act this way because they know Sauron's cover story is so flimsy, it wouldn't stand up to the slightest scrutiny. He and Mighty Morphed Power Elf share some vague and pre-romantic exchange about fighting beside each other and feelings and such, because yeah, the writers are just the kind of sort who have whole folders of Raylo fan art on their hard drives, alongside God knows what else. But before it can morph into anything more, they are called back into the village, where everyone is having a banquet of all that food they've just got lying around, apparently. And look who's up and about, it's Nameless Wench. She's made a full recovery by the looks of it. Isn't that nice? And now she's talking to Queenie and being explicitly praised for her strong, if reluctant, leadership. God, what a terrific arc she's going on. Be a shame if somebody killed her off screen. Now, things are already quite broken with Sauron and his claim to kingship, based on a single symbol on a single pouch that he could have got from anyone, anywhere, at any time, and which he himself said he'd stolen. Here, when Nameless Wench sees it, she comes to much the same conclusion as Mighty Morphed Power Elf did. Only the one true king could possibly be wearing this symbol, so he must be the one true king returned at last from exile.
What?
We really must be clear about this. For her to reach that conclusion, this symbol has to be not only significant, but also exclusive. For her to reach this conclusion, she must recognize the symbol, and she must also not have seen it in pretty much any other context. Because were it the case that this symbol was worn by just some random old guy as an icon memorializing happier times, then not only was Mighty Morphed Power Elf mad to jump to the conclusion she did, based on a lack of knowledge, but Nameless Wench would also be mad to jump to the conclusion she does, because she'd likely have seen it in any number of contexts divorced from royalty. Both characters should be in a position to know better, but she absolutely is in a position to know better. Season 1 proceeds as though it is, and everybody knows it to be, a very rare and very exclusive symbol indeed. It cannot mean anything other than that the wearer is royalty. That's why Nameless Wench sees it here in this scene and hails him as king pretty much immediately, which is going to make make it very, very awkward when in season 2 we learn that Sauron really did just get it from a random, who really did just wear it as a trinket symbolizing happier times. God, can you imagine the scale of the public inquiry in Numenor when they get back, having accidentally crowned an imposter who turns out to be the most evil person in the world? We went there to install a king. Instead, we installed Satan and gave him hell. I bet the Eagles won't be happy with that. Nameless Wench wisely dies before anybody can ask her how she made such a horrendous mistake, but a horrendous mistake it most certainly is. She has lived in the Southlands all her life. She cannot make the mistake she has just made, and yet she does.
The men of these lands have awaited this moment a long time.
Not nearly so long as the elves.
I never got the impression the elves were desperately waiting for the return of the true king of the Southlands. If they were, they might have looked into his identity and his lineage to make sure he isn't, I don't know, Sauron or something. Why are you trying to steal their moment? That nonsense dispensed with, you might expect that Don Lemon would seek urgent counsel with Mighty Morphed Power Elf about the evil hilt of McMuffin, given what he knows it to be, given everything he knows about it, given its origin, its powers, and its purpose. This is very clearly what he should be doing. He should know, as the Southlanders do not, that this is a precarious victory, for the enemy has a bigger plan, and though it seems as though we've bested him, it would be wise to make sure. Here is the evil hilt of McMuffin, the one I told you to take back from Adar when you caught him, Mighty Morphed Power Elf. No, don't give it back to me. Let me tell you what it is so we can study it. Maybe you should take it back to Eregion or Lindon, where its true nature can be discerned. It is the most dangerous object in the world so far as we're aware. And Mighty Morphed Power Elf might respond, true, I did go to a library in Numenor and discover a 1,000-year-old super secret plan of the enemies. I should probably be interested in what that plan was, rather than just turning up here, capturing some random and assuming it's done. But no, he doesn't do that and she doesn't do that either. Instead, Don Lemon takes it back from her without a word as to what it was. She didn't ask because she's Mighty Morphed Power Elf and she doesn't ask questions generally. He takes it and goes for a chat with Angry Floorboy, who tells him that he felt lost without it.
When it was in my hands, I felt powerful.
Then rid yourself of it. Once and for all.
How?
Give it to Numenor. To toss into the sea on their voyage home.
Fucking no? For fuck's sake! He just told you he felt a powerful sense of loss when he was parted from it. You know it contains dark magic. You know it was the center of the enemy's plans. It's not some trifling object to be willy-nilly thrown into the sea. It's the evil hilt of McMuffin. At the very least, you should be giving it back to the Numenorians, Don, but you really should be giving it to Mighty Morphed Power Elf and for urgent shipment back to the Elves of Lindon. But, here comes the twist. Jesus Christ. Don Lemon is a soldier. Moreover, he's an elvish soldier. He would know, he would feel the difference between the evil hilt of McMuffin and a random axe, for fuck's sake. This is not the sort of mistake you can make unless you are a weapons grade moron. But no, somehow, somewhere, somewhen, Don Lemon just misplaced the evil hilt of McMuffin. And somehow, somewhere, somewhen, Waldreg escaped captivity, found it, and ran off with it completely undetected. I have no idea how, where, or when any of this occurred. I have no idea how nobody noticed it occurring. I don't even know how Waldreg survived the battle. I don't know how he knows how the evil hilt of McMuffin works or where it goes, or why, if he knows how it works and where it goes, he just had it sitting in his basement for decades. He just did. This is just happening. That's all we've got to work with. Fuck it, go on then, Waldreg. Go switch on the volcano so we can all laugh at it. So, This is the point and purpose of the evil hilt of McMuffin. I have so many questions. Who built the dam? It can't have been the elves. They wouldn't have built it with a keyhole for an evil sword to flood a volcano and create hell on Earth. It can't have been the Southlanders. They've been watched by the elves for centuries and bitching about it. They clearly don't have the architectural knowledge to create things like this. It can't have been the orcs. They didn't live here millennia or even centuries ago. And if they had, why would they have waited to activate it? Why not just build a canal straight into the volcano and have done with it? Assuming that the elves themselves did not build it, why didn't they investigate it? Why didn't they notice the obviously evil keyhole for an obviously evil sword when they built their watchtower around it? Did they not think it at all suspicious that someone built such a massive structure with some pretty obvious paddles to let water out, seemingly for no reason? One assumes this was the evil plan mentioned in the improbable parchment Mighty Morphed Power Elf found in the library in Numenor, but that doesn't answer these questions so much as it emphasizes them. What even was the point of the evil hilt of McMuffin? Why have it be a magical evil sword when a normal sword would have sufficed? Why even use a sword when you could have sent a couple of orcs with sledgehammers up there to smash the paddles apart? How did the lake form without the dam there in the first place? Was it originally a river? Or did the lake form after the dam was built because it formed a basin for thousands of years of rainwater to collect in? On the safer assumption there was once a river there, why build a dam to hold back a river only to build a trench thousands of years later to recreate a river that leads into the volcano? Why not just divert the river into the volcano in the first place? How did nobody living here notice it being built or create any records of its construction? Did they just not notice it being built? They remembered their one true king and the symbol of his house. Seems plausible to me somebody might have written something at some point about the dam and who made it. Why did the elves not spot the orcs building that huge trench leading to the very mysterious dam? Who, what, why, when, how the fuck does any of this, what, Above all though, why is this what the writers chose to run with? What about this obviously absurd McMuffin-based catastrophe made them think, yeah, that's good. The audience will love the bit where a hairy old bozo turns on a volcano with an evil sword key that opens a dam that can't logically exist. It in no way makes all our characters look dumb for not noticing it, or us look dumb for assuming the audience won't notice how dumb we are. This is so Tolkien. Such Tolkien. It's like the Isengard Dam, but in reverse and
Do you kiss your mother with that mouth?
Sailor Twink's horse smells the noxious fumes of shit emanating from the writer's room at this very moment and tries to run away, but Elendil calms it down.
How did you do that?
It's not his pain that's bothering him, but that of his rider.
Two things. Number one, Sailor Twink is not currently in any kind of pain whatsoever. I think it probably has more to do with the evil sword and the torrents of water and the soon-to-awaken volcano. Number two, Elendil is here pre-establishing a massive problem with the narrative as it is shortly to unfold, because he tells us that horses of Westeros form unbreakable bonds with their riders during battle, becoming one in mind and heart, and I invite you to remember this line, because Elendil is shortly to forget it entirely in order to assume that his son is dead and leave him behind. Elendil adds that he learned all of this from Sailor Twink's drowned mother. The reason the writers have included this scene here is that they know these two are about to be separated, and Elendil is going to unwisely assume Sailor Twink is dead, so it wants to remind us of their relationship and give them a bonding moment in order that we better register Elendil's grief at the presumed loss of his son. Why yes, they have waited until the last available moment to sandwich this beat in between an old man turning an evil magic key and a volcano going off. Why no, this is obviously not the most opportune place for a beat like this to live, because we've had many episodes during which to place it, but what can I say? Writing, it's hard. Deal with it. Oh no, evil rumblings. Oh no, inexplicable geysers erupting through the village, proving once and for all that the orcs had tunnels all the way under it all along, and they just forgot to use those during their attack. I'm not an expert in fluid mechanics or whatever the relevant area of physics is here, but I don't think pouring water down a hole would create highly pressurized jets that shoot out of the ground. Not that that's anywhere close to the biggest problem with what we're witnessing here. All I know is my hip flask doesn't explode when I pour whiskey into it. The orcs hear the commotion, as does Adar, who has evidently taken his disaster preparedness advice from high school in the 1980s. No, just lying on your stomach will not protect you from the kind of massive explosion that is coming your way, but hey, at least it lets the show go in for a cool transition as the camera pans down through the floor to the water rushing through the orcs' tunnels, then out into the hilariously open and obvious trench that they somehow kept secret from the far-sighted elves. Look at this. Marvel at the secrecy of it. There's simply no way anyone could ever have noticed anything untoward going on here. Down into the volcano the water flows, awakening Orodruin the Fire Mountain from its slumbers. The director of this episode reportedly did her research in a bid to make this bit seem in some way believable, and then decided, fuck it doesn't really need to be believable, and left it at that. There isn't much point faulting the precise science involved in this plan, except insofar as saying that a degree of precise science is entailed by this plan, and this, if anything, works against the show. After all, and as we saw in Tolkien's script notes a few hours back, the professor did not like the scientification of magical things. This is not just as a shield against criticism or inquiry, but it's integral to the type of world Tolkien creates, and the nature of its magic and reality. On Earth, very few volcanoes erupt for thousands of years at a time. I believe the average duration is 7 weeks. Given Sauron's plan, and now Adar's plan, is to make this a permanent home for the orcs, and a base where evil can flourish, to use the earlier episode's formulation, this pseudo-scientific approach to triggering Orodruin's eruption acts against sense. What if this was just one of the 7-week volcanoes? What if it just popped off for a couple of days and then stopped? The ash and the clouds would clear, the shadow would be a small but passing thing, and the Southlands would awaken more fertile than ever. It seems like tremendous stakes are being pinned on a massively unknown variable. What kind of eruption do you expect to get? How long will it last? You can't control it. Evidently this plan is too important and involves too much effort for an eruption that lasts only a couple of weeks, but by the mechanics in play in the show, they have no agency here. They can't determine it. They are just relying on the water pouring into it, causing a steam explosion. As I've mentioned previously, there was no need for any such thing in the Silmarillion, where Mordor itself was created by Morgoth. Tolkien actually used the expression Morgoth's ring to describe how, rather than building magical artifacts of his own, Morgoth did the equivalent act of Sauron, but by channeling all of his power and malevolence into the very earth itself, rather than into, for example, a magic ring. This is how Mordor is created. The means of its creation were essentially just magical. Of course, Orodruin erupts permanently. That was a result of the magic, making Mordor what it is. It was an extension of power from the unseen into the seen world. It is in part due to the magic of the place that the One Ring could not be destroyed anywhere else. Drop it into any mere volcano and it would have survived. Only at Mount Doom could it be unmade. But Rings of Power has made Mount Doom just another volcano of many, with the only magic involved in its creation being the pointless evil hilt of McMuffin. It's taken something awesome and mystical and in important ways unknowable, and in a bid to invoke a little bit of realism, given it a purely mechanical origin that ends up depriving the place of its true significance. Mechanical materialistic realism is by no means always a strength, especially in fantasy settings. There is a difference between mechanical materialistic realism and naturalistic magic. Imagine if instead Sauron had returned to Mordor and commanded the volcano to awaken. Imagine the sense of awe, majesty, and horror with which his character would have been instantly imbued by such a powerful act of magic. It would have taken one scene. But no, instead, we got Waldreg and his stupid key. Well done, writers. Mount Doom goes pop. There is much chaos. Fireballs rain down. Queenie tells everybody to take shelter because thatched roofs are famously super effective against giant balls of fire. Mighty Morphed Power Elf stands around staring. Yes, she is supposedly a military commander, but she is also a protagonist. So she is allowed to stand around conveying the meta-enormity of proceedings, rather than trying to help people survive them. Don Lemon and Nameless Wench are separated from Angry Floorboy. This old dude doesn't have a clue what's going on. He's just racking up the steps on his Fitbit. The pyroclastic flow engulfs them all. Everybody dies, and that is the end of Rings of Power. Don't forget to check out War Thunder on PlayStation, PC, or Xbox and claim your vehicles, custom skins and decors, and your free 7-day premium account access. All this and more available to new players and to those returning after 6 months away at the link in my description. I shall see you all very soon.